Come on, what the fuck is it? What's going on here? Come on.
Where I'm obliged to, and they cannot come back with the answer, I win. That's how I live my life. I don't accept someone saying, you've got to be this, you've got to register your dog, you've got to get a permit to build your house. My house stands. I don't have a bit of paper that needed it. Do you get the point? I don't believe that I require two-dimensional pieces of paper that are on stationery. Why are they called stationery? Because they don't move if man doesn't act upon it. It's just words on a bit of paper. It's that simple. I'm a three-dimensional man. I live in reality. If I need something, I make it happen with these.
I agree with you to that.
Do you get that? I don't believe I need paper to do anything. So I don't need
to agree with you in the part of that the words on a piece of paper will be two-dimensional. However, I disagree with you because the Bible in itself does say that God is everywhere and God is everything. So,
okay, and the Bible
that being said, you have a little bit of a problem.
Well, no, because the Bible's a two-dimensional piece of paper, isn't it? Is it not just a bit of paper with words written on it?
I agree to the part of that it is, in fact, a book that has, I said book because obviously most people try to claim it as a book, not the Bible. Now, I could use the word Bible, but I do not to, okay?
That's just a title.
Yeah, you can say that.
I mean, well, I'm not saying that.
It's debatable whether it's called a Bible or a book.
This has got a Bible written on it, right there in the title. See the title? It says a witch's Bible. Now, if I got rid of the words witches, you'd call that a Bible, wouldn't you? Because it has the word Bible written as a title. Okay, it's just one word. And it's your belief, that that word Bible on that particular book has more force and effect with you because of your beliefs. I don't.
Well, allow me to ask you, why would hold on, why would you have the assertion, the fact that we would not, when if we have verifiable proof throughout our lives as Christians, the ones that believe in the Bible, that we have had divine intervention from our Creator?
I would contest that you have such verifiable.
Exactly. I would too.
Genuine warrant you profess that.
I mean, no offense, but you guys can't contend jack. Especially the people who can't even understand the spiritual side of faith.
You're so called evidence.
Do you know why there's no one there's been proof of God? Because you can't prove negative. You can't prove something that doesn't exist.
Okay, let me just say it this way, because Peripheral said it very wise the other day, and I don't like going on a tangent that is a dishonest conversation. I'm going to say this as he always does. No, this is a very interesting thing, so you want to hear me out on this. Christians can't prove that there is a God any more than an atheist or a unbeliever cannot prove that there is no God. So you cannot say that since God has not proven himself, he does not exist.
Well, I can because I haven't seen any evidence to
No. You didn't hear me out. I said you have as much proof as we do. It's just you choose not to accept it. As the famous words of Roy Montero, in the beginning, God, or in the beginning, not God.
What proof do I have?
You chose in the beginning, not God. Whereas if you continue his statement, he says, so two people are walking along a path and they see a piece of evidence. One says that don't believe in God. Here's evidence for not God. Whereas a believer looks down at the exact same evidence and says, evidence for God.
Yeah,
So
and I just asked the question again. What evidence are you purporting that I have?
All you're trying to do is, say that it's okay to beg the question, which it isn't.
Actually, it's not. That's the reason why I was letting him finish, and I want him to actually ask this question again so I can make sure I heard it correctly before I answered it.
I'm just asking. You're saying that I've got as much evidence for as I do against. Is that correct?
I said most unbelievers.
Okay. So it's a matter of belief then.
Yeah, I mean, everything
Okay,
boils
so
down to
it's not-
belief,
it's not-
if I'm not mistaken, except for numbers.
Well, no, that's not full. There's factual things, and then there's things that can be proven or known, and there's belief, which is just in the eye of the beholder, really.
Okay, if you're wanting to go down the rabbit trail, I'll go down the rabbit trail with you. Okay.
Oh no,
So
I'm just asking. You're saying that I've got proof.
Since you want to go down a dishonest conversation trail,
I'm not trying to be dishonest. I'm just
what
asking.
proof?
What
Hold on. What proof do you have? What proof that you can physically show us that God exists? I mean, that God does not exist, and you can't just show us the air either.
Yeah. No, I can't prove. I can't prove a negative. That's a ridiculous question.
So
You're asking me to prove. You're asking me to provide you evidence of something that doesn't exist.
So
Here on Earth, can I show you evidence of something that does not exist?
You can't prove it negative.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was
So I can prove to you that there's no evidence to the fact that it, be it he, she, it does exist, and that be your God, his God, anybody's God. I can't prove that exists.
So you're standing upon the basis that if you can't prove it exists, so therefore it cannot exist.
In reality, in three-dimensional reality that I live in, yeah.
It's a bit about three-dimensional realities. You live in a four-dimensional reality.
Okay, and fair enough. Four-dimensional, we're moving.
Yeah,
At least that's the dimensions you're experiencing. Could be more.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Why are these positions even interesting?
Well, why are you sure that there are if you don't believe in anything that you can't verify?
I mean, well, never mind. I don't even.
Look, I know there's a magnetic field there. I can't see it, but I know it exists because you can see the force if you put the correct elements in place to show that force exists. Correct?
So Mark, you said, if I'm not mistaken, when I first came into the last hangout, you said you had an experience back a long ways ago that you basically died, and you had this experience of that you were. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. So
I had two short periods where I died and had life after death experiences. One going up, one going down. Is
what I'm saying is you had the experiences. You said based upon that you believed in a God, or based upon that you were taught a God and heaven and hell. But the problem with that is even if you were not taught that still wouldn't have changed it, and let me explain how. And the reason why that would not change is because the law of the Bible was written on your heart, as well as the doctrine inside it. It's just whether or not you wanted to read it, and you read it as a child, or you read it whenever you did, and then afterwards you died, and you were immediately there to verify it. You just chose not to verify it. Once again, back to my one of my original statements. Both people walking down the path, seeing evidence. You chose to believe it was not God.
I chose to believe that my mind reverted back to whatever it was brought up to believe.
So therefore, you said in the beginning, not God, and then you said evidence that says not God. Whereas if you looked at that as evidence as God, you might actually get a conclusion afterwards of God being like, oh, so now I see that you're actually.
Well, how does that meaning about it change based on how you look at it?
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, see, the thing is, if you look at something as a definite because you were raised that way, that does not always mean it's a fact per se. But whenever you take the whole entire thing out of the way it's supposed to be, and you take it out of the religious realm per se, you're still going to end up with one of two things, good or evil, because that's what we as humans boil down to. We boil down to good or evil, conscious or unconscious. Whenever you're conscious, you're alive. Whenever you're unconscious, you're obviously dead. Now, that's not true.
Yeah, so Mike Tyson knocked you out. When Mike Tyson knocked you out, did he actually kill him?
Yeah, exactly. And when I'm unconscious,
there will be a realm of unconsciousness.
Telling me that I get
clarify. There is a realm of
because it really doesn't make any sense.
I'll make sure I clarify. There is certain things of unconscious that you still are alive. It's just you are not aware of what's going on because you are in a state of a dream. That's why when they say KO, it means knock out. It doesn't mean death.
Yeah, you have trouble that you're, abusing the term unconscious. Hang on, you're abusing the term unconscious to mean something that essentially no one else uses to refer to, right?
Well, they use the term as sleep. Not only in the Bible, because even the Bible says
analogies and metaphors are made with sleep, but it's distinguished from literal sleep. The word death is used to describe
whenever Lazarus in the Bible, whenever he was in the grave, if I'm not mistaken, the Bible actually says that one of the people said, "Is he not dead?" And he said, "No, he is nearly sleeping." Yeah. He is the person in the grave is not dead per se. They are nearly sleeping to reality. They are actually alive, and in the end, they're going to have a death, which is when they get thrown into the eternal lake of fire.
The mythic histories and parables and such of your religious texts do not define what life and death is, nor do they define what sleep is either.
In your reality, the only thing that you would actually accept as verifiable is something that you can see. So the Bible, I'd rather believe something that comes from a book that actually is not verified.
So you say the Bible actually has like a lexicon of a language? I dare say not. The Koine Greek is interpreted using a broad variety of textual samples, and the decipherment in general is connected to modern instances for derivations from the language, as well as related languages and translations of it extant by those who actually spoke it and so on.
The problem is, when it was being translated, it was being divinely translated by God through certain professors that he chose to translate it. So you can't say
words Aramaic and Hebrew they're not being set by the Bible itself. It's set by linguistic conventions, the culture, and such that actually spoke those languages.
Okay, Nadia, what part of divine inspiration do you not understand coming from God?
Divine inspiration doesn't actually consequential to it. The expression of whatever that divine message was is done in those languages using words as had meanings in those languages, not by just making up its own language and all these words that mean things other than what words the real languages mean.
I don't even know where to follow that because of the fact that I could definitely go like 15 different ways with that.
Well, pick one.
I'll let Matt go ahead since he's been in this other hang out longer than I was. I'll let him go ahead and say something because I don't want to take up the whole entire airtime.
What does hamartia mean, Mac?
Hamartia?
Yes.
Don't know.
Oh, it's Greek.
Okay.
Do you know what it means? You're discussing it. Sin.
Okay.
Is it like content?
Yeah, specifically, this word for sin is missing part.
Okay.
And it's an our term for archery.
So you're talking about sin.
Discuss sin. Right. The word from archery, meaning to miss the mark. You know, when you're shooting at a target, is
okay.
the word Christians wrote in their New Testament.
Okay, Nadia.
Describe what they meant by sin.
Okay, Nadia. Again, here's the problem that you're missing here. Just because you're giving me the Greek word of something that I know in English doesn't mean I don't know it. I don't know Greek as my second language or even as my first language.
So allow me to elaborate this for Max, since Max stating it true. Allow me to elaborate here. We may not know as believers in the Bible what the Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic, whatever you're going to say is. We may not know that as our first, second, or third language. Whereas we do know what it is in English, and we don't need to know what it is in another language when we can just simply take the Bible for what it says in our own language that we can understand.
Well, who takes those words in Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew to actually tell you what they mean in English?
God does.
And how do they do it?
It's called hermeneutics. It's called taking something in context, what it will mean. I mean, we can go through this. We can go through that.
Analysis is done. Strictly speaking, that analysis is done irrespective of the language into which it's translated, and the linguistic analysis is done on an entirely different basis. It's done by the decipherment of language and the establishment of these lexicons.
Okay. What's the issue?
What's the issue?
Yeah.
Well, when you're going about redefining what the hell was it that you originally did?
Redefining a word, you want to go back to the principal meaning of the word, or the etymology of the word, to find out what the true meaning of it would be.
No, etymology is not the meaning, but the usage by contemporaries and sessions.
So let me.
Do
I have, like, if the Bible says that he that knows to do good and does not do it, to him it is sin. Does that mean I have to know the definition of sin to understand that in the context of what it's saying, I know I mean, the word is defining itself.
Consciousness and death were the words in it.
Well, consciousness, again, the Bible clearly says that that when you sleep, it's just a different form of death. Even the scientific community says that. It's the same thing that your body does die.
That's not what the concept
It's pretty much very similar to the same thing that your body does when you're asleep.
That's not what the scientific community says about sleep. Furthermore,
the
Bible doesn't actually say that either.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
No, the Bible uses metaphors in certain instances.
Okay, what you take as metaphors, Narnia, that doesn't mean that Christians don't take it as metaphors. You're just a difference of opinion, really. It's trying to assert the fact that Christians take things as metaphors when Christians don't take things as metaphors.
You're discussing a parable.
How is he discussing a parable in the term of Lazarus when he actually died? Not the rich man of Lazarus. We're talking about the friend Lazarus. There's two different Lazarus. One that was with the rich man, and then there's one that was a friend of it was a friend, like he was a friend of Jesus Christ.
So to take this up, I've got to
Well, did you see that when the Princess of Valyria took on the dragons and they won? I also thought that she was going to rock that world too. But then that's another fictional story. I mean, you're talking about a 2,000-year-old book about a guy that supposedly rose after being asleep. And you just want to blindly believe that without any factual evidence to back it up because you have belief. And that's perfectly fine. I don't know the story.
Okay, Mac, let me say something real quick. Okay, here we go. You're going to go down this long rabbit trail that I love going down. So what proof do you have other than scientists? Because scientists keep going back. There's scientists and scientists and scientists and scientists and scientists.
Hang on, mate.
What proof do you have?
Hang on, let me cut in. Can you hear me? Right. So
Yeah. That's the reason why no one's interrupting you. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. Look, I had trouble earlier trying to get through after Matt was having a rant earlier on, so that's what I was just asking. Look, it comes back to the fact that where you are claiming extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence, you know, and it makes common sense that if somebody is claiming to have risen from the dead, you need some pretty damn fucking good evidence, you know.
Depends on your first definition of common sense, because some people's common meaning of common sense doesn't actually mean common sense.
Do you see it happening every day?
I see him changing my life every day, and I see a whole bunch of things that has intervened in every day. So yeah, it'd be common sense to me, but to you it wouldn't.
Do you see it commonly happen every day?
Yeah, I see God changing my life every day. So it's your problem.
I didn't ask whether you see him changing your life. I asked you whether you saw him raised from the dead.
I don't need to see somebody raised from the dead, or even God raised from the dead.
I asked you whether that's true. So it's common sense that needs extraordinary evidence.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, who does?
Who says you need evidence to prove whether or not somebody can raise from the dead?
Well, do you need evidence that fairies exist?
Okay, allow me to say, actually, yes, and with that, so go with that, that theories exist. So the question is, what makes the scientific community that it's theories, when in fact, if you use the word theories, it's kind of on a premise that's false already, because that's
all repeatable, the old scientific jargon, mate, you know, testable, repeatable.
Okay. So you're wanting to go with the original definition of science.
Majority of people.
Since you're wanting to go with the original definition of science, let me ask you the question of how do you believe the world came about?
What does it matter?
I'm asking him the question, not you.
I am referring to this book that you keep going back to. I'm not going back to.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep it right along with the book. So I'm asking you. What
claims extraordinary claims? So
how do you state that?
With your extraordinary evidence.
How do you say that the book came about? I'm asking you that question because I haven't got any evidence of the Bible.
You haven't answered my question. Where is your extraordinary evidence?
His question has to do with the answer to your question.
No, it doesn't. He hasn't answered it correctly. He has not given or shown any links anywhere to say that he has extraordinary evidence.
He's showing the contradiction. He's
giving me a straw man.
Well,
I'm not interested in it.
How's he giving you a straw man? You haven't even heard what he was going to say.
He wants me to explain the beginnings
You're
of
asking
the
about
world.
testable.
I didn't ask him about that.
An event that happened once. He's asking about testable, repeatable evidence of an event that happened once that you believe in.
True.
So it's showing the contradictory nature of your attitude regarding the question.
Okay, what was your question again, so that way I can make sure I answer it before we go on to my question, since obviously
I'm talking about your question. Because his question is about testable, repeatable evidence regarding.
Well, so is mine, according to the science.
That's what I said. Your point, your question is basically the same question that he's asking, and you're wanting to know how he answers, right?
Correct.
Yeah. I'm on your side on that.
I'm not going to answer a question when I haven't had the answer from my question.
I mean, his answer is simple. He takes it on the faith basis of the Bible. How do you answer it?
So exactly. So it's all based around faith. Right. So there isn't no empirical.
Thank you. You're right there. There's no evidence.
Why do you believe something with no evidence?
Hold on.
Because it's a belief. Because it's a belief. That's why it's called a belief. It's not a fact. That's why it's a belief.
Okay, Belief. Okay, do you believe you are in your house?
No, I know I'm in my house because I can empirically prove it with evidence.
What's the definition of belief to you?
Belief. A belief is having a thought or a feeling or a knowing of something without empirical evidence.
No, that'd be faith.
No, I have faith that if I need to go to the shop, I know that I will find a way. That's me having faith in myself. I know that I can do it. I don't believe I'm going to be able to do it. I know I'm going to be able to do it.
You're redefining words, buddy. That's all you're doing.
I'm merely stating a belief is something that does not require empirical evidence. A belief is just a belief. My 4-year-old might believe unicorns exist. Who am I to tell him it doesn't? It's his world. I'm not going to fuck up his world. Because the 4-year-old can believe in unicorns. Just like Mum and Dad made me believe Santa Claus existed and that the tooth fairy was real. Now, of course, they're bona fide liars, aren't they?
I never believed that to begin with, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what most kids are believed to believe, are they not?
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe
your reasoning. Why wouldn't you? I mean, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to take it on faith.
Yeah, I believe Santa exists. So you prove to me right now that he doesn't. There you go. Prove him. Prove to me right now Santa doesn't exist. Prove to me that the tooth fairy didn't give my son $5 the other night.
In actual fact, there's probably more evidence to Santa.
Let me ask you.
And that sort of stuff.
Allow me to ask you.
I've even got a Google tracker of Santa now, so I believe Santa more than any fictional character in the Bible.
You said to prove to you that Santa Claus does not exist. Let me ask you. Hold on. With as many stories as Santa Claus is coming to your town, with as many stories as Santa Claus is going to do this for you if you're good this year, with as many things as you can come up with, when has Santa Claus ever actually shown up and being real? With flying?
It's every year.
Yeah, but isn't stuff actually based on a real thing, though? Like, doesn't the sort of, mythology around that actually stem from a real person referred to as Saint Nicholas that actually did show up?
It's from an old myth.
Exactly. So it's founded on something that did actually happen then, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it was flying
to sort of power it off and say that it's just this, it's just a complete fabrication of something isn't an honest position, really, is it? You can't really use that.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, for the most of any young child's belief in Santa Claus, they're not going to know about the myths and the legends that brought about it. They're just going to have the belief of a jolly old man that's going to bring the presents once a year, and they have that belief until they are old enough and know better. You're not believing.
Lie to your kid.
If you want to believe in resurrection, then what the fuck's the difference between that and a tooth fairy?
Well, because
Clockwork done.
I can't believe I'm going to answer that.
I have no reason to argue against a person who wants to lie to their kids and say, "Oh, yeah, who am I to tell them that they're wrong?"
You're not lying.
It's crazy. It's a suppositionless statement.
You're not lying.
Okay.
Allow me to ask a question. Let me ask a simple question. Whenever you tell your child that Santa Claus does not exist, then what happens to your child? He immediately starts crying, and what does he say to you? You lied to me. Or he says, why did you lie? So therefore, if he believed that you were telling the truth in the beginning, which he did, because that's the reason why he obviously was crying to begin with, why would you say that would not be belief when the child has belief that that's true?
The fact that people draw the comparison between Santa Claus and a serious religion that's taken seriously by quite a lot of people is in itself ridiculous and sort of stupid, really.
Well, I see why. You're talking about beliefs in different things, aren't you?
Right, but again,
You're talking about beliefs. Both things have had thousands of years of history behind them.
It's like I said before, the Santa Claus myth. The Santa Claus myth is what it's called an ancient belief.
The Santa Claus myth thousands of years old? Not more than 2. No.
Can we just say
I would hesitate to say
move on from that?
It's like 16, 1700 years old.
Okay.
It's 4th century. 4th to 5th century.
Nicholas is 4th century?
Yeah, it's not like.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, 1600 years old.
So which makes it even more relevant to today.
I thought it was 3rd or 4th century. Sorry, 4th to 5th century, sir.
This made a perfect comparison because neither thing can be proven.
God,
Prove how?
you got it.
What? Prove how? What is proved to you?
What's been I've never had it proven to me that the jolly old man in a flying sleigh exists. The same as I've never had it proven to me that the one and all-bearing guy that can't get his hand on money, can't get his grip on money exists either. Other than people telling that they believe it.
I think Nadia asked your
Physical, tangible proof.
Mark, I think Nadia asked you your definition of proof.
I just answered that. Physical, tangible evidence that I can touch, see, feel, see with my 5 senses.
Hey, have you ever heard of the Bible, which is physical, tangible proof?
What physical tangible proof do you have that your Prime Minister John Key
I've heard many books.
Tangible proof that you can touch do you have that your Prime Minister John Key exists?
Because he's my local MP, I can go down the road 5 minutes and go and knock on his electorate and make an appointment to physically see him and smack him in the head.
Have you ever actually physically seen him?
Yes.
Okay. Then how about Tony?
I was within about 2 meters from him, and I got assaulted by a Secret Service guy that was protecting him at the time while I had my camera
Then
rolling.
what physical tangible proof do you have that the Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott, exists?
Other than video reports, I can't.
You can ask me and I can walk down the road and have a look.
I've never met the man, but just because I haven't met a man doesn't mean they don't exist. And I'm not saying
so apply that to sort of see.
2,000 years ago, a fella named Jesus didn't exist. I'm not debating that. What I am debating is these wonderful, mystical, magical fucking stories that are all written in the Bible, these parables that cannot be proven factually. Like your Lazarus rising from the dead, like your resurrection theory.
Yeah, because he's not supposed to be taken literally. That's the point. Mythology is not. Oh my God.
Exactly, it's exist.
But these guys in here do.
It doesn't mean that it is.
If you grant that this person existed, and that the accounts have somehow the truth to them, why are these magical stories about that person not credible while the rest of it is? I mean, what's your standard that tells you to believe one part and not another?
Because if something can be proven, it can be replicated. It's something that it can be tested and repeated.
Then how
As
is
we were
that
saying.
proof for? There's much proof for the supernatural claims regarding Jesus Christ as the existence of Jesus Christ himself.
With that I can't see, that I haven't seen.
I haven't seen Jesus Christ.
That's because you don't want to look for it.
Well,
I don't need to look for it. I don't require a God.
CDL.
That's my point, though. So why don't
You don't require a God.
Tell me how
You don't require a God. How do you get
require?
forgiven for your sin of what you do then?
I don't need forgiveness for in anything I do. I don't.
So you don't need
something
forgiveness. Wrong.
I cause no harm, loss, or injury, and to me that is what wrong is. The opposite of right is wrong. I cause.
you are doing nothing wrong.
Well, if it's that to
I
you,
cause no harm, loss, or injury to a
what
fellow.
if it's the defiance of these God's commands as written in the Bible to someone else? Why is there morality?
I'd ask for tangible proof of where I'm obligated in any way, shape, or form to follow anyone's rules in any book.
And what's your tangible proof that you should follow your notion of injury, harm, or whatever else?
Of course, if I've caused no harm, loss, or injury, then I've done nothing wrong.
All right. And what's your proof that you have done nothing wrong if you cause no harm, loss, or injury?
Because there's no claim to say that I have caused anyone harm, loss, or injury, and if I do ever, I would expect to compensate that man or woman for that, give them a remedy.
And I declare you begging the question.
Pardon?
And you are begging the question.
I still aren't getting you there, Darty.
I said, and here you are begging the question.
Begging what question?
That what is ultimately transgression or wrong? Is this
I'm not questioning that.
harm, injury, or loss?
That's what a wrong is in my definition, and my interpretation of a wrong is for me to hurt somebody, cause damage or loss to someone else's property. That's it. Nothing else is wrong.
Then, well,
Do you believe a victimless crime is a wrong?
So Mark, no proof of that.
So Mark, you don't. So that means you don't believe that if you walk up and you say, "I'm going to give you $1 million," and then you walk away, you never do give them it. You just say, "I'm going to give you $1 million." You didn't cause them loss because it never actually got given to them. Whereas you never caused them harm and you never caused them injury. So you find that to be wrong.
Well, of course not. I'd consider it to be dishonest to say something and then not follow through.
No, I'm asking from the other perspective.
There would be no, from the other person's perspective, they would be disappointed, but they had nothing gained, nothing lost. if I'm just saying I'm going to give them nothing, I'm not actually giving them something. So it's just words.
Wow.
So I don't quite get where your confusion is.
Well, what is your notion of harm anyway?
Harm, physically injuring somebody.
Wow.
So what is your notion of harm?
And no psychological traumatization is therefore considered harm?
I suppose if you wanted to go into the psychological terms of it, but I don't set out to psychologically harm anybody either.
Well,
I suppose that can be classed as physical harm because you'd be causing them mental distress and mental anguish. I suppose that could be considered a harm because it could, out of yourself, because it could manifest itself in a material way. I suppose to where people would start having a mental issue to start self-harming. Perhaps, I suppose, in a way that could be a way of causing harm.
It's like OG, you was seeing into the future.
What's your proof that self-harming or whatever kind of psychological stress isn't just a boy?
I'm still just not getting the point. Unless I'm physically going out there to harm or injure somebody, I'm not doing anything wrong. If I, like for instance, I don't believe a speeding ticket is a wrong. A victimless crime is not a wrong.
It's a store.
It's supposed to be a deterrent from doing something that does cause harm.
Exactly. It's supposed to induce fear, coercion, and entrap and enforce people into making people do things. How is that freedom?
Because it was that very same
I
thing.
don't think you heard what I said.
No, but see,
You said it's meant to be a deterrent against that which does harm.
okay, yeah, no, so if I'm speeding down the road and I drive 900 miles an hour upside down on my roof and go all the way home, and I cause no damage to anybody, no injury to anybody, I don't hurt any creature, God-given creature for you people out there, eh?
You happen to be lucky that day, but it doesn't change that it's unsafe.
Well, whether it's unsafe or not, I haven't caused any injury, harm. So there's no
that is being right because you're not the only one that's on the road. If you were the only one on the road ever, period, in the history of mankind, I would agree with you. Yes, you could do that. However, because you share the road with other human beings, it then makes sense that you should drive on the road safely, with consideration for other people.
I agree. I totally agree that if you don't know how to...
So speeding tickets
are your property. No, I'm not saying they're fine at all. I'm saying that if I'm acting...
We were so close.
No, we were close.
Mark. Why don't we let Ocean actually get his point out?
Well, no, my point's out. I'm just kind of observing it, not listening to it. He'll agree with me until he actually has to concede the point.
Well, there is no point to concede. You show me where is the injury and the speeding ticket?
Damn it! Am I the only one that everybody else gets what I'm saying, right?
I get the preemptive, the what if something bad happens and you're going to be just in case.
On the road, Mark. The person on the road, you would be fine. And you can speed it all you want to because the only person you're going to harm by going 900 miles per hour with a rocket strapped to the back of your car is yourself. However, given that there are other people on the road, if you are going 900 miles per hour with a rocket strapped to the back of your car, it increases the likelihood of you rear-ending an 18-wheeler and exploding it. Because you're going 900 miles an hour.
You're changing the question. You changed the question. I said if I'm going 900 miles on the roof and do not cause harm to anybody or any property or anything, and I have said lucky. You would be lucky. I don't give a fuck. You happen to be lucky. That doesn't. That's not in functional society. Speeding tickets are not there for you driving the roof and not harming anybody. They're not in society. When you strap a rocket to your car and go careening down the road, you're not getting it, my friend. You're not getting it, my friend. I'm not acting as a person in a society. I'm just a man understands reality.
Why don't you just drop it? Because they're never going to get your point.
If you're not acting as a person in society, then fine. You're the only person on the road, and it doesn't matter if you're not actually talking about reality. I, however, am talking about the world you exist in.
Yeah, I think a man going, say, point A to point B and cause no harm, there's no crime. There's no injury, there's no loss, there's no wrong.
I've got a question that'll challenge that.
Does the world revolve around you as well?
Of course it does. It revolves around everybody.
God.
Oh boy, here we go.
What a question. You guys can think I'm self-centered and all the rest of it. I don't really know.
No, I don't think you're self-centered. I think that you're a black hole of the universe.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, actually,
nothing escapes you. Not even.
Hold on, guys. I think Nicholas had a question here. Nicholas, go ahead. I think you had a question.
Yeah, I had a question for our Kiwi friend. By the way, I love turkey legs and Cena. If I try to assassinate somebody, but and nobody finds out that I tried to assassinate anybody and I don't hurt anybody, was it wrong for me to try to assassinate someone?
Well, of course it was wrong for you to attempt to hurt somebody, but that's where you come into the intent, isn't it?
Okay, so
look out.
What about the intent of putting other people at risk by speeding?
There is no intent.
When you're driving,
what if I'm like really messed up in the head and I think shooting somebody in the head won't hurt them? Then is it not wrong?
You would be wrong, wouldn't you? You would be wrong, wouldn't you? You'd be messed up and locked up for that, wouldn't you? Because you'd be
I'd be messed up to not realize that I'm actually putting other people at risk.
If you believe that shooting someone in the head isn't going to hurt somebody, then yeah, you'd be seriously issued.
I can say the same about somebody who thinks that driving down the road at 900 miles per hour is safe.
I was doing that.
It's overconfidence. You should have gone to the middle of a crowd and avoid actually cleaning one.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
So
I'm not sure doing that as an over-exaggeration.
I also want to point out that if you're driving down the road at 900 miles per hour, you're breaking the sound barrier.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not talking about the sonic boom.
If you're driving down the road and you happen to be in a highly populated area and you manage to go 900 miles per hour, the sonic boom of you breaking the sound barrier is certainly going to hurt somebody if you're in a highly populated area.
I'm regretting saying 900 miles an hour.
Mark, I'm curious. Since you said the world revolves around you, or should I say it does, it revolves around people, I'm agreeing. I'm taking your analogy, not reality. Now, since you said you can go 900 miles an hour to your house and the world revolves around you, does that mean nobody can pull out in front of your analogy and so you can smack right into them?
No.
So that would be considered what in your definition?
Stupid.
A stupid question.
Well, it does.
Because I wouldn't be doing 900 miles an hour, because I said hypothetically if I was doing 900 miles an hour, I wouldn't
just as a hypothetical.
We're staying in the hypothetical. If you're going 900 miles per hour,
yeah, we're staying in the hypothetical. That's a state no one driving at 900 miles an hour.
Is generally called reckless endangerment.
Okay. Reckless endangerment. But no man or woman is harmed. So there's no wrong being committed.
As one analogy has once stated there, if you're driving in a hypothetical at 900 miles an hour and the world revolves around people. Now, with that being said, how do you know when you're driving 900 miles an hour in the hypothetical, being on your roof, how do you not know someone's not going to pull out in front of you and you're going to smack into them doing 50?
You don't.
And what would you call that?
I wouldn't call it anything. I'd call it a stupid hypothetical. But then I wasn't saying it to be unserious.
So then you wouldn't call it
anyone that's done 900 miles an hour.
You wouldn't find that to be
being a dumbass on purpose?
Well, did the person recklessly endangered consent to taking the risk?
You guys seem to miss my point completely, don't you?
You just
You're missing my point completely.
No, actually, Mark, to tell you the truth, we actually get your point, but our point is the reason why we say it is because we understand your point, and we're just trying to prove to you your point has a little bit of a problem.
I just want to know how the big problem. We're talking about Santa Claus. I just want to know how.
We've gotten down to dismissing the simple notion of speeding being an issue with road safety.
Apparently, dismissing the entire notion of reckless endangerment as well.
As long as they don't, if there isn't a man and no woman saying I fucking hurt them, there is no endangerment. It's that fucking simple. I believe it. Just by speeding. That's complete. No. The definition of endangerment. If endangerment is that nobody has been hurt yet, they are simply endangered. Yeah. Okay. That is.
So that really a crime, is it? So if that means
yes, it is.
So Mark,
that's people are put in jail for recklessly endangering kids. Yeah, because they believe they've done something wrong.
Mark,
they believe.
Hypothetically, in your hypothetical, Mark, if that's true, that means I can leave for church when I go to church on Sunday. That means I can leave at the normal time and I can show up 15 minutes early because I'm speeding.
It also means
get away with it without being busted. No. What happens if I do get busted?
Admin. Well, then obviously you'll have to adhere to whoever's authority on the side of the road saying you've done something wrong, like a naughty little child, wouldn't you? Admin, if you've got a driver's license, you've got a contract to adhere to the rule, have you not?
You ain't doing that, though.
According to the Gospel of Mark, as in our friend Mark here, according to my rules, there's a mess on earth. According to the Gospel of Mark, you can go to church, leave your child inside of your oven the entire time, and I don't have a child. I have property. I have children. Hypothetically, you have a child. God help that. I don't have children. I have property. You have your child is your property. Okay. So exclusive to myself. If you can go to church, leave your child in your oven, and come back and take your child out of your oven, and as long as that child hasn't been harmed in the process, there is no real issue. You haven't actually injured your child, right? It's not the psychological injuries to the child being locked in an oven for a couple of hours. Just put them in the oven. It's just whatever. It's the same as it's just happy. I got you. So I kind of have morals and ethics about this. I got there's not very much of a difference functionally. I got leaving a child in an oven. And
here we go. Here's the prime analogy for them, okay? We put your child, or your property, whatever you want to call them, we put them in a garage, and we put the heaters on max to where it's temperature 99 degrees. It will not cause harm. And they put a TV in there for it's enjoying. Now, is that wrong?
Of course it is.
How?
That's because you're not providing good enough duty and care for your offspring.
And you put food in there, so you're providing for them, okay?
That would be reckless and dangerous. If you get her on.
You'd be causing harm. Frank, the entire point is that this guy completely misses the point of what reckless is. Causing harm.
We'll boil down the point. What is the real issue here?
He doesn't get it. Yeah, the real issue to me is unless someone is physically injured or harmed or has suffered some sort of damage or loss to property, there is no wrong.
Right. You guys understand risk or reckless abuse? You don't understand risk.
Right.
I'm so glad I'm a Christian. I don't think like you, Mark. I'm serious because that's just ridiculous.
This is when
I'm glad you're a Christian and don't think like me either. Fuck, I don't need other people the same as me in the world. I like being unique. I prefer to be that way. My wife loves it too.
Well, you're not unique.
Yeah,
it's just your
Yeah,
thing.
I am.
Just,
You can't. Okay, you know someone else.
You can't really say you're unique because.
Well, I am unique.
I'm gonna ask Nadia. Nadia, how many people are in this world? Just curiosity.
7 billion plus change.
Okay, let's just say 7 billion. Now, 7 billion people in this world, and you tell me you're unique. I find that hard to believe because there is at least another 699. I'm not gonna get that long list, but 699 billion people that very well could believe what you believe.
No, what I believe has got nothing to do with my uniqueness. My uniqueness has got nothing to do with the belief.
I am very unique.
The Roman Catholic Pope has recently made statements with which Advent and Mac may both agree. And of course, Nicholas does too. Here we go. There's Pope Francis on, well, B.
Oh yeah. Accept the body God gave you. Oh yeah. Prove it. That's my question. That's my statement.
Well,
Prove it.
Otherwise, for instance, you said a clip power.
Does that statement surprise you at all, Nadia?
I was aware of his prior statements to a similar effect.
I mean, I don't think that you care. Apparently, you don't follow to what he said.
Coming
Yeah, but
from
it-
Caesar
yeah, it's,
himself. Coming from the Black Pope himself, old Caesar.
That's actually the regular Pope, not the head of the Jesuit order.
Yeah, the Black Pope's the dude who runs the Jesuits. Who got the real power, by the way, not Francis. Francis is just a figurehead for the thing. But
Yeah.
The Pope doesn't come of it.
Just so
said
you
the
know,
political
Clockwork, just so you know, Clockwork, the Vatican placed me in this room to watch you closely.
Look at those interrogating eyes. Them eyes with a mask.
See, but just think though, the fact that Clockwork is the Dark Jedi, and then you have Nicholas who's a ninja. Who could possibly win?
Who knows? So Mac,
If there's a
given
lot of
the
lightsabers, I'm gonna have fun.
I'll be fine. I'll just give you a couple of trees.
given the Pope sternly, Mac, are you convinced of Roman Catholicism now?
You gotta be kidding me.
That's like an insult.
Also,
I still don't understand this. I'm still not understanding the whole.
Clearly haven't seen it.
But like, yeah.
well, are you circumcised?
Sorry, who are you asking?
You're asking what requires circumcision in the church, right? That's not a Christian tradition.
Yeah, that's real nice thing. Real nice thing to do to your kids. That one. Great Catholic spirit.
Oh, dude, Fred, you're the one freaking lying to your kids, talking about that's not a real nice thing. Shut up.
I'm not lying to my kids. You tell me what lie have I told my kids?
You told them Santa Claus was real.
No, I haven't. And in fact, my kids are so fucking clever that by the time they're, well, I've got a 13-year-old, I've got an 8-year-old, and I've got a 10-year-old. And my 8-year-old now, the youngest, has figured out that the Tooth Fairy and Santa suck. They figure it out themselves that it's really mum and dad over the years, all right? Nobody tells them he doesn't exist. Just like any brainy fucking kid that grows up, they figure it out for themselves, and they go, then they come and hit on questions. You helping Santa last night when I was up, Dad, and spotted you? You know, you get those questions. No one tells them anything. It's a part of their growing up and realizing that it's not real. Mum and Dad didn't tell me they didn't exist. I figured it out myself. It's part of growing up. And you tell me one kid that says Mum and Dad told me it wasn't real. They figure it out themselves.
The same thing happens with kids figuring out that the Bible stories are basically fairy tales.
Yeah, like I think my 8-year-old wants to go to church. My 8-year-old, for his first time, had a play date with the neighbour up the road, and they happen to be Catholic. Okay, so now my 8-year-old Luke is now asking me all about wanting to go to church on Sunday. Okay, my 8-year-old is also a thriving cross-dresser. So those two things are going to have a bit of a conflict, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
what's to do with cross-dressing? And to go back to Nadia's point, are you saying nobody would wear glasses or have circumcisions or do any of these
No,
things?
I'm saying that the Catholic Church frowns upon anyone that might be challenged upon their gender position. They frown upon it. Look, no. Sorry,
Transphobic. Well, Christianity. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What's the deal with why would they frown on cross-dressing? Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5 is against cross-dressing. Furthermore,
the reading
man and woman is clarified in Genesis chapter 3, verse 16 as well. Women having reproductive capacity, basically having a womb and so on. Right, so we have this gender essentialism, against trans people, enshrined
either way.
Genesis. Furthermore, the transphobia against non-binary trans people is enshrined in Genesis 1:27 or 1:26, male and female, right? And of course, confirmed in Mark chapter 10 verse 6 and Matthew chapter 19 verse 4. What justifications do they use? And your claim is your God did this, and rather intentionally as part of his design, as articulated in it's more clearly in Psalms 139:13, although also Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5. Right. So transphobia beyond Roman Catholicism is furthermore enshrined in biblical scripture. Go ahead.
I think it's
What justification do those things give besides someone said so? I don't know the verses. It's kind of what I'm asking, I guess.
Our whole concept of the nature of man and woman and family has to do with natural life, and if you're not going to have a natural relationship between the man and woman, traditionally speaking, I don't mean to offend you, Nadia, then you're not supposed to engage in that sort of behavior.
Well, it comes down to what's natural. What do you mean by saying a natural relationship?
Well, of course, there's certain presuppositions there with Christianity, right? So if you want to talk about things in a secular context, that's a whole different conversation.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I know you're speaking from the Bible, from a Christian point of view. It's not like say racists didn't have their justifications for their racial discrimination and even slavery. The fact that you have this quote unquote justification, some kind of theory behind it. Doesn't make hello. The fact you have a quote unquote justification doesn't make it any less transphobic.
Oh my goodness, get on. It's just not appropriate to call it phobic though. It's not fear.
I'm still trying to figure out how we got off topic. How we got off topic because Mark was a
title of the hangout. Christianity is transphobic.
How
it's just
Mark was
driving
hypothetical. Mark was going 900 miles an hour.
Mark was the derailment. This hangout was Christianity's transphobic. It's dedicated to the book statement.
Yeah, no, but originally, before we changed back to the original topics hangout, see what's going on about how you drive 900 miles an hour or hanging on or being on top of his roof all the way home, and that wouldn't cause any harm.
See, but that does cause reckless endangerment.
That's not what I was saying. I'll let you go on. I don't need to explain it. I've already said it was as a hypothetical. If I'm travelling 900 miles an hour and cause no harm, injury, or loss to another man or woman, I have done no wrong.
Except for reckless endangerment. You set up the arena. You set up the...
Who did I endanger? Bring me one man or woman that can verify I endangered them.
It's not that you set up the landscape. You set up the opportunity for harm to happen without a regard to their safety.
My whole point being is that no harm did happen.
Right, just because
no wrong
did happen. I agree with you. I'm not following your hypothetical. Just because no harm happened.
Is the imposition of risk not a psychological harm? You impose risk upon somebody. Oh, you terrify them. I'm not imposing any traumatized on anybody.
No, it is.
But you impose risk. You impose risk.
That's the issue.
Okay, and that's where I would want the other man or woman to make that claim, and then I would address that.
You're not following though. Like, it's not that you did, because I'll go with your hypothetical. You didn't cause physical or psychological harm. You didn't cause any harm in this instance. But you've left the opportunity without regards to other people's safety. You left the opportunity for the risk.
The whole point being is that opportunity never existed because, as I've said in my statement time and time again, no harm or injury was caused. So there was no opportunity there. All I'm saying is I went from point A to point B, however I liked, and caused no injury. That's the whole point.
That doesn't logically follow that you didn't cause risk because no harm happened.
Well, of course there is.
Hey, Mark, if I were to drive home drunk and actually make it home safely, I've done something wrong, but I've done something wrong without a consequence for that action, and that's good. It's actually all fine and good, but it doesn't make what I did, doesn't absolve what I did of wrongness. It just means
within the society, what you're saying is correct. It would be an infringement or an infraction or a misdemeanor or whatever wonderful legalese term you want to use. But as a man, no harm, loss, or injury was caused, so no wrong had been committed. And if you did drive home, pissed, drawed, right, didn't hit anything, didn't cause any injury, and yes, hypothetically, there's a risk there that you may have, but didn't. Then no wrong had been committed. You may have been lucky.
I disagree with you on that point.
You may have illegally done something, but lawfully, you've done nothing wrong. And that's the difference between legal and lawful. Lawfully, you can do whatever the hell you like, provided no harm's caused. Legally, well, you're restricted up the wazoo.
No, that's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous?
Basically,
It's the legal
if I
system.
stay at home and parks my car okay, like at that point I would, and like I'm walking up to my front door, I could not be stopped while I'm walking up to my front door and like charged with having,
Because you're on your own property.
well it's because I agree with you that like if there hasn't been harm, then there's no reason to basically like prosecute me, but
Who would be the man making the claim to prosecute?
Well, that's the thing, is you're excluding. You're saying if you did this on your own land and no one was around, sure, you've done something lawful. You didn't put anybody in danger and you didn't harm anyone.
I'm not saying that you'd be doing it or private.
It's when you do it around where other people are at risk. You're not taking them into regard. That's the definition of reckless endangerment.
Okay, so the definition is because you're in a public domain.
Because you're interacting with just another life form. Period.
Well,
it could be
if I'm not saying there wasn't any interaction, I'm saying no harm or injury was caused. No other man or woman had any interaction with me. I've done no wrong.
Right. So if you're off by yourself and you did this, sure.
If I drive from the shop for 3 minutes up the road, come back, and I don't pass another living soul and doing 60k over the speed limit, I may be doing some illegal infraction, but I am lawfully within my rights to do and go from point A to point B.
Sure.
Because I'm not I'm not acting in a commercial.
Well, you have the freedom of movement.
Yeah, well, of course. But that's the difference between a man having the right to do as thou wishes versus a human being living within a lawful society as a human being, a name, or a person living within a legal society operating through a license, regulated and restricted under those rules. I'm just a man.
Mark changed his whole analogy from going 900 miles an hour on top of his roof to 3 minutes from the shop to his house. I noticed he changed that.
Well, because I'm talking about what actually happened in that regard. Because I did go 3 minutes from the shop to home. I did get pulled over for doing a slight speed infraction. I did get charged for not, for the speed control. I did get charged for the failure to produce a license. And I've just been through 6 months of courtship with them and having a huge bit of fun doing it. I've learned a whole heap of law shit.
How are the roads regulated there?
But that's another story.
Yeah, well, they hear the roads are public, so I would say they would still get you on reckless endangerment here because you're in.
Of course. The only way I could get away with it is if I wasn't driving a registered vehicle. So if I was driving an unregistered vehicle, in other words, it would just be my property. It would just be an automobile. It wouldn't be classed as a registered vehicle. It would just be my property, and I'd be going from point A to point B. I wouldn't be driving. I'd be traveling. It's all in the words and the terminology. The moment I have a driver's license, I then have to register my property as a vehicle, which then makes it regulated and then property of the DVLA or New Zealand Transport Authority, whatever you want to call it. They're all different.
There is the property.
That's how your car, once you register your car, you are only the legal keeper. The legal title holder of your registered property is the state.
It is not in America.
In the U.S., you go through a lot of that stuff because you're agreeing to be on public roads. If you don't mind,
you're registering your property as a vehicle.
Yeah.
Legal analysis is a matter of, well, things like New Zealand law.
That's all.
And New Zealand law is, by and large, number one, not our interest. Number two, you're not exactly competent to really comment on either, despite residing in New Zealand. And
I have a non sequitur for it.
Hold on. Also, the topic of this video is actually
is anyone familiar with
transport statements.
Yeah, is anyone here familiar with the verses like Nadia brought up for the transphobic in Christianity?
No, I just too much don't really care what issue Nadia has.
It's not that. It's saying you don't care.
All right. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5. Psalm 29:13. Go on.
And Mark, you just said pretty much you don't care about a piece of your Bible. Like,
It's not my Bible.
Wait, hold on.
no, you, Mark. Yeah, Mark. Or Mac, I mean, sorry.
Wait.
What you just pretty much stated is you don't care what Nadia thinks about this. And you're not addressing. You're saying I'm just going to disregard a part of the Bible because Nadia doesn't want this.
Xbox, what was the verses again?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the Bible.
I can do that. All right, so that male and female are the categories is in Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. That female is defined in terms of childbearing is in Genesis chapter 3, verse 16.
What about
Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5 says that God is guiding some kind of embryological development. Psalms 139:13 says so without possible conflation with some kind of individual person. And it's the same thing basically that God carried out this formation in the womb. Deuteronomy 25 against prostituting, did I say that? And then,
but what one's in Deuteronomy? You just said
1 Corinthians, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 17 says that.
Okay, Nadia, what verse do you say go to, Nadia? Because I'm not going to bounce around the Bible. Okay? It's not my job.
Shoot.
Okay.
Well, what verse do you want me to go to that I can actually talk to you about? I'm not going to jump all around the Bible for you.
Well, just pick one. I'd like to hear because I don't know the verses. That's it.
Well, okay. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 3:17 and 6:19.
And you said it's 1 Corinthians, is that what you said? Or just Corinthians? Is there a second?
1 Corinthians, yeah.
1 Corinthians 3:17 and 6:19.
Yeah, I was just trying to type them out there so that we had a list of them. Yeah, that's essentially, I guess, harm to the body, which is supposedly a temple and not your own, and so on.
See, this is the funny thing. This is why I make that comment, Xbox. I don't care. When I said that I did not care about Nadia's opinion on the Bible, is because Nadia already has the presupposition of basically hating God and hating the Word of God because it doesn't agree to his will.
Well, no, that's hang on. Matthew, Mac, would you say that Matthew 4:19 hates God and hates the Word of God?
Wait, say that?
Would you say that Matthew 4:19, who particularly appears in the Bible Think Well show, hates God and hates the Word of God in like fashion?
Say the verse.
The verses I've been quoting are. Matthew 4:19 is the name of a person. It's a handle of somebody on Google Plus.
So something that I don't think people in the room are realizing is that Nadia's kind of giving us a Bible study supporting our position. She's not attacking our position.
Right.
Yeah, and
I'm saying that your position is trying. I'm coming at your position, essentially against trans people. It's just transphobia. Is enshrined in the Bible as sort of necessary component of your religion, and therefore the whole Christianity is transphobic.
Phobia is an irrational fear.
And it's an etymological fallacy. Transphobia and homophobia and such are used to describe biases against or otherwise.
I have photophobia, and that's not a fear of light. Like, my eyes are sensitive to sunlight fluorescence. Like, a phobia doesn't always mean the fear of.
Well, that doesn't even. Well, it's to you know. It can be relevant in a way, but the thing is, the stringent etymology is not how the words are actually used. And if you check how the words are actually used, these refer to things like they are referred to things like hatred, which etymologically would be more like transmisia or so on.
What
terms do you think
you just happen to bring up 1 Corinthians 3:17. I just so happen to go back to verse 13 and look down through verse 19. And in fact, you're actually only talking about the, it says, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically it's starting off about saying every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall be declared in it. So basically what it's trying to basically say is what he does defines him. It's not stating the fact of being a homophobic, meaning that you're going, if you're a man and you seek another man, you're going to be completely damned to hell, whereas there is a problem with that. That's beside the point. That's not saying.
Well, that's beside the point. If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy that person. God's temple is holy, and you are that temple. Right?
Why
that's,
are you making this thing just
hello. That is against that mutilation of the body, right? Because 1 Corinthians chapter 6:19 says the body is the temple. Right?
Well, why are you limiting it to yourself? That's like so.
If that would be the case, that a body is a living temple, and you say it out of your own mouth, then that means you have defiled your own temple.
Well, yeah, and so that's the statement Christianity makes about trans people.
Well, why are you complaining about it? You don't care.
Yeah, you're not.
I actually have to care. I actually have to care because guess what? People think this is about me, and what are my chances of getting a job? Pretty damn well. Pretty low. Well, she's highlighting the fact of it, like she's highlighting the fact of the matter.
Well, allow me to clarify. Not all Christians have the same standpoint upon the topic at hand.
You just got the Bible there.
You could talk, whether it be to me or whether it be to certain other Christians, or even for that matter, a broad perspective, a lot of other Christians, that they don't have a problem with transgenders, gays, or whatever. They don't have a problem with it. It's just whenever they start doing things that infringe their personal beliefs, that's when they have a problem.
Well, I'm aware of the Episcopalians, the Anglicans, the Metropolitan Community Church, and possibly even Presbyterian. The affirming denominations, I would say, are either not in line with Scripture or are deeming it to be somehow errant.
I mean, I go against people. When you're using this scripture, I wouldn't use this scripture against people who smoke cigarettes, against people who freaking who are drunkards, against people who freaking mutilate their body by cutting themselves, on people who do like a whole plethora of things, but it ain't just you.
Would you suggest people that only eat fried food?
Well, let me ask this when I first came in. How is it not a contradiction to say it's wrong to defile your body, but then it says it's okay for circumcision? Well, who says I'm defiling my body? You're begging me in with all these comments, and what I'm doing is not actually defiling.
Oh,
I agree. I agree.
Okay. Nadia, what's your definition of defiled then?
That would be an external critique of what you're saying. Because I agree with you. Yeah, it's external critique. Yeah, I agree. So, first off,
Nadia, can you answer my question? What is your meaning of defiled then?
Essentially to disfigure and impose suffering.
And you did not actually technically do that to your body when you changed gender.
I never changed. Yeah, she's refining the physical aspect of it. That's it. She's not destroying the physical aspect of it. Or defiling it.
how do you know that?
By the way she just said she was defining defiled. This is not, you gotta understand, she's not coming from a Christian point of view saying this.
So why is he coming from a Christian point of view saying to complain about it?
Wait,
She's not.
This actually sounds like it's the same. Like if there's a loophole for circumcision in here, it sounds like
No. Right.
Use that.
Get over that.
Which you
Get over
want.
that.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 1 is specifically against castration of males.
That's not castration. That's not even the same thing.
No, she's showing another point of where it talks about not defiling crap or changing crap, but then I'm saying it's contradictory to say you can do circumcision, but you can't do these other things.
Circumcision is not defiling the temple. It's not destroying the body. It's not mutilating it. It's not.
Well, hold on.
Neither is what she's doing.
It is. I mean, if circumcision is not mutilation, then Nadia's allowed to do what she wants with her body.
That is.
I mean,
oh my goodness!
If you really think that circumcision is not an act of
Get
genital
a
mutilation,
newsflash on what they do. Get a newsflash on what they do.
I know what they do. I haven't done.
Totally different from circumcision, which is cutting off the foreskin of a baby, than it is to basically cut off your entire penis and nutsack.
yes, I understand the difference, Mac. But
So why are you comparing them? You're comparing the two, saying they're the same.
Because under your
you don't understand. It's just
they're both mutilation under what you're
No,
saying.
it's not. Stop. No, it is not.
How is it
No,
not?
it's not.
How is feeling this work back and cutting and changing the body not mutilation from your body?
Assume that is
That
it's not-
video in the sidebar text chat
Oh,
gives you a full video of sex reassignment surgery.
oh. Can someone? Oh my goodness!
No, I'm asking you. Don't get worked up. I'm asking you. How is it not mutilation from your point of view?
Because it's not. What the foreskin?
Did you just say because it's not?
that's not an argument.
I could never finish it out because y'all keep talking. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
It's not mutilation because you're just cutting off the foreskin of a child. You're cutting off the foreskin of a child. It's not taking off an entire body part. It's not.
I don't want to argue the point that it's not always a child. I would point you to that surgery video, and they're not.
I am not watching.
They're not cutting off the entire body part. They are reconstructing it in various ways. They change things around, sew it up a different pattern, and only has pretty small things removed.
You can go. Hold on, Frank. Before you even say something, you can go to the scientific community, and there's actual science. The medical community. You can actually go to the medical, basically information on why it is a good thing to cut off the foreskin of a child. To do, why is it a good thing?
Have you ever?
I'm certainly up to a debate.
Yeah,
no
consensus.
What is a consensus? Good thing you grant sex for assignment surgery. You brought it up. We don't have to be doctors here. You're acting as.
No, but
you're saying this authority says so, and it's up for debate. I agree with what he said. It's completely up to whether it's a medical or not, because they have issues that it's caused problems, and not just here and there issues on a mass scale.
Here's your problem, Xbox. Nadia's coming at me with the biblical point of view, saying that the Bible is basically transphobic, based on the scriptures that he was giving us.
Right.
Okay. Here's the issue with that: the Bible isn't talking about just him.
You agree with it? You agree with it that the Bible's transphobic, or if you don't like that word, use it in trans-free, like that.
To himself, it is biblically wrong.
Trans-opposed, even. Yeah. If you have an issue with using that word, so you do agree that it's trans-opposed, like it doesn't.
I really like that terminology, and I would definitely say that. Yes.
Yeah, I did. I think I'd agree, and I don't know what I don't know why I believe that, but I would be like Nicholas. I would own it if that were the case, because God's the one telling you.
So riddle me this here: if you don't even care about what the Bible says, you don't care about anything in the Word of God that we as Christians do care about, why are you complaining about it?
Because people actually act based on it, and they do nasty things to me, like deny me a job.
Wow, and that's a lie, Nadia, from the pit of hell. You know why? Because you can't even prove not one person that you got interviewed with is a Christian. Yes.
They don't have to be Christians. No, you will be influenced by the Christian cultural hegemony that condemns trans people as immoral. And
you just said, but most people believe in that. So therefore, you're putting your employers, or should I say potential employers, in a category of being a Christian, whereas you do not have proof to say that they are.
You're saying
the Bible influenced society.
That's not the argument about how they influence it. The argument how the Christians influence things is by this cultural hegemony that deems trans people immoral. It's Christian cultural hegemony that deems trans people disgusting and immoral.
Okay, and why do people look at Christians the way they do? Why is that?
Why do what?
Yeah, add that again, please. I didn't hear that.
Why do people look at Christians and think that Christians are the right ones whenever it comes to getting a job, etc.? Why is that then?
It's almost like an nepotism, right? Like they find them as their brothers, and they have something greatly in common with them.
Now, with that being said, why is it that they would not turn the other cheek or forgive and give somebody a chance?
Because they don't actually follow the word?
Well, first off, it's not a work to be a Christian.
No word.
It's called word. Oh, word. I thought you said work. But even still, with that being said, even if they didn't follow the word, that just proves all the more that they're not a Christian.
I wouldn't agree with that. I don't want to get into no Scotsman fallacy or no true Scotsman fallacy, but
yeah, because I can. It's ridiculous.
I can argue it, but it'd be ridiculous to argue it right now.
Yeah, it would.
Right, it's completely off topic.
But what I want to know,
How is that off topic, Xbox? If somebody does not believe or does not adhere to what the Bible says, then they're not a Christian or they're a major backslidden Christian to the point that they don't care.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know.
You are going to get
backslid. I wouldn't call them not a Christian just because they don't follow one of the rules in there, or they don't believe.
Xbox, you just have to stereotype that.
Isn't the only
I would be in general. I'm just saying if there's some things you don't follow that would be considered Christianity, just because you don't follow a few of them doesn't make you not a Christian.
Well, let's see. If you do not believe in the death, the burial, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and that He risen from the grave on the third day, then yeah, you're not a Christian.
Salvation.
Hold on, Nadia. And how many people, Nadia, do you know that were your potential employers believe in the death, the burial, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, that He risen from the grave 3 days later?
The argument is not that they were Christians. The argument is that the Christian cultural domination. Christians
How do you know that they weren't Christian?
Control how trans people are portrayed and believed to be, well, moral and or immoral, disgusting or not disgusting, and so on.
Well, I would agree to some extent that the LGBT community, from what I've seen and what I've heard from the arts, is disgusting to a degree, because I've seen the pride parades from the LGBT community where they've given little kids like dildo popsicles.
Yep, I've seen Christians have things where they give out
like popsicles. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous.
No, it isn't ridiculous.
Popsicles at the
Looking stuff on YouTube. That's exactly what it was. It was an actual dildo. I've seen it.
Yeah,
Don't give me that.
I'm not too
objection to the style of the popsicle. I think that's like a point, but you have to remember that kids are gonna kids like popsicles, and that's why they have them at the bank. And so I mean,
you did not just say that.
The gay agenda is trying.
You did not just say kids like popsicles.
I'm not
really talking about popsicles being shaped in the form of a man's dick. Seriously.
So, I mean, does that give it like magical power? Like, I'm not sure what the actual objection here is.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I want to know what the actual objection is.
So, okay.
So you wouldn't have a problem with one of your kids playing around with a popsicle that looks like a man's dick?
That's what I'm not sure what the objection with that is.
I'm asking you, Xbox, would you have a problem with one of your kids potentially sucking on a popsicle that looks like a dick?
Personally, I would.
Isn't it a problem that children are being made to simulate sexual acts, and they don't even realize it?
Right, I don't. On a scale that comes in as a natural thing. So,
Xbox.
That's exactly the answer.
I did. I said
it's very possible, and they can
I didn't hear that because I have traffic in my background this time.
Sorry, yeah, I said I wouldn't have an issue with that. I'd probably laugh about it.
Wow.
Okay, so you probably laugh at the fact that your child is sucking on a popsicle that looks like a dick.
Right.
How? Okay, especially
if they're trying to head to the dick or to the popsicle, maybe I would have to talk with them. But I'm with Frank there. Like, it's a popsicle. I'm not sure what it's shaped like. I don't give shapes magic.
So it doesn't matter what it's shaped as. If it's a popsicle, it's a popsicle. It doesn't matter if it's shaped as
hold on, that's exactly what I said. I don't give shapes magic powers. Sorry.
Oh my goodness!
I'm not giving the shape magical powers. I'm looking at what the shape represents. That's my whole entire problem.
Look, administrator, that's a fact of popsicles. I'm sure that you can go to the grocery store right now and find popsicles that are very phallic, and your kids are going to want them to have those popsicles because they like popsicles. It's made out of sugar. It tastes really
What about the banana? It's shaped perfectly for your hand. It aims itself right at your mouth. It fits perfectly in your mouth.
Bananas are also an example of something that
if you're going to find out you got to be parent, and like accusing your banana as like imitating a sexual act, then you're basically going to police a lot like of their food and their behavior.
Right. You guys have got to be kidding me.
No, if they were stimulating sex acts with these popsicles, I said I would have a talk with them, but I have no issue with them eating a popsicle that's shaped like a hand, a dick, a foot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's the reason why I say what I say. I have the problem with how it is shaped, because if it is shaped like a dick, first off, especially if okay, let me really surprise or clarify beforehand. I do not, okay? But if I do just so happen to have a daughter that's probably about 6 years old and have a popsicle that looks like a dick, first off, that is not really a nice thing to have, okay?
Well, I don't make private parts dirty for my kids, and I don't make
supposing the fact that when she looks at the popsicle, she's gonna be like, oh, hey, check it out, it's a popsicle. Yeah, I agree with you. But then when she grows up, she's gonna have a little bit of a difference in between the popsicle and the real thing, obviously.
Yeah, but that's only if I teach her that her parts are dirty and she should be ashamed and that sex is a bad thing.
I don't have to teach her anything. Xbox, nobody has to teach you sin. Sin comes naturally.
Okay.
I can tell you a couple other things that come naturally.
Your mom.
Yeah, I know. We can definitely be good now long term.
I believe I didn't say that. Your mom.
I mean, they got people in the LGBT community in their little pride parades doing all kinds of disgusting stuff in front of kids, waving their dildos around, like being nearly butt naked in the middle of the street. Like, I don't see how any of this. I mean,
if your kid's old enough to understand what those things are, then you need to have another topic. If they don't,
I'm serious. Okay, I have to crack the bubble. I'm serious. What in the world kind of conversation could that go like?
Like those pride parades are.
Don't play with
the birds and the bees. No, the birds and the bees kind of conversation is what I was talking about.
You just not take your kids over to the event like that. That's just.
Those pride parades are primarily gay events and don't have a whole lot of traffic.
Well, hold on. You do the same thing. Christians do the same thing. We'll give out pamphlets with crosses on it, or give crosses to kids. Do they give them? If you're looking at it, you're giving them. Hold on. You're giving them a thing that you're saying this represents Christianity, but this is how Jesus was tortured and killed. Wait, let me explain the difference.
Okay, Xbox, let me explain the difference. Okay. Now, Xbox, there's a difference between handing out crosses and the meaning of handing out crosses and the meaning of handing out popsicles that look like dicks. Okay, there's a major difference.
Sure.
I think it would be.
Are you stating? I agree that there's a difference, but what difference are you stating?
I think it would be.
I'm stating the difference of, first off, you're looking at the crosses. What does the cross represent? And then on the opposite side, what does the dick represent of the popsicle?
Depends on what you're teaching your kids. Like, I mean, if your kid's completely secular,
what do you think a dick is going to stand for? That's a popsicle.
It depends on how the kid is understanding. That's when I said if they understand what the thing is, you should be having a talk with them. If not, then they see a popsicle.
Wow. They get Xbox, they're not going to grow up and think that a popsicle is something else.
I have crazy.
If a popsicle is shaped like a dick, they're Xbox. If the popsicle is shaped like a dick, and they grow up and they realize they have their own popsicle on their own side, why would they want a popsicle?
What?
Also, I didn't understand that either. I'm sorry.
It's getting really confusing.
Did anyone actually check the other side?
I have a joke. Yeah, we might need to go back to the topic.
Yeah, there's.
I think we'd rather not discuss popsicles.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's the problem of number one. Hello, the gay pride parades are primarily for gay men, not trans women.
It's not trans. No, that's not.
I actually have a question about this.
How many trans women do you see?
A lot of organizers will basically have portions of an event that are not child friendly, and they will say so, and they will basically try to keep people from just like accidentally bringing their kids to like, you know, a portion of an event where the kids maybe exposed to something that they don't want like to be exposed to. But and so I would imagine that at these parades and events that there are areas where it's, you know, like adults only, and then there are areas where you can bring your kids and like hang out and, you know, have a good time with them.
Here, yeah.
I wouldn't send my kid freaking halfway across the country to even get close to something like that. Heck, no.
Well, you're right. That's your right. You don't have to. That's your right.
As my also opinion, and my right, I also would not send my kid to a place kind of like Disney, because they have a whole bunch of things that I do not agree with, and I do not have religious things that I agree with that go on there as well.
I don't want to go
I agree with Matt.
I don't want to go too far off on a tangent with it, but do you think sheltering them like that is the better thing to do?
Teaching them what is wrong, that's not sheltering them.
You haven't explained how one of these things throughout the whole thing is actually wrong. You're just going off. Like, you're saying it doesn't line up with our beliefs, but that doesn't make it wrong.
Okay. Tell me, Xbox, what is not right about it?
You're saying what's wrong about it. Like I told you, some of those things I didn't
So
necessarily.
I'm asking you because Xbox, in the court of law, you're innocent until proven guilty. So I'm curious, what do you find wrong about it, so you can substantiate the reason of it being wrong, so we can find the reason why it will be the
I mean,
opposite.
the probably getting busted at is actually Japan. Kind of modern Matsuri, a Shinto religious festival.
Yeah. It's a celebration, you know, here comes the phallus.
I wouldn't go.
Well, you don't have to go, but if
You don't pull that bullshit. You don't pull that bullshit. Right. And number two, Pub was discussing transsexuals and not gay men.
Oh, you would have to fool me, because in some of the pride parades, I can't even tell what they are. So, hey.
There are drag queens.
Wow.
There are drag queens.
Oh. Shoot.
Right. Yeah,
And then-
drag queens go along with men.
Yeah, drag queen is not transsexual, and not all drag queens necessarily are gay. So.
right.
Yeah, but if that's an example of a man that I'm trying to teach my child, please believe that's not going to happen.
Well, I think that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the gender issues that like skewed. It's part of the problem she's bringing up as well.
Okay, so hold on. So you're saying it's sheltering my child if I teach him or teach her, that's not how you should be as a woman. That's not how you should be as a man.
Right. I have issues with that.
Wow. Well, you need to get over that.
I teach my kids how to make decisions. I teach them how to think. I don't teach them what to think.
That you need to get over that, bro. For real. There's a right and a wrong. There's a right and a wrong in this world, and you need to teach them how to do right. You can't do it.
I live in the gray area. I don't live in a black and white world.
Here's the thing, Matt.
It is black and it is white as it can get, dude. And you just seem to be crossing you just don't know where the line is, sadly. You're trying to make a break where there isn't one, and it's kind of sad that you don't see it.
For what it's worth, I actually,
Sure, that was a great argument.
what it's worth, my own opinion is actually that the, ongoing to the Shinto festival are not moral.
That the what?
Okay.
I didn't hear that. What?
The Shinto festival is not moral.
Okay.
In that same sense, are you saying that it's immoral, or just that it?
Yeah, at the Shinto festival, they actually give those penis possible to children and such.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely immoral. Because the Bible says, don't offend my little ones, because if any man offends a child, if any man offends the little children, it's better for you to have a millstone around your neck and cast yourself in the sea. Jesus basically commit suicide.
If you go there, don't believe in Yahweh or Jesus Christ. They believe in Izanagi, Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, and Susanoo.
Not all of them.
You're pissed off at. You believe that the Shinto festival is immoral. Why, Nadia? Because they get what the kids?
Because they're actually doing the penis possible then at those Japanese penis festivals.
Okay, got it.
Wait, why is it so hard to believe that they're not doing that here?
There probably is instances of it here. I don't know, and if you can provide some, I take a little bit different stance than Nadia, but I don't know that I've ever seen. I've seen quite a few of the festivals. I don't know that I've actually seen.
Number one of the large accusations I have to fend off is that they're freaking pedophiles. So yeah, they're gonna actually try to avoid this, and rather hard.
You bring the
See, this is why I evangelize. Because that's just ridiculous.
you put that to the mix. I agree.
Well, go evangelizing in Japan then, because they're actually doing it.
Trust me, give me the money in my bank.
Yeah, but I also think it's immoral for them to be having kids simulating sex acts as well. Like we had the example of the crucifix earlier, and of course I'm a Christian, so I believe that was the most important event in history, or at least part of it. But I would object to children, even if they didn't realize what they're doing, having a game that you buy at the store where they're simulating crucifying each other. You know, I don't think it's appropriate.
Right, I agree with that on both ends that you're making.
On what basis would you do that?
Because I think that it's in one sense taking advantage of their innocence, and in another sense it has a real chance of causing problems for them, confusing them in certain ways.
And what is it about the act that would cause that harm?
Which act are we talking about?
Crucifixion.
Because it's it really is torture, right? And if they didn't realize it in the context of Christ's death and resurrection, then we're talking about a torture device.
So
even if they didn't realize they were enacting a torture device, I think there's a danger there, and I think it's sort of taking advantage of it.
So if you were to go back 2,000 years ago, and you were to see a person being crucified, would you try to stop it from happening?
Well, that was different. You're talking about something. You're talking about something that they did as punishment to people who were doing who were criminals.
Right. And again, there's it's reported that kids were part of these things.
I mean,
yeah, I would try to stop it as much as I would try to stop somebody from getting the electric chair. I don't agree with the electric chair either. I wouldn't necessarily throw my life away for that, but if I had the opportunity, I would stop somebody from being executed.
Yeah, I agree with that. Whatever's within your power that doesn't actually harm you would be what you do.
Well, I would even take a risk if I had to, but within reason, of course, right?
Right. Yeah. That's what I was kind of trying to state. When I say harm, I don't say all harm is bad, because you do surgery on someone, right? You harm them to make them better. So just the way I'm using harm, I agree with you.
Okay. Yeah.
Nate, there's the article on Karamana Matsuri, the Shinto festival that involves the penis hospitals. Next one is Pope Francis' statement on trans issues, and here all that are the biblical verses that support essentially that this trans opposition or being transopposed is essentially scripturally mandated within Christianity.
I love how you try to make this about the LGBT community, but you always centered it around you, Naughty.
Well, it's an issue that she feels strongly about, and she's just highlighting the part of the society that we live in.
No, there's a difference though, because Nadia was trying to make it about the LGBT community, but it's specifically about him.
I'm not a him.
Put it up the LGBT community. Like what? She's talking specifically about her issues because she knows them well more than generalizing everybody's issue. I have no issue with it. Like I see that you don't like it because it maybe makes it tougher to argue. I don't know, but
It makes it what?
tougher to argue. Not that you can't argue. It makes it more of a confrontation thing. And I know you actually like Nadia. Like even if you're opposed to things that she does, like I know you like her or love her, however defined in Christianity, kind of thing. Well,
yeah,
I would just say I hate arguing against friends, and that's what I think they were saying. It's like it's tough to argue against friends that passionately.
Well, my issue is that when it comes to telling the truth to someone, I don't care if we don't become friends. I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care if you hate me. Whatever. I'm gonna tell the truth to you, whether it hurts you, whether it hurts or whether you accept it or reject it. I don't care if it hurts you, because the truth is the truth. The Bible says better the wounds of a friend than the kisses of an enemy. Now,
What's with her highlighting this or exposing this part of it then? Like Nicholas is, I don't know that he's read the verses, but if what he has, he agrees that it's pointing this out.
Yeah, even if it is, wait.
Yeah, I think we're all agreed that those verses are saying that, aren't we? Is somebody here? Is somebody here trying to make the point that the Bible doesn't object to cooperative?
Yeah, I think Mac.
Actually,
I think
Nate objects. Nate, actually.
Yeah, I think I strongly object. You were cutting up pretty bad, but if I...
So you don't think the Bible has a position on sex change operations?
Absolutely not. I think the closest you can get to it is Romans 14, the last chapter, or the last part of the chapter.
Well, are you familiar with the verses that Nadia put out there on the side there?
I wasn't familiar with the Psalms one, so I looked that one up, and yeah, that's a stretch. But the other ones, we've discussed a lot about these before, and I feel it's a stretch. I reject the idea that the Bible, clearly takes a position on LGBT issues, or at least trans issues.
Well, I will admit, Nate, that the Bible can be very vague in a lot of ways, so there might be room for interpretation in that sense.
Well, there is. I mean, definitely the people that oppose trans issues and cite the Bible for it. I mean, they definitely infer that from these scriptures. But I believe they have to want to make it happen to connect these dots. Like, I really feel like this is gray areas. The Bible's really specific about stuff. Like the whole point of it, right? Like this Jesus guy. Like it's really hard to mess that up. So the things the Bible wants you to know is crystal clear. The things that's kind of gray areas.
Sure, go ahead.
So the things that are gray areas, I always go to like Romans 14 because Paul basically, tells these people, he's like, look, anything you feel is wrong and you do it anyways, that's a sin because you're going against your own conscience. But, anything you feel right, and, he's talking to the one that the believer in Christ, he's like, well, anything that your conscience is clear about, then blessed are you. So that's where we have to default, because I'm not going to put myself in the position of passing judgment on some very, very loose interpretation of Scripture. My honest answer is, first of all, if you don't believe in God, do what you want. That's your problem. If you do believe in God, the Christian God, the Jesus God, well, then it's between you and him. I can give you guidance. I can give you advice, which is to point out Romans 14, but ultimately it's between you and God. I mean, if you ask, is murder a sin? Well, that's easy. I mean, our secular society calls it, immoral, a crime. The Bible condemns it. But there's other things. They're just gray areas.
Well, here's the question, Nate. Here's the question. Do you think that that if Nadia goes through with her operation, that she becomes a woman?
Again, like theologically or governmentally speaking, I don't know. I just take her at her word. So, as long as I've known Nadia, I've never known her as anything other than a woman. So, I identify her that way.
So
I personally don't believe. I personally don't believe that.
What?
My personal position is that I've been such from birth.
Is it what?
Is that I've been a woman from birth. Right.
And as long as I've known you, that's the case, and that's how I.
My next question is do you think that since Nadia, even though she has male genitalia, is always identified as a woman, and it even has perhaps the brain makeup of a woman. Do you think that her identifying that way would mean that her having sex with a man wouldn't be homosexuality?
Yeah, so in that sense, yes. As far as God's eyes, I have no idea. I don't presume to know God's mind. But as far as I'm concerned, based on the information I have and she gives me, well, then that seems to be the case. I have a friend who's trans as well, and she was born with male genitalia, but she always identifies as a female now. So like the big pushback was her parents would talk about homosexuality, and she's like, look, this has nothing to do with homosexuality. Homosexuality, the act requires more than just me. So yeah, I mean that's kind of how I see it. I don't know how God sees it. And by the way, all the stuff about Jeremiah and I made you in your mother's womb before I knew you were born, things like that. First of all, that doesn't mention any outside influence that could happen. So there's no mention of what humans could do, what chemicals could do. So when people are like, well, this is the way God made me, not necessarily. Humanity could have had a big part in messing with you, altering something, through chemicals, pesticides. So I don't think it's as easy as, well, that's the body God gave you. I mean, for all we know, that's not the body God gave her.
Yeah, nature versus nurture, or nature and nurture.
Well, or you eat some funky chemicals, and then you have a baby that has some stuff, awry from these chemicals.
I'm saying that's nurture. Yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm saying that would be nurture. I'm saying your environment would be the nurture.
I feel like at this point we don't have much common ground. I think that based on your position, you have a reasoned belief about this, and I have my own. But if you identify people with male as male, then I guess there's no common ground. There's no use of us debating it further, really.
Yeah.
I respect your position, and you're right to have your own opinion.
Well, I mean, for people, I would encourage, especially Christians, like even who they think it is a sin, right? There's no question there. Like, it's absolutely wrong. Well, even if that is your position, I would challenge you and ask you to consider that position. But if that's ultimately where you come down on it, the result should be absolutely no different than someone thinks it's the greatest thing ever. The result is, look, it doesn't matter if someone is sinning, what sin they're doing. Your job is, to love God and love people. And as Christians, I think, if we focus on that, and I think a lot of us do, but, the ones that don't are usually the loudest, unfortunately. But it's like, I think it's a gray area. And I just, identify as people as whatever they identify themselves as because.
Well, see, here's the problem. The whole rest of the Bible for them. If that's the only teaching that you need, what is the use of all the exploits to space?
Huh?
Like, what is the use of the rest of the whole Bible if it's just about love yourself, love your neighbor, love God?
That's my contention with Christians who think that way.
Well,
it's not just about loving, this lovey-dovey type of thing. The real way you love someone is you tell them the truth. You rebuke them and tell them that what they're doing in the eyes of God is wrong. You're supposed to do that.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that. So someone's like, is murder wrong? Yes. Do you think murder is a sin? Yes. Why? Because of X, Y, and Z, including the Bible, God, the government, my own morality. All those reasons are easy. So yeah, I'm not trying to sugarcoat or people please, but when I genuinely do not know the complete accurate answer, I don't know the mind of God. I haven't had this divinely revealed that it's great or terrible. So if I answer, well, that's a sin. I mean, that's an easy answer, but we have no better place to say that's right or wrong. It has nothing to do with homosexuality. It has nothing to do with a lot of these things the Bible is quite clear on. So, I mean, my honest answer is I'm not trying to people please. I'm not trying to love them and not tell them the truth. My answer is I don't know. This is between you and God. If you don't believe in a God, there is no reason I should be condemning your sin. I should be pointing you to God. If you ever get around to believing in this God, well, then let's go from there. That's it. So, I mean, even if you think it's wrong, the answer should be, well, love them anyway. You've told them your message. You've told them your stance. You've told them what you believe God says or God feels or God wants. And if they reject that, the result is no different than someone thinks it's great. We love them. And it's between them and God from that point.
Yeah, you clarify a little bit then, because when you're saying love yourself, love God, love your neighbor, this is you talking to someone like me or someone that's not of the faith. Even if they are a Christian, you would still teach that, but you're going to go further because now they actually are part of the religion.
Well, right, there's no reason to talk about someone's sin if they don't even believe in a God. I mean, what's the point? It's like talking about X, Y, and Z before they believe in ABC.
Right.
It's just futile.
They cleared up a lot every time you've ever said that one. What you just added cleared a lot for me in your position, and I don't disagree.
Well, because there's a reason for that. The Bible already tells us that they already know God. So
right. So if they're in a state of like, they honestly don't know, or they're suppressing it and they really know, regardless of that. If they don't know, or if they outright reject it, again, the answer is the same. They're either unwilling or unable to entertain this idea of a God. So again, if they're not ready to do that, what's the point of picking at these sins? They're like, there's just no reason.
I have a question, and unfortunately, it's going to sound pretty offensive, but that's kind of why Nodius brings this stuff up. I'm wondering if there's a person that, due to some sort of developmental disorder, their brain doesn't mature as an adult, and so they have the mind of a child, and they identify themselves as a child. Would you identify them as a child?
Well, I think we do that. I mean, I think we can nuance it, but, they'll say, well, this 30-year-old man, he's been alive for 30 years, but he's mentally, the age of a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
like, it's not a hypothetical. Like, we actually do this type of stuff.
Well, how about this? Just give me one more minute, guys.
Well, let me tell that in a CPO great. We usually say, like, that the person has the mentality of saying mentally, so they have the mentality of a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
But physically,
I mean, you would object to like an 8-year-old child having her first kiss with a 30-year-old man that has the mind of a child, right?
Yeah, we were talking that the other day.
You wouldn't have a problem with that.
But it's way more nuanced when you start talking about, especially that age. In my view, you're only talking about mentality, not physical structure. And you're talking about harm and what society puts pressure on. And there's way more things involved.
There are issues with allowing women who are fully developed adults who are mentally retarded from procreating and having children, because they have physical bodies that are capable of having children without the mental capacity to basically care and raise those children. And so I thought that I would bring that up.
Yeah, from a secular point of view, you have to take mentality way over physical, and physical gets weighed in, but it's not the priority.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're asking those questions about identity. I find that kind of interesting.
You're talking, it's like, if you take, not real technical, but you're talking about an overgrown 12-year-old, or an 8-year-old, whatever you said. I was addressing Nicholas, so that they were saying that you would.
Okay, well, you answered my question.
An 8-year-old.
Okay. Yeah, I would fundamentally disagree with that, but that's fine. Okay.
What's your disagreement?
I would be very uncomfortable with an adult, even with a child's mind, identifying them as a child and having them have normal interactions with children as a child would. I would think that would be unnatural, and I think that there's a potential for harm.
Oh, well, that's okay. There's a difference between identifying them as a child and thus putting them squarely in a group with other children and identifying them as a child as the limits of their capacity to think.
Yeah, you take into account how strong they are, how big they are, just like you would with an 8-year-old boy or an actual 8-year-old that's just twice the size of the other kid.
Yeah, like you shouldn't necessarily allow this adult who has like the mental capacity of a child to hang out with other children in like all examples. But what you might do is consider that this person is going to get a lot of enjoyment out of the same things that kids typically enjoy, like certain rides or like a moon bounce. I mean, they're like it would be appropriate, possibly compassionate, to basically really consider what it's like to experience life from their point of view.
Yeah, you definitely have to take into account that they have the strength to overpower the other kids and things like that. So, like I said, even if they weren't 40-year-old and had that mentality, but were an actual 8-year-old,
I guess to press
I would treat them the same.
To press the example, I would use the example, or maybe they also have a physical dysfunction where they don't grow larger than that. But I think that we've chased this down far enough. I understand your position, and I disagree with it, but I think that's as far as we can go.
Well, how from your position, how ought we treat these people? I mean, how do we treat the mentally ill who basically their physical bodies are developing and their mental capacity basically caps out at like 8 or 12 years old?
Well, even if they didn't have the physical bodies of an adult either, I would still treat them as an adult with a disability, and not like I would try to love them, and there would be many similarities in the way I treat them as with the child. But
I think Christian for you on that, because it might clear a little bit of it. But do you see like a psychopath? Do you see them as brain damaged or disordered, or do you just see it as an abnormality?
Oh, I do see them as disordered, yes. Disordered, yes.
You wouldn't see it see, from my point of view, I see them as abnormalities. I don't see them as being wrong or unnatural or anything like that. Not just psychopaths, but if a pedophile would fall into that. Anybody with a different thinking.
Well, I have a religious belief that we have certain passions, and that those passions are supposed to be directed towards certain things. And I think that in a psychopath, those passions are disordered, and they draw people towards their own destruction and the harm of others.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't look at those disorders. I don't look at them as mental disorders or mental disabilities or anything like that. I see them, it lacks physical damage, right? Like that, if we're not including that, they're just abnormalities. They just have a different way of, I don't know what you're, I don't know what brain you're comparing it to say that it's actually a disorder or an illness or
wait, hold on.
It's a disorder and you can treat it.
Oh, right? Okay. Hold on with that, Frank. And Xbox, because it's gonna get real dicey here in a minute, because I'm about to step on people's toes, and I don't care.
That's pretty dicey as it is.
Let me ask you this: what is wrong with the pedophile's thinking?
Nothing's wrong with their thinking.
There is nothing wrong with their thinking.
Yeah. No. What's wrong with their thinking?
So wait, you're telling me that a grown adult who wants to have sexual relations with a child,
right? Yeah, an adult who has an attraction to a child that they can't control. No, there's. I'm not sure what you're comparing it to say wrong.
I could easily answer this. It causes harm.
Well,
no, they do. Oh, there'll be a difference between a pedophile and a molester, right? Like or a predator. We're talking about the mentality only.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, first off, here's the problem with that, because you're assuming that they can control.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm assuming they can't control attraction, and then the thought is like
that's an issue because
that's a key point back. Because I mean, the with a disorder, and you could treat it and control it. Is that
you can, and you can't.
well, you're saying I could if I flip the situation, made a hypothetical, and all the world was pedophiles except for you. You have this different thinking. The way you think now, you think straight, you think adult, you think the opposite sex. At that point, you would be in the way you're classifying it. You would be the one with the disorder now.
What are you talking about?
Was that hard to follow?
I personally don't view things as normative as the proper order. Even if everybody else is disordered, I wouldn't consider that to be ordered. It's based on my religious beliefs about the purpose of human beings under God.
Sure. Yeah. That's how you're explaining them into the group. How you see Nat a little bit different than I do, kind of thing.
Yeah. Because I'm a Christian and you're not, so it makes sense that we'd have a disagreement there.
Right. Yeah. I totally see that. And it's like the other thing. We disagree on how I see it, but if I was a Christian, I'd probably have a closer point of view to yours.
But see, this is the funny thing. This is what's about to get really hilarious, though. And I'm pretty sure someone knows where I'm going with this, because we put pedophiles in a spot of basically they're basically has something wrong with them mentally.
That's my issue. But you haven't told me what's wrong with them. Maybe Nicholas has. He's defended his, and I don't disagree. I mean, I disagree with his position, but I don't disagree with them. What's wrong with them?
You said, okay. I said they're adults who have a lustful attraction to children.
Right.
A sexual attraction to children. And I said how that was wrong.
Yeah, but how that's wrong. You just said it's wrong.
Based on not only in the Bible, but based on the fact that that's not normal. That's not something. That's not something.
I agree. It's not normal. But not normal does not equal wrong.
It can be an outlier, and thus be not normal. I mean, all you have to do is take a look at things in Greece to see how it could be seen as quite normal.
It could be quite normal.
Yeah.
You can go back to the Bible and find how young people were and how the older ones would have relations with the younger ones.
You show me that in the Bible? You show me anyone who was a teenager or someone in the Bible that got married like that.
I didn't say anything about getting married.
Well, no, I mean, like, even Jewish people, right? Like, that's the whole point of bar mitzvahs, right? Like, that's when they pass to adulthood enough. So, like, after that point, like, I mean, it's tradition now, but, like, back then, that was the equivalent of, now you guys are ready to be married.
Right.
It doesn't mean they always were, but it means it was certainly culturally acceptable. But then we're talking about, like 12 or 13, not like 4.
No, I agree with you, Nate, but I'm trying to get them to see is that you don't try to use the Bible. You have not read not a lick of it to make a point when it's not there.
I've read the Bible plenty of times, and I don't have it off the top of my head. I mean,
no, but you can't tell me the age of a woman who was like 4 or 5 that got married to a full-grown man or woman.
Why are we bringing in age of 4 or 5 and all that? Like, I didn't say anything like that.
How old was, in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, how old was the daughter that was given up?
I don't know.
Sarah. It doesn't matter. It's not just in the Bible. It's the history surrounding that. Hold on. Ellen, I didn't say it's not in the Bible. I'm saying there's other books that back up the Bible that hold these things and would be used to back up the historical record of the Bible that include these as well.
No, Xbox. You exclusively said in the Bible. I'm trying to get you to be more consistent on what you just said because
I was not inconsistent. I said it's in the Bible, but I said also there are books that surround it, back up the historical records. I just said I have it off the top of my head.
Okay, don't do that though.
Don't have a conversation with you?
No, don't use a reference that you're not even sure of. You're trying to.
Okay. Forget that I brought it up. Then, if I can't get off the top of my head and I don't have a reference at hand, then forget I said anything about it. Go back to your point you were making.
Well, I mean, the Quran's a pretty good reference. That chick was like,
exactly. Thank you, Nate. I mean, they said the age of at least that one.
That's a great example of how you perpetuate pedophilia. Is if you think that the greatest person ever lived had child brides, what that is going to lead to is if it's good enough for the greatest human being to live, it's good enough for me.
Okay. So.
I'm not saying that that's like the Christianity. I'm just bringing that up as
perfect conduct, the perfect pattern of conduct among men.
Right.
And
these were accepted social norms at the time. That was the only point we were making.
That's true. Usually they would appreciate having menses, but it was generally accepted.
I can't believe people use that word menses. Can we have like a little bit more like dignity, maybe? Like I've only heard that word in the middle plus community.
Right. And the whole issue is that I don't think a psychopath, and I'm not comparing all these as being equal, but psychopath, anybody that has an abnormality that's not in the norm or in the general, it doesn't match up with that, does not equal wrong. It just means different. They have a different way of thinking by nature.
Yeah, there is no wrong, right? There's some things that you like, you don't like, and you might form laws in society based on those, but there really is no wrong, right?
Right.
Well, all right.
I don't have something to compare. If I had a perfect brain and a perfect person.
Acted upon.
Sorry, Frank, go ahead.
There's a wrong once a thought is acted upon. I mean, if
right.
So a person that can basically have a thought, and that thought, I mean, we can have a separate discussion on whether or not that thought is, a good thought, like to have, or a bad thought. But if it's something that's really is in the person's nature, they don't have a lot of choice in their thoughts. They have no choice in how they act upon them.
They become subjective, right and wrong, which I have no issue with. Because, if you want to put harm as your standard for wrong, right? Anything that moves towards harm would be wrong. Anything that moves away from harm would be right. So you can classify right and wrong, but they're going to be subjective. That doesn't mean arbitrary. That doesn't mean that no reason. Doesn't mean that they're not worth anything.
Right. I didn't mean to impute that view to you. Yes, I think I understand.
No, I was putting it out there for the audience because I know people.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
What does harm mean?
that's subjective.
Well, saying it's subjective doesn't say what it means.
Well, yeah, and I said earlier, I said earlier, there's a bunch of nuance when I say harm. I told Nicholas that forget it because there's instances where, like I said, you can have surgery and harm someone that actually makes them well, kind of thing. So it's not just hurting someone. There's nuances to when I say harm.
So is homosexual sex, is that harmful?
It depends. No, it depends on if harm happens, right?
Well, it does. So
not every. Where's the harm come? Where's the harm?
It causes AIDS in some cases.
No, it can. Hold on, it can. Hold on, I'm asking you for an instance of harm that applies across the board. Yeah, you have to give me a harm that applies across the board. That happens every time. If you're going to say homosexual sex is harmful.
What are you talking about? That happens every time.
Yeah, you can't just say something. You
said it caused risk, and it's factually false.
Xbox risk
cause.
Yeah, I mean, from their opinion, they're saying to say something is categorically wrong, you would have to prove that category is totally wrong.
Right. Yeah, but they're saying they're going back and saying that it has to be across the board all the time.
Right. Well, no, to say
in the category,
like homosexuality is wrong. Then they're basically saying if you say homosexuality is wrong, show us how anything related to homosexuality is wrong. If not, if you can't basically say something is wrong with homosexuality across the board, then you have to say, well, okay, this specific instance of homosexuality is happening. Well, there's something wrong there, but you can't say the whole thing across the board.
Specifically, homosexual sex, is it wrong?
No, that's what you're saying, that category, homosexual sex. You have to give me an instance or an example of something that's wrong with every act of homosexuality sex or homosexual sex.
You probably mean homosexual anal sex.
Okay, yeah. Even that, if you mean homosexual anal sex, you're gonna have to show me where across the board. If you're gonna say that's categorically wrong, you're gonna have to give me one thing that follows from every act of that. You can't say AIDS because AIDS doesn't follow from every act. Hold on, AIDS does not follow from every act of anal sex with another man. It doesn't happen with straight sex every time.
Yeah, but it does follow. Diseases does follow.
It follows in straight as well. So you're gonna say straight sex is wrong too?
In some cases, yes.
Right, exactly. You wouldn't say categorically. You wouldn't say it's always straight sex is always wrong. Just like I don't know how homosexuality is always wrong.
Okay. So,
well, like personally, I define harm as something that causes separation from God. So that's a religious definition for me. I don't know if Mac wants to fall back on that one.
I mean, I do, but
what would how would you legislate based on that definition of harm?
I don't think you would.
I'm not sure legislating on that would be a good idea. I'm not in favor of theocracies.
Yeah, you have to apply this, I think, to society in general. That's why people press for like a secular society. You do it based on not a blank slate, but you base it on like a veil of ignorance where you could be at any stations. That's how that's how it should be legislated.
No.
That way it doesn't. No, I'm saying that way it doesn't affect a Christian in a negative way. It doesn't affect a Muslim in a negative way. It doesn't affect a non-theist in a negative way. You find a generality that
you do need to find a way to find some kind of peaceful consensus. Yeah, some sort of peaceful consensus. No matter how we come to that, but yeah.
I'm trying to understand how your definition of harm would apply to examples where I would consider harm to be done in order to bring a person into God, because that seems like it's the foundation. It seems like that's your foundation.
What are you trying to say, Frank? Can you restate it? I don't think it really came out very well.
You're chopping up a little bit, Frank.
You're defining harm as that which brings separation between a person and God.
Yep. Is that not the same thing as sin?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Just making sure I know what definition you are using.
So, what is your definition of good in relation to that harm?
What brings people towards God? Yeah.
Okay.
Unity with Him.
So, is it possible that I could? Is it possible that I could basically do bad things in order to bring a person into God?
No. Well, it's possible that God can use evil to bring about good, but it wouldn't be you that is that agent.
Because I would be absolved. If I were to basically beat my kids to instill the fear of God into them, I would be acting under like an evil spirit's agency.
As long as it brought them to God and not from the fear of you being.
You know what y'all saying right now? I don't think y'all do it.
But I don't think you know your Bible as much as you think you do.
Yeah. On the wreck, repent. There's a God. Otherwise, you die on the wreck. Yeah, no, that makes great sense.
I don't believe that's a proper way to bring people towards God. I don't think torture brings people towards God. But I do think that sometimes people have lived a life of sin, and they realize in some way that that isn't what they want.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if you were to torture a person, turn away from sin.
He agreed with you, Brad. Like, in a way, he agreed with you. But torture part I had a problem with because I thought Jesus was tortured, and that's what is part of what brings people to.
That's not, no.
Those do not follow. I mean, Jesus was tortured, but that does not bring people to God. What brings people to God?
Part of it is. I'm not saying that wholly. I'm saying that can be an instance of it. But there are instances in the Bible, I've brought them up before, that God uses deception to bring people closer to Him.
Can you give me one of those?
Yeah, the Abraham and Isaac would be the specific.
That's not deception.
How is that not deception? God knew He wasn't going to have Abraham actually sacrifice Isaac, right? Hold on, He told him to go do it, and knowing ahead of time that he wasn't going to have him follow through with it. That's a straight deception. To bring
or it could be training.
Bring Abraham to teach him a lesson.
Well, no, Nadia, I mean, I can agree with what you're. Don't believe deception, but I can put that in the world of plausible because obviously it's a view, and people who oppose what I'm about to say next will probably see it as deception. So there's that. I don't think many people would get behind that, but I mean, you see deception. I call it. I mean, whenever we do this in the workplace, we call it testing or training on the job.
Right.
Well,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And let me be real clear. I'm not saying God lied in any of this. I don't think deception means you have to lie. Yeah, because I don't think omitting and things like that are actually lies. Like,
what?
So I'm not I just want to make sure I'm clear that I'm not accusing God of lying.
No, you're. Well, would you say like to be deception or training, for my analogy, would require a certain element of it would require intent, right? So you would have to know God's intent to say whether He was coaching, admonishing, teaching, training, or lying or being deceptive, right? So it would would you agree it would have to be with intent?
Yeah, but I think testing is a form of deception as well. I mean,
how?
In the same way, like that you test people, knowing.
Kind of like what's the Star Trek thing? The test you had to beat, but there was no way. I mean,
Here's a question. If you wanted to define it as deception, is deception necessarily a bad thing?
No. That's what I'm trying to be clear on. That it's not lying. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
But I think what is a bad thing is the psychological harm that can come from deception.
Well, from their point of view, I'm taking it from the Christian point of view. Like, deception in that instance wouldn't be. It brings them closer to God and away from the harm. It doesn't say
right. But
that's all I was trying to say.
I agree. However, I mean, in a different point of view, Abraham could essentially have nightmares for the rest of his life over like him pulling a knife to his child's throat.
Really?
Under a certain belief set, that could be like a non-issue, or like it could be worth it.
Frank, what does it mean when Abraham, before he even goes up to sacrifice Isaac, that he tells his servants that were with him, stay here, me and the lad will come back?
That's a very good point.
And I mean, along the way, right? So I don't think Abraham was like cowering. I don't think Abraham was cowering in a corner, like just shaken out of his mind because he was so tricked by God. I mean, every time.
I agree. If there's any pointing out that they're basically they would take this as a literal story and not just like a metaphor. There could be psychological consequences to what Abraham was had like to go through in this training.
Well, I can grant
Well,
I can grant that it's possible, and we don't know the mind of Abraham, but from the narrative of the story, if we're talking about it like it's true up until this point, well, let's keep talking about it like it's true, right? So, not only does Abraham say we're going to come back, but multiple times, the narrative says, Isaac says, what are we going to do for a sacrifice? And Abraham always answers, God will provide the sacrifice. So either Abraham was now lying to his kid, or Abraham, by this point, again, the narrative shows he had some pretty awesome encounters with this God, right? Very empirical. So I think he had a reasonable expectation that, yeah, God's going to make me kill my kid. And as the story turns out, he didn't. So either Abraham was lying, which I doubt, but just saying. But yeah, he's like, we're going to come back and God's going to provide. And sure enough, that happens.
Yeah, and there's a few ways to look at that as well. I mean, because he doesn't think if God's going to protect him or things like that. And it talks about, it almost does like that a lie would be more plausible, because it says, servants stay here, we're going to go and worship and then come back. Paraphrasing.
And then he's going to come back and be like, my kid fell off the mountain. Oops, let's go home.
Right.
I give you that's possible.
They could have walked up that hill and found the ghost at the top.
You guys are stretching for a crime scene. You're stretching for some psychological issues that aren't just there. Like, all you have is possibilities.
My whole overall point was agreeing with Nick, the God who can use these evils as long as, or whatever, to bring you closer to God. If that's
but why are you calling it
game of it? He can use whatever tools he wants. I don't think he's limited by what tools he can use.
No, but that's my issue too. Why are you using it? You clearly said that that's not evil. It guides deception. So why are you calling it evil now?
I'm not calling it evil. I said he can use those tools. As Nicholas said, essentially that God can use evil in that same way. He can use evils.
Yes,
to
I don't think God commits evil.
Yeah,
I don't believe it's God that's doing evil.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even the Bible makes the claim, God can use evil for good, but it doesn't say God only uses evil for good. And by the way, God makes everything that he does evil, so he can use it for good. It simply says God can use evil for good. Like, I view that as if someone else does something, like if you get mugged in a parking lot, you can say that's evil. But, if God can somehow turn that to a good situation, it has nothing to do with God causing it. The person that mugged you is who caused it. But God can still bring something good out of it, instead of, you being like, crap, I got mugged, and having psychological issues from that the rest of your life.
In real life, I manipulate all the time and use this deception for greater good kind of things, and I don't see it as bad. I guess I should have been real clear on that I wasn't saying God uses deception and that's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
I'd like to know if a human can use evil for good.
I don't think there's no harm in terms of separation from God.
From God's point of view, I think that's counter to everything God represents. Yeah.
So it's only God. I'm trying to figure out how you can look at the world and see all the stuff that happens in it, and see that a portion of the evil is going to be good, and a portion of the evil is like evil, like forces or evil spirits.
This might help, because you're not just looking at this life; you're looking at like your eternal soul, your eternal life, and you almost have to know God's mind and know the outcomes of these things.
No,
they would only be judged after the fact. If evils were done, say a mass murder came, and it brought me to God, this killing and destruction, I'm like, I need something, and I turn to God. Like, it would have to be looked at as a thing like that, because I'm looking at the overall picture, not just my life here on earth.
Well, I mean, look at Charleston, right? So Charleston just happened in the news. So that's a very evil thing. I don't believe for a second God wanted that, condoned it, or ordained it. Nonetheless, if people end up, turning to Christ or turning to faith because of this, or a family member or something, then I think that's definitely evil that has led to good. That doesn't mean the evil is good. I mean, the evil is freaking evil. But if something good came out of it, that's better than,
And here's one on the secular side of God, right? Like, I used it the other day. If I were to buy a slave to free them, I've just used slavery, this immoral thing, which I define as immoral, moral ownership and mastery of someone, that I've used this immoral act to end in a moral good. Right? I bought the slave. He was my slave maybe just for minutes, but I used slavery.
Well, see, I couldn't say that's evil though, because slavery is evil.
You're right. Yeah, I'm not saying slavery was good. I'm saying that.
No, right, but I'm saying in that case, oh my God, I'm trying to say in that case, I wouldn't call that using evil for good. I would say, you had good intentions and you bought a slave, but it wasn't evil because you never had an evil intent that you flipped for good. Your intent was always good.
But yeah, and I don't base off intent. That might be the difference, because and I don't know if I'm using evil. I'm using something immoral for a moral good.
I would challenge separation from God a bit. I would challenge separation from God a bit. Well, first is the redemptive power of suffering, and Catechism 16, I think, which in turn cites 1 Peter 2:21. Beyond that, holiness means the separateness of God.
Did you say separation from God? Catechism?
I said I went and looked up something out of Catechism.
Suffering. I don't want it to be a Christianity, but unless you're talking to a Catholic, chances are probably every Protestant you talk to is going to.
She might have been more addressing me. She might have been more addressing me because I'm the one who set up as the standard. Well, I don't understand why you're saying that suffering, the redemptive power of suffering, challenges my definition of harm.
And I don't think.
Did you think I was defining it as physical harm? Because I specifically didn't define it that way.
And holiness doesn't mean separation from God. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, holiness means to be set apart, but that's not set apart from God. Like sacredness is that's what that means. It means specifically set apart with God. It's not something apart from God.
Well, God being holy means that God Himself is set apart.
Right, and all of this God are supposed to be set apart with this God.
Yes, we're glorified in Him.
Again, it goes back to this default Christian state, right? There's sinner or unsaved, saved, Christ follower, not Christ follower, set apart, not set apart. So look at it however you want. It's always going to be reduced to one of two choices, at least for Christian theism.
Yeah, the Bible says, "What fellowship does light have with darkness? What fellowship does Jesus have with Satan? What fellowship does the righteous have with the unrighteous?"
Well, if I understand what we've been talking about, there could be darkness that leads to light. There could be evil, like truly dark evil, that has the ability, to lead a person to the greatest good that they're ever going to find.
It's gonna
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's going to sound semantical, but I think there's a distinction here. I don't think any good ever, or I don't think any evil ever leads to good. I think if any good comes out of something evil, it's because I believe this God or some good thing wrenched this evil off its track and made it go good. I don't think any evil in and of itself leads to good. I think any good that comes from evil is forcefully wrenched from an evil course and placed on a good track.
It's like sense. Yeah, it's like a person being incarcerated, and lo and behold, God sends a preacher inside the jail cells to have those who are convicted prisoners to be convicted over their sin. God works like that, to where you're at a point in your life to where you put yourself in jail because of the crime that you committed, and now God is showing you that the crime you've committed against Him.
I'd like to quote Genesis 50:20. Even though you intended to do harm to me, God intended it for good, in order to preserve a numerous people, as He is doing today.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear. What Nate said because my roommate was harassing me. But is there a way that you can kind of sum it up?
Well, I'll just read the quote I just read. It was Genesis 50:20. Even though you intended to do harm to me, God intended it for good, in order to preserve a numerous people, as He is doing today.
Okay, so would that make the act of murdering somebody possibly a bridge to the greatest good that person will ever come to know.
God can use evil for good, and like I said before, you can have a life of sin, and the dissatisfaction and discontent that you learn from that can teach you of your vulnerability, and you can repent and turn to God from that. So it does not make your life of sin a good thing, but it does mean that God you for good.
Well, what I want to know is, let's say that you torture people for your entire life, and then you come to Christ at the end of your life. Obviously, you are going to be now. What I want to know is, what happens to the people that you tortured, because they deserve attention as well.
Well, God takes care of everything, even the sparrows, so everything is in God's hands. It's not something that we have the power to overdo, and He has a plan.
So would you be okay with members of your family being killed prematurely?
Of course, no.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, of course not, no. I wouldn't be in favor of any evil.
Well, but what if the person who murders your family members comes into Christ and receives all the goodness of that, and they could not have done so unless they had committed atrocities against you?
That doesn't follow.
Well, Paul in the Bible makes the claim that he'd basically sell his soul if more people would come to Christ. I like to think that's hyperbole, or he's like the greatest bleeding heart ever, because I don't think I could get behind that, and I don't think that's the preferable way at all, even God. But nonetheless, Paul still makes that claim.
Well, in I believe it's in Romans, the Bible clearly says, should we do evil, that good may come out of it. He says, God forbid.
But it talks about overcoming evil with good. So it's not talking about how we can deceive, or how we can use evil, or how we can do evil things and good will come out of it. It completely foregoes that. It says overcome evil by doing good. So there's really no downside to doing good.
Right. And you see lying as an evil, like would that be an evil to you?
Yes.
So if I were to lie to you about things and it brought you to Christ, and it got you where you actually studied the Bible, you're like, yeah, this makes sense to me, and then you came to God on your own, but the whole reason you even got into the Bible or the religion was because I lied to you, would you not see that as a good?
No, see that as a bad. I mean, just because some good came out of it, well, I'm glad the good came out of it, but, the person that did something bad, they could have and should have, and I'm convinced there is always a good way, an authentic, genuine way to accomplish that result. But they did something bad.
There possibly is another way that you could have done it, and it would have been good. But I guess in the hypothetical, that wouldn't exist. But I think the lying would still be bad. I'm not judging the lying. I'm judging.
I think it would be bad.
I was asking if you judged the end, like that it brought you to God, and this is the only way you could have been brought to God.
Well, that wouldn't have been the only way, but I mean,
I'm not saying in my hypothetical. In my thought experiment, that is the only way.
See, that's what I'm saying though, because I'm trying to figure out why you guys keep coming up with scenarios of doing something evil just so you possibly think that someone could be brought to Christ by doing that. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Because isn't coming to Christ the most important thing a person could ever do?
Yes, but that does not mean I have to do evil things for you to do that.
I understand that too, but
I mean, I feel like this has been answered. I don't know why it's not. If someone does something bad, that is bad. If something good happens because of it, well, I'm glad that it happened because of it, but I'm convinced there's always a better way. So that doesn't excuse, the ends do not justify the means.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's ordered the world in a way that we don't have to do evil in order to secure good.
Well, that's why that's why I made the hypothetical closed off so much as I did, because I'm not confident that there is always a good way.
Well, if we were going to talk about like a secular context, we were like on the Titanic, and I knew you hated me and didn't trust me, and if I said you have to go this way to live, that you would go the opposite way, I think it would be okay for me to lie. But my intention would be because I want you to get the right truth, right?
Oh yeah,
I don't think that it works when you're talking about in the context of God and evangelization, because you're specifically talking about scenarios that God has set up. You can choose the good path, and good will come of it.
and part of that was my fault because I forgot you tied it in with the outcome as well.
I don't know about that line, though. I still wouldn't have done it. I still, no.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to be subjective here, right? It's like, well, what if you were, hiding a Jew from the Nazis, and they're in the room, and then, some Christians are going to say, well, yeah, it's okay to lie then, because, God will forgive you, and you made a mistake, it's not right, but, God will forgive you. That's the point of Christ. Other Christians will say, yes, it's totally fine, it's great, God loves it that you lied to save someone. And then other Christians will be like, it's absolutely wrong, no matter what, you should have gave the guy up. So you're going to get just split opinions.
Sure. Yeah, well,
I heard a really good answer to that question once about the Jews. Is the guy said he would tell the German officer, "I don't have any sticking Jews," which should be the truth, because the Jews don't stick.
Is that deceptive?
that would be a deception without a lie, because I think those are two separate.
I don't think you can. I don't think you talk that way to be yourself.
Well, I mean, the Bible draws a correlation. So it's not just lying, but it draws a correlation between, not just lying, but being deceptive. And it really ties those two together. So I know you don't, but the Bible does. Whenever I ask a question, I answer, I'm like, honestly, I think I would probably, lie to save them. And, I would feel like I was doing something bad, but good came of it, but that doesn't excuse my lie. Nonetheless, that's probably an honest answer for what I do. I don't actually know unless I'm in 1930.
Well, I think a deception can be tied in with a lie, but I don't think a deception is a lie. I don't think every instance of a deception has to have a lie, but there's plenty of instances where they do. But I can give examples where they're not tied together.
No, I agree.
You're lying to a child to make them not scared of something, just saying something else to pacify someone. You can tell a little white lie. It's not a lie, it's just a little deception or a twisting of the truth to help.
A lie.
Not meant as an intent.
Giving it a color doesn't take it away from it being a lie.
No, he said white lie is equal to deception, so it's not actually a lie, is what he's saying.
Yeah, it's more of a deceit.
Makes you look bad. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Of course, that's more pounds to you.
Yeah, well, Nick, I agree. I don't think deception always means a lie, but where you draw your distinction, I just draw that distinction in a different way. I think the Bible draws that distinction in intent, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me too.
That depends on the situation too. It depends on the situation. It's a matter of life or limb, like the Jews. Someone's going to get killed here, and the variations of whether or not you would or wouldn't do something vary.
It's not like I would stand before God and say, "Hey, I didn't lie, therefore I did nothing wrong." It's something that I would make sure it was right with God afterwards.
Yeah,
I would do what I think was right, and I would be interested in what he thought about it.
And I told you part of it was my fault, because I forgot you were adding intent. Most people in here were adding intent with it, and I completely removed intent from it, because I don't include intent. That is the line that we separate on. I don't hold a popular position with morality that draws these kind of distinctions, but I agree with that. And what you're saying makes sense to me.
I also want to say, Nate, that it's kind of a cute answer I gave, right? Like, if it came down to I had to lie, I would lie. So it's kind of just a cute answer.
Push comes to shove type answer. Sort of boils down to
where the lie actually creates where the lie will create a good, and telling the truth will create a harm.
Yeah, I mean, it will also telling the truth would create a harm, in the sense that if you tell the truth, you are dead. It's not that other people are going to die. It's that.
Well, see, the Bible says that if any man tries to keep his life, he shall lose it. But if any man loses his life for my sake, he shall have eternal life. So
we'll go to
martyrdom is always a good option, really.
Can I ask everybody, the Christians in here, their opinion on And Max had got that a lie was evil, and I'm not sure on the root of that where that even comes from. The only thing I ever hear is the Ten Commandments, where it says, "Do not bear false witness against your neighbor," which is a subset of lying, but it's not.
The New Testament
it's not like overall.
Proverbs 6.
Yeah, the New Testament's quite full of it. It even, I believe lying is one of the things that says, God actually hates. Like it says, there's these things God hates.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Proverbs 6.
Any Christian in here.
Proverbs 6.
Proverbs 6.
What God hates. Yeah.
Proverbs 6, Revelations 21, I think First Corinthians.
Hold on, Proverbs what?
21. Revelation 21 says, I think verse 8, they'll burn like fire.
Yeah.
What was the proverb?
And Proverbs 6 says God lies an abomination.
Do Proverbs 6, the chapter 6?
Chapter 6.
Okay, start from the beginning.
About 16. Verse 16.
Okay. No, that's what I'm asking. That one and cussing are the two that I don't ever get too clear answers on. I get profanity, but I don't think hold on. I get you're against profanity, but I don't get against you being against the way a word is formed or the letters in the word, and just because it's formed a certain way or said a certain way.
Well, it actually didn't address that specifically, right? So it talks about basically anything that anything you say that's not good or uplifting, you shouldn't be doing because it's not good, it's not productive, it's not edifying. So it's really easy after that. It's like, wow, this bar is set incredibly high. So you're saying if the words coming out of our mouth are not good and building up to people, we shouldn't say that. Well, then it becomes very easy to say, well, yeah, swearing with the intent of, I guess whatever that is. You shouldn't do that. So if we shouldn't say,
could that come down to like me stubbing my toe and just yelling out? Like, would that be?
I think that's less of an issue than you saying something like derogatory to someone. I think, again, intent is the big thing. So if you stub your toe and go like, F, then I don't, again, my opinion, I don't think that's nearly as big as a deal as you basically treating someone like crap. So it's not just which syllables you put the emphasis on.
Right.
It's your intent behind it. So if you,
right, yeah, and Matthew 5:25, something like that. The owl is the way you phrased it. That, like I said, owl, that wouldn't be uplifting or any of this other stuff. So that's why I was asking. With that, it seems like if you're consistent, owl would be a profanity as well, and I wouldn't disagree with that.
No.
Well, what's the difference between saying owl and fuck? If I stub my toe. Besides syllables and the sounds that I just made and the letters I formed them in a certain way, what's the difference in what I said?
I would say that if you said fuck, it hurt more.
Hey, Matthew, hello, Matthew chapter 5 verse 22 for Nate.
Oh, do you have it there?
Well, I don't have that in front of me. So what does that mean? Fuck, it means it hurt more. Owl means you just stopped your toe.
I think they're both.
The Bible says
and supporting Nate's thesis that the aspect of quote-unquote profanity that matters is when it's directed with anger at another person.
well, the Bible says
And it looks like the Proverbs thing you're talking about with the lying. He hates a lying tongue, and it looks like in that context he's talking about like a what do you call a chronic liar?
no.
I would maybe make an ephemeral argument against cursing and saying that when it's expressed in terms of anger and frustration and things like that, it's almost expressing a distaste for the world that God's created.
Right.
And our proper place in it. Whereas perhaps when we stub our toe, the ideal thing would be to be humble and recognize our vulnerability and need for God.
Right. I actually agree. I've agreed almost with everything you said tonight, Nicholas, because
Awesome.
I would see that one instance that you said would be profanity. Like no matter what words you used or how you phrased them, it would be in the context of a profanity. Where the stubbing of the toe, it wouldn't be and let's follow what Nate said. It wouldn't be. Following what like Nate said, just saying how would be a profanity because it's not an uplifting thing and positive thing.
But and remember too, like some people, the Bible talks a lot, emphasizing this relationship like between you and God and no one else. So it talks about working out your own salvation. with fear and trembling. So pay attention, get it as right as you can. It's between you and God. So that means some Christians in this room may not have any problem with swearing, and they're like, hey, I have peace about this. This is my intent. This is how I mean it. So whether they're right or wrong, that's what between them and God. So it may be but it may be completely different for another Christian. So it's not like all Christians should follow the exact script, because everyone is unique. Everyone has unique circumstances. So everyone's walk and faith is going to look a little bit different. I think the main core points are going to line up, like the whole Jesus, Son of God, dying on the cross. But when it comes to the things like, should I eat shellfish? Well, there is no biblical reason why you shouldn't. But if for some reason you feel like you shouldn't and you do, well, then you're sinning. Not because the Bible forbids it, because you're going against your commandments.
But doesn't the Bible forbid eating shellfish? It says to eat shellfish in the abominations of the Lord.
No, that's the Levitical law. That's for the Israelites.
Yeah, but no matter who, no matter who it was for and when it was, it did have a time period and a people it applied to.
Right.
Yeah.
Jesus comes specifically to, is it Peter or is it Paul? He comes to him in a dream and specifically tells him these things you should eat. Also, Jesus says that since it doesn't pass through the heart, it doesn't profane the person or it doesn't make the person.
It's not what you eat that makes the person defiled. It's what comes out of your mouth.
Right, there you go, yeah.
So
that's why I've always taken the verses that say that God came to, or Jesus came to fulfill the law, not change the law, kind of thing. Meaning that he's fulfilled the old law, it's closed, right? We're not going to follow this step anymore. We're going to follow what I say from now on.
Right, and there's always the things in his message that are consistent.
Well, keep in mind,
it's a new covenant.
Well, keep in mind, the law, it was never for the Gentiles, right? The law, the 613 Levitical laws, they were ever only, before Jesus even, they were only meant for the nation of Israel and the observant people.
Practically speaking, how could it have possibly been applied to the Gentiles?
And that doesn't discount it any by saying that it applied to people a long time ago and only a certain group of people. Like, you're still saying it applied at some time to some people.
Yes.
It doesn't discount it any by saying that, it was Old Testament, doesn't apply now.
It still applies. It's like
the fact that you just point out is that it did happen to these people at that time, even if it's not now and it's changed.
Well, Greg Boston, Original Short Duty, and others argue that what Jews meant by fulfill was obey law, not somehow that adherence to Levitical law should in fact be continued.
Well, it is. Like, for observant Jews, Levitical law, they still keep it because, they reject this whole idea that Jesus actually came and fulfilled the law. They're still waiting on a Messiah to do all that. So, observant Jews, it's always applied for them, and they think it still applies to them. I would say it doesn't, and there's Jesus, but they still hold themselves to these laws.
There's a lot of laws that were temple laws that don't apply to them anymore. They don't believe that they apply to them because they don't have the temple. Like, they don't do animal sacrifices, for instance.
Well, they believe it applies, but they just don't do it because they don't have a temple. So it's not that it doesn't apply, it's that it does apply, but they can't do it because they don't have a temple.
And not only that, Nadia, you're forgetting one major thing. When God is talking about he is still that the law is being kept and that is not being done away with, the only law that applied to the only laws that applied not only to the Jews, but also to those who were Gentile, was the moral law.
Yeah. They apparently have an argument against that too, though I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, because I don't think Jesus said it like what you said to begin with. Maybe you were just paraphrasing like what you take from it. But that's what Nadia's point is that other people take it a different way.
I mean, we understand that we as Christians follow the moral law and not any of the Old Testament laws as far as the governmental, the clothing laws, the dietary laws. We don't have to follow any of those.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against it.
It's Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5, one of the clothing laws of the Old Testament.
But wait a minute. Didn't he say he came to fulfill the law, not get rid of it? So why don't you have to follow it?
No, he didn't. He didn't say
as far when you did something morally wrong. When you did something morally wrong,
if the clothing laws are abrogated, for instance, in terms of say the mixed fabrics and such. Why is Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 5 so distinct?
Well, again, these laws are still very much valid and in effect for observant Jews. I mean, Christians don't believe that because of Jesus, but they still believe that. So if you tell an observant Jew that, they're going to say, no, the law still applies.
Well, the Jews are the Israelites. Which one?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, so
Jews are Israelites.
so what do you mean? Okay, so if Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 5 only applies to observant Jews, then there's in effect hello. There is in effect no prohibition against cross-dressing.
That could be open to interpretation, but I wouldn't agree with that. But you have to keep in mind that Jesus specifically addressed a lot of these issues again. Like, he specifically deals with things like the concept of marriage and stuff.
And 1 Corinthians 6:9 talks about people who act as effeminate.
Well, what do they define as marriage? Like, what is a Christian? Not you personally, but what does the Bible say marriage is?
Between one woman, one man, in a monogamous relationship.
You have that. What verse is that?
What is it?
Give me a moment, I'll do some research.
It's either, I think it's Genesis, is it Genesis chapter 3:16?
No, in the New Testament.
Matthew chapter 19 verse 4.
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm asking, what does the Bible say about it? Like, I mean, I guess if you're going to paraphrase, at least tell me you're going to paraphrase.
Just give me a minute here.
No problem.
What does it say?
Matter on for reproduction.
Yeah.
And I thought, like, a lot of times I'll hear a man, a woman, and God, like, as the union. So that's why I'm wanting the wording of it. And hey,
marriage. It's also used to define what a woman is in some respects. A woman is, a childbearing person, according to I think Genesis 3:16.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, I'm not. I've read the Bible plenty of times, but I'm not phoned up on it at all. My memory recall is terrible.
One of our good neighbors suggested that the moral law is to be followed by believers. I suggest that is profane and ill-advised, ignorant, juvenile, and uninformed. Yeah, forgetful.
I got a quote for you, Xbox.
Yeah, please.
Matthew 19. So Jesus is talking to some Pharisees. It starts at 3. Some Pharisees came to him and to test him and asked, "Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any cause?" He answered, "Have you not read that the one who has made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh? So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore what God has joined together, let no man separate."
Yeah, so that's what I said. That one includes the God thing, like a man, a woman, and God. I see that's the point of view. I don't disagree with it.
Yeah, Jesus is just reaffirming the teaching.
Yeah, I disagree with it all, but I don't disagree with that point of view from a Christian point at all.
Yeah, I mean, biblically speaking, that's all required.
And what you just read there, I didn't hear the word woman mentioned once. I heard male, I heard female, I heard man. I did not hear the word woman anywhere in what you just read.
Right. Yeah.
Male and female is just a gender description.
No, these are distinctions that were in the old world. No, female meant woman. There's no biblical scholar that would interpret that as just the gender of female. They had a special word for an effeminate male.
Why did they say female and male?
Hello. Woman is the question. Childbearing person is the no.
Yeah, but that childbearing person, the definition you were saying before, Nadia, wasn't that that when you read out that definition or said that definition before, didn't you say it was a female and not woman?
They are female and woman. Hello. Female and woman mean the same thing.
Okay. That's all I'm asking.
Hello. Childbearing person. So what the concept is. Hello. Childbearing person is what those monikers, female and woman, refer to.
Okay. You don't have to say hello every time.
So if anyone cares, original language apparently is supposed to mean a woman of any age, whether virgin, married, or widow. So very much a female woman of any age. Seems to be what the original language is suggesting.
Yeah. When you interrupt me, I'm going to scream something like hello or whatever until you stop.
I wasn't interrupting you, Nadia.
You were, and that's why I screamed. Hello, 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 hello. You were, hello, 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 hello. You were, hello, 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 hello. You were, and that's why I screamed hello.
I wasn't finished, Nadia. Just like then, there's a time delay between you and I, and perhaps that's screwing things up. But I'm not interrupting you. We'll agree to disagree.
Anyway,
moving on.
The gestures you see in the marriage picture are essentially used to define what a woman is in some respects.
Yeah, but if you're gonna limit a woman to if you're gonna limit a female to someone who's a child bearer, it doesn't work that way.
Well, it's limited in principle. It does not mean that the woman isn't necessarily barren. It's in principle.
No, I'm saying that's what Nadia was trying to. I was trying to figure out why Nadia was trying to limit it to someone who's just child to bear.
Who's using that as evidence that female doesn't woman?
Okay.
Well, going with female and woman begs the question, right? Yeah, all you're doing is substituting monikers. You have to actually kind of go off and describe the physical status.
Well, this has been an interesting conversation. Considering how
What? Well,
I was just saying that it's been an interesting conversation and very cordial, considering how contentious these issues are. Like, these are things that I think we're all passionate about. So I think it's a feather in our cap that we're able to discuss things so reasonably.
Well,
but it's
pretty much everyone except Nate conceded that Christianity was transposed.
You speak for others, not myself.
No, St. Tommy might not.
Thank you, Nadia.
Well, sadly, at the same time, it's not that much of a Bible believer, but that's a totally different subject.
Fuck you too, my brother. Who are you? Who are you to certify me as not so much a Bible believer? Watch your tongue. To speak evil of your brother is to speak evil of the law.
That's not the way
Well, that would be true if you were actually my brother.
Stand informed, bro. It ain't good to speak evil of your brother in Christ
But
Jesus.
you're not my brother.
That's what we got no melody, bro. I hear you decertifying me. That's petty, my brother. Petty.
It's because you got no melody. Is this one of those no true Christian arguments?
Maybe so. But I would submit this, that number one, the law is a ministry of death. And to discuss the law is a prickly thing. Yes, it's a prickly thing. And I am glad that there's been a lack of contention in here over such a prickly thing to handle as the holy law of God. And second of all, I don't even want to talk to you, my brother. You're going to be such an asshole-minded man as to reject me as your brother in Christ. Fuck you and your poor attitude and the horse that rode in on.
All right, let me do a quick check to say, Tommy. You believe Christ was born of a virgin, crucified by Pilate, resurrected on the third day, and that all salvation is through Christ?
I'm not sure about that last proposal.
You believe that some salvation is through Christ?
Oh, yes, substantially salvation is through Christ Jesus. Yes, I hold those beliefs. Yes, I currently hold those beliefs. But when it comes down to what is Christianity, Christianity is this fluid phantom. You know, it's like to say that Christianity is against transgender is like saying all Americans are against taxes or something. It's just a great simplistic.
Shall I quote verses?
Hey, look, you quote Leviticus till you're blue in the face. I don't care, but to say that
Leviticus actually doesn't apply.
excuse me, to say that Christianity is against transgender, to me is like saying it's just a great generalization. It's not very articulate of a proclamation to say.
Yeah, would you like the wording for that? There are some Christian teachings in the Bible or some teachings in the Bible that speak against it.
A little bit less sloppy, but still a great generalization. And it doesn't. It's like saying the Bible says printed in the USA.
Right.
It's a great simplistic way to say something. Now, if there are Christian mindsets or anyway, I won't bother to clean it up, but I've said what I've said.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I haven't even read the verse. You gave us the verse, but I don't know them, and I don't know the context there or anything.
All right, Genesis chapter 1, verse 27 says God created male and female, and that's therefore non-binary trans people are not valid or don't exist. Genesis 3:16 finds that women through childbirth and pain through childbirth, and thereby that are essentially defined by the capacity for childbirth.
Barefoot and pregnant.
All right, in
Hermaphrodite.
well, wait. Bear with me. Max actually is disputing it first. What's your dispute about women being defined by capacity for childbirth?
Matt.
Oh, you said they're defined by childbirth?
The capacity for childbirth.
I would say distinguished, not defined.
Yeah. Because the more children you have, I mean, that was the culture back then, that the more children you had, the more, it's like the more blessed you were. It was like a good thing to have lots of children.
That's a non sequitur to a point.
You're talking about a non sequitur.
You're talking about how it's blessed to have children and stuff like that. No one's even talking about that issue.
The Bible Bible definitely, defines one of the things women do as having the ability to reproduce, and it defines men as having the ability to work. So it doesn't mean all men are good for is to work. It doesn't mean all women are good for is to have babies. It's one thing. I mean, men can work hard. Women can have babies. They can both do lots of other stuff.
But it's specifically defining women as those who have the capacity to have children.
Yeah, but that's not all that they can do.
No one's saying that.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, look at the book of Samuel. Like Samuel's mom, she was barren. She couldn't have kids. So did that mean she wasn't a woman by that definition? I mean, eventually, God gives her a child. But up until that point, she was like really old. Does that mean she didn't consider herself a woman for all of her life until that point? I don't think that. There's no evidence. I think there's evidence to the contrary.
Or some kind of teleology or something. The parts are there somehow and have that quote unquote purpose, but even if they don't quote unquote function in that purpose.
Right.
I mean, people thought there was like something wrong with you if you couldn't have kids. Like for instance, God had put, well, no, because the scripture doesn't say that. When David was praising God, and they basically said that he danced out of his clothes, and the praise dancers, the female praise dancers that were around him, were praising David for the fact that he was giving glory to God. But his wife, who was the daughter of Saul, she had basically spoke against David, said that, why are you doing this for the glory of God? Like, what was so great that you had to get out of your clothes like that? That is so shameful. And after David had rebuked her, she basically couldn't conceive a child no more. She was to the end of her days, she was barren.
It's theological, right? It's what but God said they were supposed to be. So the presence of a uterus, for example, saying that they were supposed to be able to bear children, so to speak, even if it doesn't actually work and they're barren, right? They're supposed to, and therefore,
Yeah, they're still
that's God's purpose. Yeah.
They still the parts for them, whether they worked or not. Different issue.
Wait. What makes you think? What makes you think that just because they don't have children that they're voided from their purpose? Because God talks about how there are virgin women who are set apart for the glory of God. They never know the touch of a man, and they die in that state.
He didn't say they have no purpose. I don't think anybody said that women don't have any purpose. They can't have kids. We're talking about if they're women or not.
Yeah, and essentially the purpose of that part, so to speak, is blah blah blah.
I don't see why we're having a conversation on what is a woman or not. It's not that hard
because we're discussing the Pope making all kinds of derogatory comments about transsexuals. And
it's not making a derogatory term to you.
Well, here, if it's so easy, Matt, to define what Matt, you said it was really easy. What's the issue? Please define a woman for me then. It's that easy to define what a woman is.
A woman is a female, basically the opposite of a man. They don't have a penis. They have menstrual cycles. They PMS. They are able to bear children. They're able to breastfeed the children. There's a whole list of what I can say. The Bible even gives a definition on what a woman is.
Yeah,
well, that's what I was quoting.
No, but I don't see why all of a sudden, all of a sudden we're confused on what the opposite sex is. Like, what is it?
The opposite sex is. Start defining women in a certain way.
I know what is actually the case. I know what the case is. I don't care.
I don't care what a man tells me. Okay. A man cannot convince me that he has a birth certificate, not a fake one, his real birth certificate that defines him as male. He cannot come up and tell me that he's a female.
You're talking about a legal term and shit now. You're not talking about the actual matter, the fact of the matter. You're talking about a legal document.
You do realize legal documents can be faked, right?
I realize legal documents don't have anything to do with the real fucking world, and they're pieces of paper.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're not actually dealing with the fact of the matter. You're dealing with you're taking it to a legal issue type thing.
Yeah, it's legal fiction. Got nothing to do with mankind. Birth certificates have got nothing. They didn't even come about in the 1800s. They got nothing to do with.
Some people it does because they want to change their birth certificate to make it seem like it's.
That's illegal.
It's a legal issue. It's just legislative rules of society. It's got nothing to do with what you guys are talking about biblically.
Apart from dodging procedural hassles, I don't give a shit about birth certificate.
Right.
The thing I actually care about is having a body that doesn't torture me.
Right.
Nadia, the last time we had this conversation, you compared the body that you're being tortured with to basically a toe that's not doing anything to you, and you want to cut it off.
That's not what I compared to that.
That was the example he was giving me.
And that was a counterexample against your notion that these surgical modifications are immoral or whatever.
You make it seem like
the closest comparison I could come up with, Mac, is if you were knocked out right now, someone removed your arms and legs, and you woke up back at home all healed. You had the time to heal, and now you're woken up. You're trapped in a body with no arms and legs.
What?
It's a question of what then?
No, that's the closest analogy or the closest example I can get of being in a body, finding yourself in a body that you were tortured by. That was no fault of your own.
Really?
You have a hard time following that?
Really?
I still want to be a silverback gorilla, and I am tortured by this human flesh alien.
Oh, I didn't realize you were trans species there, bro.
Oh, bro, I'm blurring my
We've got some chimeras in the room. We've got some chimeras. Here we are.
I'm tortured by this lack of silver hair.
How would you
Rip
establish?
some of mine out and send them to you.
I really do think silverback gorillas are just amazing creatures, and if I could actually be one, that would be amazing.
That's funky animals, mate.
They have arms the size of like bodybuilders, like
Well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
how far do we like extrapolate this until it just becomes unreasonable? Right? Like I'm a few pounds overweight. I mean, you know, I wouldn't say I'm I wouldn't say God necessarily torturing me by my
How do you
lard.
evidentially establish this? How do you evidentially establish this? Is there, or at least for translators away?
But we're talking about something that's going on in your head. And you're the one
going on in your mind. Like what?
So are sinus infections.
Your mind controls your body.
Hello. So are sinus infections or ear infections.
And what do we
Hello. You say they shouldn't be treated.
That's not the same thing.
It is. You have a huge problem with analogies and comparing things together. Like,
How?
I don't know how to help you with that, man. But
What are you talking about? We're talking about allergies, a sinus infection that can be like helped with freaking antibiotics and all different kinds of medication, all different kinds of ways. That has nothing to do with those all.
Cleft palate. That's all in your head. You say should be done for it.
Oh my goodness.
Cleft palate. You want
like, are you not understanding, or is it like? I don't know how to give you an analogy that you can follow if these are hard for you. Like, I'm not calling you stupid.
Okay. In my sex box, and I want you to be the only one that answers this. Okay, is the thing that a person, when they have gender dysphoria or any other type of dysphoria, a chemical reaction or what is it?
Chemical reactions are probably part of it, but it's a mentality. It's the mental stuff.
Okay, so in order for a person to get rid of a mental dysphoria that they have in their head, does that mean that they have to cut that body part that they're having a dysphoria about off?
Doesn't mean they have to.
Okay, but what can they do otherwise? What are the options? No. Xbox
may not actually be done.
Yeah. Let Nadia answer that.
Doing for it.
I'll answer your last question, then like they don't have to, but the other options are to live and suffer with it.
How are they suffering with it?
Did we just move this topic to like who pays for this stuff now, or are we still on our other or whatever?
We're talking about cutting things off on our bodies.
I know, but we're talking about surgery, and it sounds like we're getting a territory where, I don't know, elective surgery is mandated by government. That just sounds like where this is going.
No.
Is it really elective? No, it's not. How much or
Cleft palate, I mean, it has to be elective. You're not going to die if you have a cleft palate. I think it's important, should be done, but nonetheless, it seems like it would fall under medically elective.
Oh dear.
No, not always. Like, if it's a terrible one, then it can be way diminishing of quality of life.
I could see some more examples. I was just thinking of like, you know, your standard like cleft palate that looks maybe,
I know. I know what you're saying. I think cancer would be a good one. Cancer, these are part of you. These are things. You're going to live with them. Are you going to have them removed? Is there an issue with having them removed? If there's not an issue with having the cancer removed, then there's no issue with you with any other surgeries either. Whether it's
cancer isn't really elective to get removed. It's a tumorous malformation that needs to be removed, or generally you die from it. It's not elective. A cleft palate, sure enough, could be elective. It could not be, depending on the seriousness of it. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Everyone dies anyway. What's your criterion to say it's broke?
Well, I suppose.
Yeah. I was trying to move away from it being elective or life-threatening. Yeah, I don't mean that the cancer. You know, you can have small things with cancer that aren't necessarily life-threatening, right? Like, but would you have it removed just in case it became?
Granted, there are extremes.
But it's like my whole point of it was it's part of you, and you have it removed. You're having the surgery to have a piece of you removed. What's the difference? How are you making a difference between that and what?
One can kill you. Xbox. The person who has mental dysphoria, who has like an issue with their arm, they feel like it should not be there, does not mean that they need to cut it off.
Right. It's a quality of life issue.
Death is a far lesser threat.
It's a quality of life.
Hello. Death is a actual far lesser threat than, well, rather extended torture. And I remind you that it's not mere removal. Reconstructive surgeries are right there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you actually keep the parts there and just move them around. And I don't want to get into it, but it's the split hot dog thing.
I'm not doing. Yeah, please stop. That's.
No, I've watched some of those, and any surgery kind of makes me. I did it with the knives and cutting the skin and all that gets to me. But I've watched through plenty of them, and they've come long leaps and bounds to sensation and parts still kind of functioning and screening.
Okay, so what was the original bit that you were asking about? So.
Oh, I was trying to point to that it is a quality of life issue. It's not a.
I think we were running further back.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to figure out how what the Pope and this is the odd thing. I actually agree with the Pope, even though I don't like nearly 99.9% of the things that he does. I actually agree with him what he actually said that you need to be that you're supposed to be happy in the body that God made you in.
Well, that's if you're born with cancer or your brain on the outside of your body, I should just let my child suffer and die and not remove it.
No.
Draw the distinction for me then.
No.
Death and not death. Like imminent death and not death. Seems like
actually, that's a bit nicer than what I'm going through right now. Faster, better if I'm not going to get this kind of feeling. And
if I may butt in a little bit here, Agnes, by the way, I suppose good to see you.
No, I don't.
Son of a bitch. I just have to. I always started talking. I cannot stop. No, sorry. But the Pope said that you should be happy in a body that God made you in. The thing is, there's this wonderful cop-out of, the fall, which is where every young earth creationist goes when a skeptic points out to them that there's some quite huge inefficiencies, in our bodies and bodies of animals, right? So why can't you say as a theist, oh, you might be right, this whole trans thing, yeah, that might be because of the fall. So how about we just accept you as a human being instead of calling you out as a liar and a disgraceful human being? Yes.
When a person is try this on for size. When a person is born as a boy and they all of a sudden grow up to at some young age, and then all of a sudden have these weird thoughts that they're no longer a boy anymore, but that they are something else, or that part of their body should be cut off.
What are you saying? They were born a boy at that point? That makes no sense.
How would you know?
Born a boy.
I think essentially what you're saying. I think essentially what you're saying is born with male genitalia is what you're trying to say, right?
Born a male. Yeah. How about
we're going to go through this to where no one can figure out what a boy is anymore, what a girl is anymore. There's no point. Y'all can just keep on.
We're saying that there's much more to it than mere, having reproductive organs on the inside or the outside. There's much more to it, actually. according to modern science, we also have hermaphrodites who have both reproductive.
Okay, making it simple, a boy.
Okay, but what about hermaphrodites?
Tell me, hold on, Mac. Tell me what a boy is again. Like,
I'm a real boy. This is my point.
so are you just gonna dodge? Are you just gonna dodge, or are you gonna answer?
It's like you don't know what a boy is. How am I supposed to help you with that?
No, you use the word boy. I mean,
Sounds like the presence of a penis. It is.
He used the word boy, and I asked him if it just meant just having male genitalia. He didn't answer, and I said, I would like you use the word. I want to know what you mean by that word.
Can I refer you guys to Kindergarten Cop for any questions on Steve's children don't have a problem understanding this, but we're arguing.
No, that's just
we're just asking him what the definition. We're not saying we all know that usually when you talk about a boy, you mean having a penis in a ball sack, right? But because he's making out, we want to make sure that's what he means, because we actually have a more nuanced position than he does.
Correct.
Why doesn't everybody just list their definition of male and female?
Well, that's what I meant. Oh, he used the word boy. No one else. No one in here used that term except for him. I want to know what he meant by that term. That's it. I'm not saying he's wrong or right. I don't know what he meant. Did he even like
smaller version of a man, a male that is a earlier stage of a man.
Prepubescent man.
You haven't defined it. You just said a boy is a boy.
Prepubescent male.
Right. So what are you saying by male or man, whatever word you use there?
Oh my goodness.
Really?
You're just saying it's hold on. All you said is the grown-up boy.
Oh my goodness. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Okay, simplify it for me. Tell me what a man is then. Then maybe I can figure out what you mean by boy.
That's just ridiculous.
That is the archetype.
I would accept if you don't have a clear definition for it, but you use the word.
That's just ridiculous.
Okay, so maybe we can try to do it for him if he's not willing. So,
Y'all give me your definition of a male, because maybe I'm just so confused that I just have no idea what a male is.
We didn't use that term. You used it.
I've got a simple question for Matt. Simple question. Matt, is the definition of boy, is it anatomical? Is it based on the parts you have?
No, it's not just that though, is it?
Well, I'm asking for the next answer.
Yeah.
It's based on anatomical. Okay, there we go. That's the answer you guys were looking for. It's a penis.
Thank you. I asked you to begin with, but he didn't answer it. If he was just talking about the parts.
I think he's just frustrated because it's so self-evident to him.
But you could just say all the time just to say.
That's the issue. If that's the issue. If it's so self-evident for him, it should be really easy for him to explain it.
It's like somebody asking him, what is gravity? Or if somebody asks me what is gravity, I'm like, dude, it's a theory. Yeah, right. It's a theory. Yes, just like evolution, right? It's just a theory. It's just a theory. Yeah. Gravity doesn't exist. This didn't drop. Yes. Right. So you can easily demonstrate a simple point, but because he was so hogging and waving, it's kind of his thing.
Oh my God! Can we move on with this? Just please.
Sure. Just next time, be more clear at your sensitive question.
Oh, get over it. It's like I'm talking over it, and y'all don't know what a boy is.
This is
no. We asked you. I know what a boy is. I know what a boy is. I know what I mean when I say boy.
Okay, so
hold on.
you know what a boy is.
You used the term boy, and I asked you what you meant by it. You finally answered. You're saying a boy is a grown-up man. That's all you're saying.
Who said that?
I know you finally answered. I agreed. We can move on from that. So I said, but you used the term.
Okay, a boy. A boy.
You're claiming that we didn't know what a boy was. We know what a boy is, but I don't know what you meant by it at the time when you said it.
Oh my goodness! I don't see how.
Because I don't define a boy that way.
A boy grows up to a certain point in their life, and then all of a sudden they feel like they have this mindset to where they feel like they have to cut their penis off. Does that mean that they should do that?
It depends on their psychological state. If their mind is actually female, then it is understandable why would they try to do it, but we would not allow them to do it, of course, because that's not safe to do it themselves. We would maybe consider, first of all, hormone treatment.
It's
maybe
not, no one's claimed that it's a necessity. Yeah. You can leave someone in a fucking crazy state if you want to.
Why do you assume that if I leave them? Why do you assume that if a person who has gender dysphoria, if I teach them that they should not have these thoughts, that they have to get these thoughts out of their head? Because some people do get these thoughts out of their head, and they become.
If you can show them it's harmful and all this stuff, and convince them of that, I'd probably agree. If you
I don't think anyone else can.
I don't think you can. I don't think that's
the problem is
on side, because there are people who do.
Well, the thing is, the human psyche is very malleable, right? You can convince a person and make him act like any animal. Hypnosis, for example, can do that, right? And this is just this is a 5-minute type of, changing of the mindset, to the point where the person thinks he's a chicken or an ape. So it's not as surprising to me that there are people who, who might be actually, transsexuals, be convinced by fundies that they're actually not. They're just horribly mistaken.
Stop. Why are you putting it on fun? Why are you putting it like
ignore that he said fundies. I'm sure he'll
I don't ignore that because he's wrong for that, because he's slandering people's character.
How much of a character? Are you a fundamentalist?
What is a fundamentalist to you?
Somebody who believes the Bible literally.
Hold on, you don't know what a fundamentalist is?
Right.
That would be a biblical literalist. Fundamentalist to us, unless we've all failed somewhere in our lives, is the fundamentals of a thing. So a fundamentalist Christian is someone.
Oh, come on!
Hold on.
Like Xbox said, now you don't know what a fundamentalist is, and they need a common, common human experience in America, for example. We all know what I mean by fundamentalist.
Right, and I don't. There is one question.
Okay, I got a history right now because fundamentalism refers to a specific movement.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Did you mean Christian fundamentalist, or do you mean just fundamentalist in general?
Christian.
Okay.
I was talking specifically about.
Well, no, he said fundy, which usually when people say fundy, the last thing they mean is actual fundamentals.
Am I a fundamentalist?
Yeah, you so. At least according to from your previous statements.
That was something I actually.
Do we have to really derail this to talking about what is a true fundamentalist and what is a not true fundamentalist?
Well, I don't know what the word came from. I wasn't. I was a fundamentalist.
That's why I said take it back, Art. So I was like, just take it back.
I take it back. I'm talking about the Christians and theists who believe. I'm talking about the theists who believe that, who follow their text literally and don't give, a little bit of a slack or a little bit of credence to the more humanitarian notion that, maybe the scripture is kind of pushing before its time, and today it might be actually okay to allow these people, like homosexuals and transsexuals, into the church and not, call them out as, sinful.
Wait.
Allowed into the church.
Hold on. Yeah, what makes you think we are allowed?
Fine, okay, take it back. You allow them in the church, but you still call them sinners, right? Because they're, according to your interpretation of scriptures, homosexuality to transsexualism is a sin.
Wait, stop. The Bible clearly says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So what is your issue?
Huh? My issue is that you're calling Nadia a pervert, right? You called Nadia in previous hangouts a pervert. That's one of my issues.
Based on what the Bible says, yes.
Right, and that's my problem.
Wait. What is the problem? Because if Nadia admits to it, which she has, what's the issue?
Nadia, let me see. Wait.
You're taking the Bible said so, and you're not making an extra judge. You're
No, someone is admitting that they are the very thing that I'm calling them. It's not like I'm slandering their character. I'm not insulting them. They're agreeing to that.
Wait, did Nadia say she's a pervert?
Sure, it's on a Hangout title, but
Thank you.
Nadia, did you say you're a pervert?
The Hangout title referred to an accusation that applied to a group of which I was a member.
it was sarcastic remark.
Yes. So Nadia doesn't think she's a pervert. I'm pretty sure Nadia would not think she's perverted or twisted in any way. She's a normal human being.
That's me.
Well,
And me, by the way.
And
But anyway, so back to the topic of it. Back to the topic of what is a male, what is a female? Okay, we actually solved that. If you have a penis, you're a male, apparently. Okay, so what about the findings of scientists that there are humans who while have a male body, have a female mind, so to speak, female brain. And I'm sure Nadia have a lot of studies to back this up. I've seen them. So
go ahead.
Yeah, so how do you deal with that?
I was just gonna add on that under that thingy. If she cuts her penis off, then she's no longer male under that point of view, or a boy, or a man, or whatever.
Ooh, good point. Good.
That's what the issue is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, how exactly do you say female mind though? Like, how do you trace that back? I mean, are you saying like a female mind has to like knitting and cooking? I mean, that sounds sexist. So is a female mind just how you feel, and there's no other way to quantify it? Because if you guys say, well, male minds think about shooting guns and riding, going to race car events. And female minds think about cooking and bakery. That means that has to be a female. Well, I'll just say that's sexist.
It's not that. I can't imagine being a man and experiencing. I can think of what a woman goes through, but I can't actually experience what a woman is. Nadia saying she actually experiences what a woman is.
And my question is, what is that?
Right, so I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, we're talking about brain structure, functional MRIs, looking at transsexual women's brains, and
let's test that theory. Nadia, can you have a menstrual cycle?
Of course not.
Okay. Can you have can you PMS? Or is that the same thing? I'm trying to make sure I'm not.
Well,
it's a byproduct of the menstrual cycle.
It's a byproduct. Okay.
By the way, in fact, males also experience sort of, type of a PMS.
Yeah, called male PMS. It's not the exact same, but it's emotionally and such, it's similar.
Yeah, so that's one thing. Second of all, okay, and also just a second, quick correction. Okay, Mac, you're getting back to physical, the body thing. I'm talking about.
No.
Clearly, I have problems with my reproductive system, and they should be corrected.
Right. Right, and that's why I almost interrupted you.
Study that you're into Nadia is pretty cool. I'm reading up on it now.
Yeah, it is neat. And what you were saying, I almost interrupted you, but I'm trying not to interrupt people so much anymore. But I wouldn't tie it to, like, the fMRI can show you what the brain is doing, but it can't show what, quote unquote, the mind is experiencing.
What is it thinking? Right. Yeah. That's what you compare sort of normal. Let's call it normal for lack of a better word. Females that have a female body and do not object to being a female, right? They're comfortable with it, and they see that actually the brain structure and the brain functionality of normal females is very like, if not identical to transsexual females.
Right.
So what does it mean?
And real quick, Mac, not all women have menstrual cycles, by the way.
There's a reason. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to go there. Anyway, so what does it mean for a person who has multiple personality disorders if they have a personality of a male as well as a female?
Mental hermaphrodite.
No, they don't have physical things. They would just have mental states of it.
Just mental.
That's what he said.
Sure, that's not the case.
Yeah, no, Nate said about the hermaphrodite, or someone
It's a
said
mental hermaphrodite.
Oh, mental hermaphrodite. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mac, listen, that is not the case with transsexual women. That's a different category.
No, but what is that? What is that?
I don't know. That's irrelevant to this discussion. We're not talking about that.
Well, no.
If you want a quick oversimplified answer, but they would be in two different states at two different times. One would be female experience, and one would be a male experience. It would just depend on what time and what person you caught them in.
Yeah, that's kind of like the United States of Terra, or Civil, or something. Like there was no personalities identified.
Yeah.
Personalities or something.
Yeah, she hit quite a few, didn't she? It was a good show.
Yeah, it was a good.
This might help to clarify. At least I know Mac has a hard time following like analogies, but it would be you have a female. I know there's no male or female soul, but imagine there was, and Nadia would have a female soul. You have a male soul. He was born with a female soul in a male body.
Wait. Since you're using the terminology, what terminology are you using to clarify what the soul is? And you created that soul in the body.
God, I'm saying from your point of view, whatever you say.
No, then that would be wrong.
You don't believe in souls?
No, I believe in souls. I believe that God gave Nadia a male soul. That's what he has.
I'm saying, and that's what I said. I know you have a hard time following the analogy or the hypothetical.
No, you can't give me a biblical perspective of how Nadia doesn't have. I'm sorry. You can't give me a biblical perspective on how Nadia has a female soul. You can't give me that.
Why would I need that? Why would I need that for my hypothetical? I made a hypothetical. Why would I need that?
You can't do that if you're going to.
Yes, I can. I can say hypothetically there's a verse in the Bible that says it gave Nadia specifically a female soul.
You cannot do that. You cannot do that.
I know, man. I know I should have started a hypothetical with you. I'm sorry. No, I apologize. I apologize for making a hypothetical with you. I'm sorry.
Right. Because I can give you in the Bible where it talks about how two souls had died. One was the rich man, and one was a poor man named Lazarus. Okay? They both died. They both were male. And they both stayed male even when one was tormented and one was in paradise.
So you do think the soul has a gender. So you think souls have penises and vaginas?
Well, biblically speaking, check that out in the text. If we care about what the Bible says.
No, I know where it talks about the men coming back with God towards the end.
Well, it talks about how, as far as those who are in Christ, whether slave free, male, female, doesn't matter. There's no difference. We're all the same. So
yeah. That's what I thought his perspective was. I should have asked, but I thought it was that souls have no gender. So I made a hypothetical what they did, in that I thought he would grasp what I was saying. But
my theology believes that souls do have a gender, that were created like with a physical body, an imperial soul, and they're both intimately connected and indivisible.
Well, you end up with a second body, right? An incorruptible body kind of thing. But you would
put it that way.
But you wouldn't say the soul has a penis and a vagina, right? Like,
I would say that the soul is fundamentally male or female.
Yeah,
it's not material, so it doesn't have a penis, but it's still fundamentally male or female.
Yeah, that's what I was going by Mac's definition, that a boy has a penis, or a man has a penis, and a girl has a vagina. If he's defined as that, and then the soul has a gender, then it would follow that the soul would have a penis and a vagina. I think
you're only limiting it to that, though. You're only limiting it to that.
I'm going by your definition.
As far as the physical aspect, yes, to a degree, because the Bible says that God has made them male and female. To a degree, because at the same time, God showed the roles of a man and how the man is supposed to be, and the roles of a woman and how a woman is supposed to be. Because at the same time, you do have homosexuals who act like females.
What does that have to do with the soul?
But I'm saying, in your terminology, if it was only limited to that, you would say that the homosexual would be a female.
Hold on. Did anybody else follow my hypothetical? Does anybody else have a response? If I was to say that God gave Nadia a female soul,
you would have to show that.
I'm asking everybody else because I know you don't follow. I don't know. I know you have problems with hypotheticals. That's why I apologize.
Xbox, I understand what you're trying to say, but I find it fundamentally hard to imagine because I think that the soul and the body are intimately connected. But I do see the point you're trying to make. It doesn't have any strength for me.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to draw a picture of it. That's not what I'm saying actually happened with Nadia, because I'm sure Nadia didn't do the soul thing either. I was actually just trying to paint a picture that might closer follow to your views.
Well, if the soul is connected to the body and the soul is aligned with the gender of the body, then which aspects of the body does the soul pay attention to determine its gender? Is it chromosomes? Is it the genitals? Is it the gonads? Is it something else? Right? I feel like the brain. Right. Or is it the mentality?
I feel like whatever it is, if you know about it, you would just cut it off.
It's the mentality is how I would answer that, but I don't know why some of them have a hard issue with that. But it doesn't have anything to do with the physical. The physical is the actual part that's the torture part, that you're stuck in the wrong thing.
Oh my goodness, you would. Oh, the only issue that I see that gender dysphoria, people who have gender dysphoria, the only issue that I see that they have is that there's something psychologically wrong with them to where they feel that they have to cut whatever it is off.
Where do you establish that it's wrong? As I asked you a long time ago. How do you establish that it's wrong?
Actually, not all of us need to cut that off. Various of us just, work on other aspects of our body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or cope with it a lot better, because I have terrible coping skills, but I know some people have ridiculous amounts of coping skills.
I don't really make a difference, or I don't really differentiate. Like, I think it's sad that people augment their appearance with plastic surgery. Is it their choice? Go ahead, do what you want to do. But why are you doing that? Like, what about you is so wrong that you have to alter or disfigure yourself? And a lot of times it backfires on the people, and they end up looking like ducks.
Yeah, I agree.
What's the point of that stuff? I don't get it.
A lot of people do it for wrong reasons.
I understand that, but how consumed is somebody with their own appearance that they start, augmenting it? Like, are you so invested in it? I mean,
those cases are different than not. Yeah, sorry, not.
And it's not a matter of competition. It's a matter of alignment.
Yeah,
it's out of alignment. It's out of alignment that suffering known as gender dysphoria occurs.
Yeah, the ones you're talking about would be a different type of case. It wouldn't be what Nadia is saying.
If somebody envisions themselves as something that they're not, right? They say, you know what, I'm not this ugly person that I was born with this disproportionate nose and this, lack of symmetry in my face, right? Like, I get it. You want to look more aesthetically pleasing to people for whatever reason, but I don't know. That just seems like such an inward focus.
Yeah, that's a lot of times that is a bad reason, but sometimes it depends on how disformed you are.
I mean,
where did that?
Yeah, this is about Nadia, not about the people that see Nadia, right? Like, it's about her mentality, how.
And mentality. But it's the same thing. You're basically consumed in yourself to where you. That's it.
She's not obsessed with her appearance.
Beautiful. All right, then what did I hide it? I know what I look like. I know what I look like. I know what I sound like. Why did I hide it? Well, I haven't like Ruben Goldstein and nothing but a profile picture typing on the side chat.
No, you.
I know damn well. How I feel from these.
Okay, can I respond?
Physical aspects. Go ahead.
Okay, you said how you had an issue with the fact that your voice is that of a man, that when you stare at the mirror, that it's like the man staring back at you in the face, and you're trying to get rid of that.
Right. Get rid of? That is. Am I supposed to be mutant without a face?
I mean, you're trying to change it, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Because it hurts me.
mentally or physically.
I found that a while back, and
That's what I'm trying to get at. It and
it's the quality of life issue, right? Like that's the power that
Other national section. And what is quote unquote physical pain?
Are you in physical pain? Like, do you have a penis that's causing you discomfort, like physically, or is it just kind of like a mental thing? Like it doesn't align with your mental image of who you are, I guess.
What is phantom limb syndrome?
I'm sorry?
What is phantom limb syndrome?
Phantalone?
Phantom limb.
like if you had your arm removed and you still feel like having an arm.
Oh, yeah. I don't
Had your arm hurt.
I have a friend who's missing a leg, so I will ask him about that, how that works.
Sure. Yeah. Well, here's how usually people describe it: is like if I had my leg removed, I have it with teeth sometimes. Like I'll have toothaches where I don't have a tooth, right? And it's physical. I feel the physical pain of the tooth. Or if people describe it as if their hand was cut off, they'd have a pain in their thumb, and they don't actually have a thumb anymore. But it's a physical.
It's kind of the opposite because she does have these. She actually has these parts. So I mean, but are you saying that it doesn't matter if it's there or not? There's still like a pain associated with it?
Right. The mental health of it. Like, it's not a psychosomatic response, but it's similar.
I will say this, that regardless of my religious views on the matter, I'm great here, the pain that Nadia is in, and I will never try to minimize what she's going through.
Right on. Well, that's encouraging. Yeah. The poem statement less so.
And yeah, I have maybe read his statement a little more. Maybe he was just sloppy the way he was speaking, but I doubt it. But there was some nuance to it that I'm just not getting. But that's me being charitable.
Well, there's only so much the Pope could say on the matter. I'm sure that there's a lot more theology that he would have loved to expound it on, supporting his statement. But you get a quote that that's what you get.
Yeah, if you guys really want to investigate the church's view on this sort of thing, John Paul II did a long encyclical called The Theology of the Body. It talks about our ideas about sexuality and man and woman. If you want to research it, that's the best place to look. It's not condensed.
Yeah, and that's something I don't agree with the theology, right? But I see the things that follow and why you would follow these from that. And even though I disagree with it, if I were to, that's why I try to do an internal critique rather than the external on it. If I'm getting technical about it.
Right, I appreciate that, yeah.
I try my hardest to stay away from critiquing you from my worldview because they're not going to match. They're not going to mesh.
Great, yeah, and I try to do the same thing. I try to put myself in your guys' head, not try to, obviously I have a position, but I try to understand your position, and if I think your position's inconsistent, I call you on it. I disagree with Nadia about all kinds of things, but yeah, enough said.
Right on.
Oh my God, the silence.
Yep. Okay. Oh. You all agree now?
I think everybody in this room actually cares about these issues. I think that's something to say.
That's good. Oh, Matthew Bell, it's my friend request 3 hours ago. Oh, wow. Oh, on Facebook. Yeah.
Lucky you.
As much crap as he gets, I like Matt Bell.
Yeah. It gives me the bones of my shoes back.
Yeah, he's a dick, sure.
Yeah, but I don't cuss when he does it.
Yeah, well, he's even if he didn't use the cuss word, he'd still be a dick. I mean, but I think he's smart, and I like to have a conversation with him when it's not about trolling or gotcha moment.
If he would listen to people more instead of talking so much, I think he's very intelligent. But it's like he almost needs to project how right he is so often that it necessitates him being a jerk sometimes in order to convey it the way he does. I think that if he was a little more quiet and observing and just waited for someone to say something that was completely flawed and then exposed that instead of trying to pick apart everything somebody says, you know, and then resorting to name calling and all that crap, that just, I don't know.
I think he fundamentally disagrees with the principles of fairness.
I almost thought you were talking about me, Brett, but
No, Matt. When have we ever had an issue? The first time I had a discussion with Matt, he went off on me and was cussing at me, and I was like, I didn't even know he was a Christian. I was like, I told somebody about it, and they're like, yeah, he's weird for a Christian. I was like, oh, I didn't know, I didn't even know he was a Christian. He just went off on me, and I was like, whoa. I left the hangout. I was like, okay, I'm not dealing with this.
no, it's just that when you say his name is almost similar to mine.
I got you. Yeah, no, I got you.
I like how he says
We can call him Bellin. That's fine.
I like how he says universe though. Universe.
Universe.
Universe. Yeah, I like it.
Universe.
Go back to this. Go on, but still bother me, donkey.
Column cosmological knowledge.
I told you.
Let's get dude. Tell me.
That was fun.
We should do a hangout where everybody uses either who doesn't have a British accent speaks with a British accent, and then everyone who has a British accent speaks with a American accent, or Canadian. Take your pick.
Hey. What's that about?
It's a boot time.
Speaking of that, didn't Nicholas recently raise a claw?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That was like hangouts ago, I think. Did somebody want to discuss that the long or what?
Oh, but it was only a couple weeks.
What is that?
The logical argument. Premise one, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Premise two, the universe it began to exist. The conclusion, therefore, the universe had a cause. And when you tease it over, you'll see a non-material cause eventually, or an eternal regress of causes.
That's I like the argument because I don't like how you just worded it. It's way more deeper than that because the words you're saying there they're used only like when you say a cause, you're meaning like a cause that we don't see. You don't mean cause in the same way as what's it called?
I mean cause in the causality. Like if you don't assume causation as a presupposition, then you have no reason to believe anything because ideas can just fall into your head. You can have false observations, and there's no reason to think that two events, even if they follow one another, have a causal relationship because events don't cause.
I don't think that. Yeah, we don't establish that causally is associated with effect. But there are a lot of people. I think talk about like what are the four causes? There's like a efficient cause. Let me look up real quick. And it's one of those that they use. Say that again.
Well, there's efficient cause and material cause. Those are the ones I'm thinking of. But
material cause, formal cause, efficient cause, and final cause. And
I'm not familiar with all those. I just know efficient and material.
I'll drop you a wiki for it. That'll at least give you.
Well, my problem with the kalam is it a theory that says that gives the credence to the belief, or is it stating as a matter of fact that there must? That's what I could never get with it.
A necessity. It actually goes to logical necessity that something godlike exists, and then once you grant that, I'll be short. Once you grant that, then you move on to what kind of God this is.
Well, to me, I wouldn't grant it to people. If you're going to state it, then I'm going to have to ask you what's the mechanism, and you'll never get an answer for that. So then it's just a theory.
You don't need the mechanism. You can establish.
But if you don't need the mechanism, then you can say anything, right? You can say anything if you don't have to explain it, right?
Well, no, there's an argumentation to why it has to be a non-material cause.
Okay, so what's the mechanism that the non-material creates the material?
Are you asking for a physical mechanism on how a non-material thing has effects on the material?
Yeah, if you're going to state that the non-material can make the material, then I want the mechanism before I grant you that that's possible. I mean, we can say anything, right? I can say anything.
No, that's why you establish that it's logically necessary. You don't actually have to.
Why is it logically necessary?
Yeah, that's part of the argument. I don't buy into the argument, but that is part of the argument establishes that it is logically necessary. And it doesn't matter what the mechanism is or if you know how the mechanism works. Like it just establishes its logical necessity.
I can answer the mechanism from the objection, I think.
You don't have to see it, smell it, touch it, or anything to actually establish logical necessity.
Right. Yeah. It's not even if the explanation has any greater explanatory power, or if you like it, it's just logically false. But do you believe? What do I call you there, Viva here now? Viva. Do you believe that you have an experience of qualia? Like, do you experience like the peeniness of pain or the blueness of blue, like beyond just your neurological functions, the physical functions that you could observe in another person?
Observe the blueness of blue? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, yeah, do you have like qualia?
You experience the blueness.
I see blue. I see the color.
Is it something greater than your eyes, just your physical eyes observing it? Like, do you have a special privileged perspective on that consciousness that you wouldn't have by looking at my eyes?
I believe people see blue differently. Like there could be people that are colorblind, right?
Okay, but let's think of you're staring at the sky, and then you look at me, and I'm also staring at the sky. Right? Do you see something more from you looking at the sky than if you knew everything about my physical system?
No.
Okay, so you don't have a first-person perspective on your experience.
I don't think I see more than you. I think we agree that
No, I'm asking
you see the sky, don't we?
I'm not asking if you see more than me. I'm asking if you see more looking at the sky than you would then you see just looking at my physical system. Like is there something more than just the physical system?
The physical, like you're saying basically the non-cognitive things, like the things my body does without me kind of realizing it. Is that what you?
No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is if I get stabbed by a knife, and you have you can completely examine the physical body, and you can say, oh, there's neurons firing and everything like that, and then you get an identical injury. You get stabbed with a knife. You also get to see everything physically going on, the neurons firing and everything like that. Do you actually experience something special that you wouldn't experience just by looking at my body? Like, do you feel a peeniness to pain that goes beyond what's physical?
Yeah, do you experience? I don't buy into the quality thing, but I know what he's saying. Like, are you experiencing the same thing when you get stabbed that he experienced when he got stabbed?
Like someone when they kick you in the nuts and like you feel the pain too.
Well, it's specifically, is it different? Do you have a privileged perspective on the pain in your body that you don't have in the pain in my body?
Yes, because I can't experience the pain you're experiencing.
Right.
Okay, so then there is something that can't be described completely physically about your consciousness, right?
I don't understand that, because you're saying what I can relate to is pain. I can relate to pain. So if I see you get stabbed, I don't feel you get stabbed, but I know I've been in the past, maybe something stuck me, or so I can relate to that. So there's a commonality. Right?
You can relate this one too. If you were to get stabbed, right? You felt the pain of getting stabbed. And you died.
I don't feel the pain. No.
No,
you get stabbed. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you getting stabbed. You feel the pain of you getting stabbed, and now you're dead. Can I cut your body open and see where you experienced pain? I can only see the knife wound, the damage that it did. I can't see your experience of that pain.
This conversation gotten really graphic.
No, because that's neurological, right? That's
so something in your experience that's not neurological, right?
couldn't cut your brain open and see your experience.
You could probably use MRI imaging to see like the pain sensory regions of my brain.
I can see how your brain's reacting. You can see how your brain's reacting, but I can't see the experience or feel the experience.
No, it's a collection of my senses at that point.
Right.
Okay, so that goes beyond what's neurological. There's something that's not reducible to the physical thing. Like it might be cosmetic, it's not something that you can just like have on a graph, right?
No, it is reduced to the neurological. That is what it's reduced to. Now you can't see inside my brain, but it is reduced to the neurological.
I can't cut a chunk of experience. Like I can't cut a chunk of experience out of it, right?
Let me ask you a question, Eva.
Yes.
If I am in a room all my life and I never feel pain, but I study the physical system and I have perfect knowledge on the physical system of pain, like the neurons firing and everything like that, and then I get stabbed by a pin, have I learned something? Do I have a nutrients there? Or is that just, I already knew exactly what that was going to be like?
The answer whether or not you're yourself is depends on how stupid you are.
Yeah, I think that example is terrible because as a human being, you're going to feel pain. I mean, I just think the concept.
Well, it's a thought experiment. It's a thought experiment to see if there's something additional.
Ocean, well, I'm pretty sure he just hit himself too. That's all he's talking about. Ah!
No, okay. I don't want to get into the clown. Whatever. I mean, it's okay. I just say I wouldn't grant it. I wouldn't grant the initial.
Why are you afraid to answer the thought experiment?
I really don't like them. I don't.
Okay, we're not going to get very far with philosophy then, and you shouldn't make philosophical objections like mechanism.
Well, I mean, what you're saying,
let me just tell you how it works. Let me just tell you it works if you don't want to do thought experiments. It works. Don't worry about it.
Well, that's the assertion in the Kalam. You're saying because, and I say, what's the mechanism? I don't have to explain it.
Well, yeah, but you don't do thought experiments, so you don't actually have an objection. Because I can answer your objection, but it requires.
Okay, so
hang on, let's start first.
So, like an incredulous listening to a food.
What was the thought experiment?
The thought experiment is if you grow up in a room and you've never felt pain, but you have perfect knowledge about the physical systems of pain, you study it, and then you get a pinprick. Have you gotten a normal experience, or does that just categorize with all the other physical information? Nadia would say that there is no new experience.
Yes, I say it's no experience. It's called Barry's room.
Right, yeah. It's a black and white room, and learn everything about color. You study color. You walk out, open the door 30 years later, right? And you're in a world that's not black and white anymore. Everything is in color. Just a new experience of what color is. Did she learn something new about color?
Right, and if you prefer that version of the thought experiment, you can do that. But I mean,
yeah,
it's no good to say that demand something, a philosophical answer to something, and then say I don't like philosophical thought experiments. Like that's you're unassailable at that point.
I would agree.
Is Viva gone?
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, well I'll just say to everybody that's in the room, the reason why I brought that up as an example is to show that there is a situation that most people would accept. There is this physical system that has effects on a non-physical level, and we can't explain that mechanism physically. So his objection would fail if he had conceded those points. But for somebody that rejects there is qualia, that's a whole other bag of worms.
Yeah. But isn't qualia hard to define anyway? I mean, hard to put words.
I don't find it difficult.
It's not difficult once you get the concept, but getting the concept to begin with can be hard to tell someone else about it.
Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, the issue with it is it becomes a difficult thing to describe to another human being. When we're actually talking about this concept.
Well, it's because we don't actually know what's going on.
I think Nekla said
and I don't buy into quality, and I don't buy into quality for other reasons. But like I do think I have experiences, but I don't think there are new things kind of added in something beyond that. I go down a bit.
That pain version was very good, Nicholas. I never heard that, but that's better. I think more people understand it. I don't know why, but
I thought it would be more poignant. Yeah.
Yes, because atheists feel more pain than beauty. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like.
I feel like pain is almost it's almost undeniable.
Yeah, I actually liked your the way you took the marriage room thing, and the only reason I did the black and white thing was because I thought he wasn't getting the main thing for some reason, and I thought I might throw another one out there to see if grasp it. But.
Yeah, I really can't tell you what was in his head because he didn't want to play.
And then, the philosophy is a ton of thought experiments. Like, I don't know how you do philosophy that.
But what I cannot understand is why is this difficult to understand? It's so clear. I mean, you can argue against it. There are possibilities to argue against it, but what is difficult to understand, that is, I don't see that. I mean, is that some kind of you're like feel attacked by something that goes in a theistic direction that I won't understand it because it's very clear. I mean, how can you not understand this example? That is,
I understand it perfectly. It's true.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll illustrate what you claim it does.
Yeah, it was Viva. Yeah, I'm with Nadia too. It was Viva that was in here before you felt that we were trying to explain to him.
But it only explains the word qualia. It's just the definition how qualia is used when we talk about qualia. So
yeah, he just didn't understand what qualia.
Doesn't explain God or something like that. Just explains qualia. A state. But
well, how do you define qualia?
The same. I used this famous color scientist, but I think Nicholas' version was even better.
I know, but that's just an example or the thought experiment. Like, how do you define it? Like, but if I ask you the definition of qualia, could you give me a clear definition that I can understand?
I would say that they're irreducible qualitative experiences, and then I would use examples in the same way that I would use examples to describe something like a properly basic belief.
Well, yeah, no, I was only asking Bob if the way you said it was.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I want to hear your. The reason I asked about it, like when you said it, you said, "Well, qualia is qualia." Like
it is new knowledge. It is new knowledge. So maybe the color scientist example is that she knows she's a world famous color scientist, so she knows more about the color red than anyone. So she had the most knowledge of everyone. So are there a difference? Can she gain new knowledge when she sees the color?
No.
So if there is something new there, a new knowledge, something new added,
no, then there's not. Yeah, I say no.
Okay. So yeah, then you have to argue. Then you have to argue.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I stand with Nadia exactly that no, but that doesn't mean I don't know what you mean by qualia. Like that was the issue, was we were trying to explain to Viva what we mean, we said, and whether he agreed with it or not was a secondary issue. We couldn't get him to understand what it was, just see if he agreed or not.
It's woo-woo garbage. It's fucking woo-woo garbage.
Well, it took me a couple times of having qualia explained to me for me to actually get a grip on it. I understand kind of where he was at.
I still have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Subjective inner experience.
Yeah.
Subjective inner experience. Subjective inner experience. Okay.
Subjective inner experience. Subjective inner experience.
Objective inner experience.
No, subjective inner experience.
Woo.
Nadia's explained it as subjective inner experience.
Is there any way to actually measure it when something communicated to another human being?
Your mom?
Well, that's the thing that they can't be.
You're only saying that because I'm in the right.
Yeah, I was expecting that from Ultra.
Yeah, exactly.
I was waiting Nick to say no.
Yeah, I probably am in it more because Ocean's in here. I say it all the time, but I would have to agree. I'm probably staying it more because Ocean's in here. And I want to impress his mom.
I see it a lot in real life. Like, and so a lot of my people in my friend circle. There's a friend of mine who works in lighting, and she said that she's been making your mom jokes on set, like just really, really dumb ones. Like, you know, your mom needs to hand me a light bulb, and people just kind of look at her like, what the hell? It's like I'm hanging out with her.
I get that from my wife. Like, I say something, she's like, what the fuck are you talking? I'm gonna blame you from now on.
Sounds good. I'm a good person.
Blame your mom.
So, how's the weather?
And
Yo, mama.
Yep. It's really wet over here, like your mom.
I think I know.
there's been a lot of good news coming out of Catholic countries. This is Argentina has apparently state-sponsored trans surgeries. I think that's Brazil. Furthermore, Colombia is now a leader in trans rights. What is it? Mexico and Ireland just approved gay marriage. So.
Your mom approved gay marriage.
I said approved.
My mom has approved a gay marriage for a few years now.
Well, and it's crazy on the medical system side that we're so far behind.
I think probably about
we're just all
40 plus years behind Europe. Well, U.S. was tracking Europe until about 1981, and then a nasty incident involving the Reagan administration and what are called trans-exclusive radical feminists happened in 1981.
Yeah, what it seems like is our political system, I guess it'd be, the people even that support them are just in a huge denial that we're number one. We've got to make it as much money off people as they die. If we can't, fuck them. It's just crazy. With all the resources we have and all the resources we put into medical research, it's crazy that we're so far behind on that treatment and rehabilitation and things like that.
Yeah, the U.S. kind of sucks.
Especially for that. Plenty other ways too, especially for that one.
Yeah, any chance getting me to like Canada or the UK or Spain or Scotland or something?
That would ruin your chances of actually living here.
Living where?
In Canada.
I have to say you got to get to Canada. Yeah.
How to ruin my chances of living in Canada?
Well, by getting deported once they caught you.
I was thinking of actual legitimate immigration.
There's a few options for that. Right now we've got kind of a moratorium going on immigration. But two good ways to get in. One is to work, but there's a moratorium right now, so it's a little difficult to get a permit for that. But the best way is for going to school. If you're going to be a student here, they'll pretty much give you a student visa right away. That's just the process, but that would be the way to do it.
Yeah, I think McGill has a decent math program. Trouble is, it might be too good for me.
Well, we've got a range of schools, so you don't have to aim for the best. You can go to a little crappier school and do really well, and then maybe upgrade or whatever.
Or just pick some subject you're interested in. Like, you're not moving there to actually go for the education. That's just a bonus, right?
I heard that.
So if you like some fucking dead language, go for that.
Well, I'm out. See you guys.
Hey, later, Matt. Thanks for the Yeah, thanks for the
you coward. Cheers, Matt.
And Clockwork, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, you suck. Oh. Yeah, see you, Clockwork.
Matt, I'm probably teaming up with you again randomly at some
Oh yeah, we will. I will enjoy that team up since you always since you always put me in check just to help me. So
You always learn stuff matters and shit.
So Ocean, read up more on my bigotry, so that way, meet up with me, you'll be able to agree with most of the stuff I'm saying. I'll basically be Moses, you'll be Aaron. So I don't speak very fluently. You'll speak for me, bro. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna take.
You'd have to be like the translator to like this and like.
There's no point in taking Mac's staff after he leaves. It'll just be dead.
Got your staff right here.
I was supposed to be that your damn it textbooks.
Well, technically, Ocean did reach to it. I think that's what she said.
Yeah.
So I took out my pagan stick.
But you want left to.
Wow.
Hey, that door you had behind you in Indigo Ocean has the stones on it. Is that just like faux things, or are you here to live somewhere with stone?
I live in a castle. No,
As I put on the side earlier, I was like, you in a dungeon?
No. That room is painted to be that way.
Oh, right on. It looked nice. It's black and white, but
that's my kitchen.
Right on.
Is there anybody in the room that legitimately believes in multiple gods?
Yes, man. Yeah, Ocean.
Could you tell me?
What do you want to know?
Yeah, no, he's asking about the specific gods necessarily. Just
I want to hear a story of multiple gods.
A story of multiple gods?
Yeah, I want to hear a world described.
Are you talking like just like the overarching worldview, like how the universe came to be and all that bullshit? Or you, like, I don't. What are you asking?
Well, like if I were to tell you about the Greek pantheon, I would talk about how Zeus castrated his father, and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, okay. Here's a thing. I know a guy who's a Hellenistic believes in the Greek gods. And his view on that is that the stories are there, but it doesn't necessarily believe that they're real. Like that's actually the events that took place. And I'm much the same way. I think that there could be an explanation of the God's world that is quote unquote scientific, if you want to call it that. It's hard to say scientific when you're dealing with supernatural entities, but
are these supernatural entities in collusion or in opposition?
It depends on the day. I don't believe in a wholly malevolent or wholly benevolent entities. So I think that assuming there are gods, that the gods would be just as flawed, so to speak, as we are, and that they have their own intentions and politics, and sometimes we get up in them, sometimes we don't. But their ways are their ways.
Niklas, I can tell you from the Norse mythology, and it's interesting. Question if they are taken literary because they are so strange sometimes. So in Germanic tradition, you have two worlds meeting, a fire world and an ice world. When they meet, you have a reaction, I guess, of heat and cold, and then you got the creation of a big coal called Embla, and how to say, the giant starts to suck on the tits of the coal and grows big, and out of this giant when the giant died.
Oh, by the way. Ymir.
Embla.
Embla? No, Ymir is the next.
Wait. I think, yeah. No, and then the giant, that the world is then created from the body of the giant, and also with the gods form it. So I think, yeah, it's Odin.
How does the giant die? How does the giant die?
Odin slays the giant and then forms the earth out of its skull.
Yes.
They come out, three gods come out of the giant's carpets.
Yes, that's yeah. Yes, from its thing, gods, and then they, like Ocean said, they take the skull is then the well of the head. The heavens.
Almost the earth. Right, the
dome. Exactly.
The hemisphere.
Yeah. And the clothes are the brain, and so on. And I think in China you have a similar story. So, and then you have always the idea that the also in the Chinese story, the hair becomes wood and the blood veins are rivers and so on. You know.
There's a Chinese polytheist creation story of a goddess called Nuwa. Who skipped basically it's very similar to the Genesis creation story as far as the creation of humans. It has kind of a funny twist on it. Nuwa started making it actually starts a caste system, or at least provides arguments for it, where Nuwa gets down into the dirt and she starts forming these shapes, and she spends a lot of time on them. Really making their complexity, making everything like beautiful about them, and breathes life into them, and they're humans. And she keeps doing this, and she's creating man and woman. And then after a while, she just gets impatient, and she takes a big clump of mud, sticks a rope in it, and then flings the rope over her head and just swings these little mud all over the place. And that's the idiots.
Wait, that's idiots, you said? Like stupid people?
The people that she spent time on are those who are meant to rule, and those that she flung around over her head are those who are inferior.
That's really interesting. I seem to remember reading something about in the Chinese creation story. There's a dude in an egg, and he cuts his way out with an axe or something.
That might be Fuxi, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Because I know
there's another father entity in Chinese polytheism, which is Fuxi and Nuwa, and the one that you're talking about seems like it's one of the origin ones. It could be Fuxi if it's male.
Yeah.
And he has a giant weapon. I'm not sure it's an excellent.
Okay, yeah, and it might have just been the translation I was reading that said axe.
I mean, I don't know.
And where are these Chinese gods now? Where are these Chinese gods now? Are they still interacting, or?
I mean, Chinese polytheism is mostly a dead religion. It has not, as far as my knowledge is concerned, I'm not aware of a revival of it.
Okay, well, what if it were true though? If it were true, then would they still be interacting with the world? Like, I'm just trying to understand the mythology.
With polytheist religions, like just generally among polytheism, yes, that would be true. But in polytheism, there is there's multiple polytheist traditions, and one of the reasons why I can get along so easily with somebody who is a Greek polytheist or somebody else who is strict Celtic, strict Germanic, and not a combination like I am, is that we believe that each of us are kind of pursuing the same relationship with the same gods, but we might be calling them different names, or we might be associating ourselves more closely with different entities. So, those entities, while I might say Gaia, a Chinese polytheist might say Nuwa.
So, Ocean, then what is your conception of a good life then?
What do you mean?
Like,
I mean, well, obviously in Christianity, the idea of a good life is to live and not sin, repent for your sins, and to be united and glorify your God, right? What would be?
I have a general other people kind of thing, but you know, I also have kind of fierce self-preservation attitude as well. Because I think that the gods respect strength. So
spiritually, what do you do? Because like I obviously have a lot of religious practice that I engage in, right?
Yeah, you have prayer and confession and all that jazz. Those are all
right.
I have basically I have prayer and then the rituals that are associated with my altar, which I have in my room.
Actually, so it's kind of shamanic in a way.
A little bit, I guess. Shamanism is a form of polytheism. So, let's see. I'll take you over to the altar real quick. Here we go. This is the area of worship that I have with multiple gods sitting on it. And they all are. So there's
at least blackness.
Really? I have my cam on. Does anybody else see it? Nobody?
I see your mom.
You see my mom. Okay. Well, I guess like a certain religious perspective.
I mean, you know, guy might be there, your Earth mom.
I am worried about her. Anyway, I guess Nicholas, are you seeing the cam at all?
No, I don't see anything. Is it just me, or is anybody else seeing it?
I see it. Did you click on his avatar?
I did. Maybe I need to sign out and sign back in. I'll be right back.
Okay, show the little statues.
Yeah, just a little statue. Well, when he gets back.
Hey, do you have like a sense of spiritual kinship with you know, him, like you and Heavy Hauler, because he has like a special stuff he worships too.
Heavy Hauler.
Okay, well, I can see it.
Oh, okay, you can see it now. Well, here you go. This is the altar. It's got multiple entities on it, and then also towards the bottom it'll have a lot of little charms and shit.
But the gods aren't present in those. Those aren't idols. They're icons, right?
They are representations. They're not the actual entity.
And do you have any spiritual stories you want, like supernatural stories you want to share?
No.
Okay.
I don't go into that publicly. It's
okay.
Religion. I defend it more or less from a philosophical standpoint. That I don't. As far as if somebody's like interested in the religion, as far as following it, there's things that I can talk about, but that's not usually the case in Google Hangouts.
Well, of course, I wouldn't want to follow it, but I'd be very interested to hear about it. Maybe in private sometime.
Sure, possibly. Yeah, feel free to give me a call and whatever it is. But like, there's two of us on Google Hangouts that are very verbose about this. Is me and another guy named Kevin Sanguin. Kevin does not like the debate portion of Google Hangouts. He likes fellowship.
Yeah, but Kevin is gay.
Very nice. You have to put up with the gay guy.
I'm kidding. Kevin is
Kevin's awesome. And he's incredibly knowledgeable. And if you're looking for just raw facts, he'll talk to you for hours.
Oh yeah, Kevin is like a fucking Wikipedia article on Greek gods. And then some.
Yeah.
And then some.
And then
some.
That's cool, yeah. I'm pretty ignorant of these polytheistic religions, but I'm very interested in them. I have a special fondness for the Greeks because the origin of Catholicism, right? And a lot of the philosophy.
Yeah, the Catholicism linked a lot from, honestly, from the big three. As far as Europe is concerned, they stole a little bit from Celtic, they stole a little bit from Norse, and they stole a little bit from Greek. Mostly the philosophy of Greek, which is, I mean, it's pretty valuable stuff.
What do you contend they stole from the Norse mythology?
Yule, Christmas.
Oh,
So,
yeah, I wouldn't deny that.
Arguably Easter. People are split on that. I heard there's some more information that was revealed recently that Ostara is actually legitimate, and that Easter is totally stolen from Germanic paganism.
Yeah, we do have some grounding for dates like that, even the December 25th date. But yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
But like, it was a conversion tactic, kind of borrowing from the local religions and sort of adopting to it. I'm actually thankful that it happened. If Christianity was going to split, it was going to spread, I'm thankful that it spread this way, because there is a certain amount of preservation of old traditions in the religion that wound up winning out. So
right.
We can learn from that. There's these leftover things. It's convoluted, but there's information there. So yeah.
Do you ever feel like you ought to evangelize or anything like that, or is that not a priority for you?
It's not a priority. If it's interesting to people and people want to hear about it, and maybe people want to join or whatever, it's more of the way pagans see it for the most part is that people follow their own path, and people communicate with the gods in the way that they deem appropriate. If your way of communicating, if your way of discovering yourself in a spiritual aspect has nothing to do with the gods, then I'm sure the gods don't really give a fuck. And as I was saying earlier, as far as my view on the gods is that they have their own politics. Sometimes we get caught up in it, sometimes we don't. It's whatever. So
what would be your greatest hope or your greatest fear for humanity in 100 years? Like, what destiny do you want us to pursue?
I have as far as humanity going in a certain direction, I'd love for us to go to the stars and all that shit. It's a good question for everybody, but I don't know. My answer to that question doesn't have very much to do with my religion.
Okay, that was going to be one of my questions. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my religion. I do not want to see a future in which religion is what ultimately I would like also for my religion to be a future as far as people following it. Simply because I think that the ideas that are contained in Celtic and Germanic paganism are valuable. But as far as where humanity should go and all that jazz, in 100 years, the big thing that I say initially is I hope we've gotten off the planet at that point.
Yeah, I hope that we have as well, and I think we will.
Yeah. Humanity moving from planet to planet and becoming, interplanetary or interstellar as a civilization puts a lot of holes in a lot of religions, honestly, especially for the end times.
I thought about that a lot as well, yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the dangers of Christians looking too far into eschatology, is they're in a way hanging their faith on destiny on Earth that might not come to pass.
Right. If humanity has a colony on Mars when Jesus comes back, does that mean the rapture just happens here on Earth? And the colony on Mars is kind of left to start anew, or what? Or does Jesus make two stops? Who knows? I certainly don't. It's also not a question that bothers me so much. And pagans look at, the end of the world stuff like Ragnarok as, a non-understood metaphor. Should we?
Right. Peripheral, are you there?
Yeah. I think passing this question around of what is a good life, where you want to see humanity in 100 years, would be good to just take a survey of everybody about.
Sounds good.
Okay, who's next? Baltzar. You seem like you're wrestling. What is a good life, and where would you like to see humanity in 100 years?
I hope that it has balanced out more between the richer and the poorer nations, so we have some equality, not only but also economical, so it functions better. So this globalization we have now, we have places where they don't pay for work, and places where it's we cannot produce anymore because it's too expensive, and perhaps this will be solved in 100 years. But I don't think we will get anywhere in space ever. Sorry.
Damn you. What is a good life then?
Good life. Good life. To have a task, to have a purpose, a mission.
Interesting. Who's next?
That's very interesting. Thank you, Baltzar.
All right. What's your idea of what a good life is, and where you would like to see humanity in 100 years?
Ooh, wow. I'd like to see them in another galaxy. I'd like to see poverty being eradicated. Maybe something like Star Trek, basically. Total equality, no money. Kind of communist leaning, I would say. Yeah, but equality for all people, for all races, even alien races, which I think probably exist anyway. Just a sort of a utopia. We know that might be not realistic, but I hope we can achieve that sometime.
Who has to start the question? Because we just went to fucking lava there.
Well, I have to start. What is a good life, and where would you like to see humanity in 100 years?
I know. I'm just fucking with poor art over here.
You bastard.
As soon as you said another galaxy, I was like, all right, nothing fun. All right.
Commando,
it's possible to get another galaxy.
All right. I'm thinking of warp drive, dude. No wormhole bullshit.
All right, Commando. Well, apart from the Norse personification of the Demiurge, what is a good life, and where would you like to see humanity in 100 years?
Do you really want to go there?
Do tell.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Commander.
I can't pour myself another glass of vodka here.
You're going to need that.
I don't think there is a good life, and what would I like to see humanity is I don't know, probably in a state of non-existence.
How do I know?
Wait, did you say humanity is non-existent?
I know I said I'd like to see humanity in a state of non-existence.
Commando's a really optimistic person.
That is optimism for him.
State of non-existence. Okay.
Like I don't sort of fantasize about this. No. I do dance and all this because it's no different from religion, really. So I don't really see the problem.
Well, okay, I kind of get it from your view, but okay, fine. But there are other galaxies out there. There's a whole fucking universe out there, full of possible experiences, full of possible, races that are just so unlike us that can enrich our experience in the human experience, so to speak. I mean, fuck, I sound like Deepak Chopra, don't I? Fuck's sake.
All right, how about Listen Man? Are you there? I'll take that as a no. Okay. Well, peripheral or wolf?
What about it?
What is a good life, and where would you want to see humanity in 100 years?
Whatever meaning you apply to your life, because meaning is projected to take place in the mind. That I would hope that humanity actually fixes a planet before we talk about like checking out the rest of the galaxy, so not the cosmos. There you go.
All right. I think peripheral and lucid are probably out there for a while. Actually, Nicholas, what do you think of those? Or what do you think of what the good life is and where you'd like to see humanity in 100 years?
Well, I think I already described the good life, but I'm very hopeful for the next 100 years. I have to admit that I have a strong attraction to transhumanism. So I'm really excited about the time where we're able to be a lot more intelligent with the aid of artificial intelligence, and we'll be able to be a lot healthier and live longer with the aid of nanotechnology.
Isn't there an issue within Catholicism for transhumanism?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is my desires there? They go against my religious views. It is a really strong attraction to me, though. So I'm excited about this, but I'm hoping that there will be a strong, fair government or governments, and that those governments will have in them set up a cradle for different individuals and religious institutions that aren't interested in the same goals. Like, for instance, I would really like there to be a special place for Tibetan monks and things like that, and Jainists and stuff like that don't really participate in the society in the same way.
And so we're already doing that now. What you're talking about, like with prosthetics and stuff like that. You're basically designing that stuff for there's athletes and shit. So the idea of like replacing limbs and stuff like that with these pieces, very far off.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to the teachings of the Catholic Church and how they're going to guide us through this, because I think that there's going to be a great amount of evil that's caused with transhumanism, and I think that the Catholic Church will be able to direct us on how to proceed.
Yeah, I'm not. Have you played Sid Meier's Civilization, the off-world one?
No, I'd never heard of it.
This kind of has to do with our answers for 100 years. The idea of the game is that the Earth is dying, its climate has been fucked, and we're leaving the planet and we're going to a new one. And when you're playing as the civilization that lands on this new planet, along with other civilizations, you're on this foreign world that has critters running around, and humanity can advance in one of three directions, or a combination if you kind of manage your tree right. But one is purity, which is humans keeping their human bodies, but technology just advances like crazy, so that we're vehicles and comfort and so on just gets really high. The other is what you were talking. Another one is what you were talking about, transhumanism,
which involves nanotechnology being implemented into the bodies of humans, and people start lasting a lot longer, and so on. The other route, I think, is Harmony in the game, where humanity actually kind of gains control over its own evolution and starts kind of morphing into more like the life on the planet that they landed on, in order to coexist with the planet that they're on a little bit better.
Yeah, I feel like in 100 years, people will look back on the sort of lifespans and sicknesses that we have now, and very much the way that we look back at prehistoric times, where there was no dentistry and all these things. People were dying of their teeth at the age of 30 and stuff. I think that the people are going to be shocked, and they're going to think of this as, in a lot of ways, as a terrible time.
I'm not sure that it'll necessarily be that bad in 100 years.
That's good.
But I think, yeah, I know. Like, as far as in this world, if that makes sense. I don't know if people's perspective on this time will be like that in 100 years. I do think, though, that technology is going to get, like, if you look at how technology has advanced in the last 100 years, technology is going to be going crazy in the next 100.
Yeah, especially as AI technology helps start thinking and our reasoning abilities.
Yeah, I have a kind of a moral quandary with transhumanism. I'm not sure if I'm for it. I don't think I am.
I think it's going to be the most dangerous technology we've ever encountered. It's going to change people fundamentally, and I think that's going to be pretty scary in a lot of ways.
Nuclear war movement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hey, Nicholas? Are you familiar with the scripture that says that the imaginations of men are on wickedness continuously?
No, I'm not. But I don't know if you heard earlier when I said it. I said that my strong attraction to transhumanism goes against my religious values.
Yeah, I have things go against my religious values too.
By any chance, Nicholas, when you're talking about the sort of dangers of artificial intelligence, are you talking about sort of a Terminator scenario?
Terminators? Is that what we said?
Yes.
Oh, where AI takes over.
I think there will be a certain aspect of AI that we find very competitive, and we're going to have to learn to respect them as our brothers. And that's why we're going to need a new word rather than humanity. Like we talk about somebody being humane or our brothers being humanity, I think we're going to need a new word for that.
That's why I kind of have a problem a little bit with humanism. With the label of humanism, right?
Right. Actually, but this is transhumanism.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when humans say that, for the benefit of humans, I see that as being very selective, almost discriminatory, especially when we know there's a very realistic possibility of, first of all, alien races existing in AIs, which both will be non-human. So I would rather jump to maybe some kind of more all-inclusive definition, just like well-being, let's say.
But I think the danger is going to be more serious than strict AI, because I think that people are going to overcome technologies to transform themselves, and they won't recognize themselves as human anymore. And I think that there's a real danger that these groups will see us as a danger, and since they won't identify with us anymore, they'll want to destroy us or to assimilate us.
We're talking about the 6 epochs of evolution, and the great scholars have actually warned us about our progression of knowledge. That chasing of the creating fire would either decide whether or not we could actually expound upon that, or whether or not that would lead to our destruction. But I think we have to let the code light just across nature, just like run it through its devices.
I don't think we have to run it through the devices, so to speak. We can control it quite effectively, especially if you consider the fact that, the need for AI comes from the need of solving problems. Right now, we already have actually problem-solving algorithms that are not sanctioned. Basically, what this means is that we do not need to make AIs. We do not need to make true AIs, right? We have no need to make real artificial beings. We just need to improve on the problem-solving algorithms, which are based, by the way, on evolutionary thought. So it is possible for us that we will that somebody will make a true AI in the future. It's almost certain. But as for reproducing and making this whole civilization or any significant group of beings that we have to take into consideration as a whole species, I don't think that's really not realistic.
Well, here's the question: is that soon we'll be able to have telepathic communication with technology in our brain, and we're going to be able to engage the network in that way. And the question will then become: at what point are we utilizing these AI systems, computing power, to help us, and at what point are the AI systems utilizing our computing power to help them?
Well, if I know what you're talking about, and if I can do, you're talking about the technology that's able to detect the brain structure, basically, or the brain patterns, and from that conclude what we're thinking. That is not AI. That is simply a very advanced sensor that can.
Right. We're talking about it in conjunction with AI systems. So, Google has supercomputers, right? You've got technicians that are working on these supercomputers, and once you have a more intimate connection, you understand that you've got technology now that can read brainwaves and stuff, and you can have a chip in your head that lets you use a mouse, even if you're quadriplegic. Well, at some point, the access to those machines, those supercomputers, are going to be a lot more intimate, and I think the line will be less clear where the agency really lies.
It might happen, of course, but I don't think it's going to be purposeful. At least not if the people who are making this are properly responsible. There's a lot of scare of this sort of Terminator movies type scenario, but I think any real scientist who is familiar with computer technology understands that it's really not necessary for us to invent a whole new life form, artificial life form.
But what Thor is that there are scientists that consider AI to be the next logical step, and so they'll have no regard for the destruction of humanity.
Yeah, I would really try to stop them, because that is absurd.
It probably wouldn't tell you who they are, right?
Because these new AIs, which would be artificial, do not have the same kind of protocols, and for lack of a better word, I'm calling them protocols, that we biological machines have, which is at least some semblance of cooperation and the effort of trying to preserve life. Right? That's why we have so many people that are trying to even preserve the chicken life, that are against eating chickens, right? And this is the kind of tribalism on a small scale and a big scale. We humans have a propensity to do that because of evolution. We are trying to both be tribal to an extent and both be inclusive. Artificial intelligence will not have any such things. So you literally could create, if this is good, if this is left unchecked, we could literally create the new Skynet, a super intelligence that is only going to be caring about its own survival. It would not care about killing all human beings or all animals on the planet. It's just going to be caring about basically getting its own survival needs, which is dangerous, of course.
And then it turns us into a power source for the world for us.
Yeah, that's probably is gonna just kill us because there are much more better ways. There are better ways to efficiently create power than using humans as battery.
No,
I'm sorry.
damn it. Quality as opposed to quantity is often something of concern. What would quality of life mean to some kind of, I guess, in some respects, this body's sort of computer mind and such?
It depends how you program it, really.
If it operates like a species, it'll want to adapt to its environment. And if the environment is Earth, it's going to probably knock us out of its home.
Well, do things like seek out pleasure in those.
Yeah, but
that depends on what. Yeah.
Depends on what it means, what it likes as pleasure. You know, if as pleasure it considers killing all humans or torturing life, then we're fucked.
You know, Art, I don't like your imagination.
Well, absurd, but this is the reality. We have to be careful.
It depends if it acts like Ultron. If it acts like Ultron, we are fucked, because Ultron, the way he spoke sort of like a divine scientist, and then
watch out for spoilers. Watch out for spoilers.
I haven't seen it yet, so
yeah, I'm planning on seeing it this week. All right.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like he's a serious villain. He talks like like Entity, and he kind of goes ape shit. I'm just saying.
What movie is this?
Avengers 2.
Oh yeah, I already saw that. Yeah.
I have a question for Virtual that didn't get answered before. I don't know if Virtual is around for that. We were talking about the future of humanity, and I said that I'm concerned that hanging our faith on eschatology might be seriously threatened when we have, for instance, colonies on other worlds. If we have a very literal interpretation or really defined interpretation of the eschatology, I'm concerned that might affect our faith. Now, I know you're very confident about eschatology, but I'm wondering about your position on that, Purple.
Humans will never cultivate another planet.
Really? It's that simple, hey?
Well,
Politics to color.
You've already been to one. We've been to the moon.
And a matter of going to another planet is just a matter of money, which we really do not, because of stupid politics. It's more focused on fucking killing, some Muslims in some fucking Saudi Arabia or whatever.
People asking why those who don't think we'll ever get off the planet, so to speak. That's why those who think we'll ever get off the planet, why they think that it's not possible.
Okay, I can answer it. First, we are not biological built that way. We cannot survive a long time in weightlessness, or you can solve that, but we are not built that way. And in our planet systems, where shall we go? Mars is just a catastrophe. You have sunstorms that covers the planet, like 30 or 40% of the planet every week, not week, but so it's not possible. It's physically not possible to do it.
It is possible. It is possible. It just depends on how much resources are you willing to spend. You can protect yourself from storms. You can even protect your whole colony from storms. It just depends on how much resources, time, and money you're willing to invest in this, right? So the reason why,
but the thing, and you have to then live under Earth on Mars. Okay, then you can do it. Right. If not, you have an alarm every second week, and if you don't manage to react on that, you're dead. And all the animal life or bacterial life or what we build there would just be crushed. And it's storms that causes.
I'm not sure about that. There are plenty of technologies that would allow for human, survival under Earth, or let's say in the huge domes that would allow for sunlight to come through and livestock and plants to grow, for example. So it really depends on how much. It really depends on how much money, effort we're willing to invest in this, and ultimately it's really pointless to an extent.
Maybe the thing is that the Earth has a magnet. Its magnet
yes, protects us from a lot of from a lot of radiation. Yes,
not every. I mean, that's why we survive here. And I mean, if the Mars had a similar system, it would be fantastic. We would have already started. I mean, we could just put out some bacteria or algae, and we can create a civilization. But it's physical, not possible, because it's the whole planet is struck by sunstorms all the time. So it's
right, but we can counteract that. We can protect the small colony from that. Again, the question is, are you willing to sacrifice so much resources to build that, right? So the question is, are atheists like Peripheral or whoever else thinks that we will not do that is because of Bible prophecy?
My thought, why we won't do it, is that the resources aren't there. I mean, the Federal Reserve for any other government with senior authority cut a check for, well, infinity dollars, and it doesn't really, conjure whatever kind of fuel and metal and whatever else you need to actually go there. They're actually working on the rockets. Elon Musk's company actually is working on rockets that are reusable, that don't take as much fuel and can fly there and actually come back and land. And there's but they're nowhere near actually doing it. Yeah. There's nowhere inside the solar system to go. Yeah. And then outside the solar system, you can't even find where to go, number one. And then number two, the minimum distances to go are so vast that the resources are beyond our capabilities or planet's capacities. Well, his philosophy on it is we spend 1% of our resources, time, and things on these kind of deals, and the other 98% or 99% are on our own problems here.
That's a very interesting technological limitations. I'd really like to hear Peripheral's religious perspective on this. Like, it's a religious position, right, Peripheral?
Prophecy. Humanity will only get worse until Christ returns. Once he returns, that's it. There won't be any building spaceships or leaving planet Earth or any of that stuff. I mean, it sounds, when we watch the stuff in the movies, it imprints us on it, like these ideas are really possible, right? Like, but in reality, these movies are completely grounded in imagination and things that are mentally neat to play with in our minds, but actually have no root in reality. Right?
Would you clarify? Like, are you saying these prophecies are going to come true before we ever reach that stage?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's clear.
So, like, sitting in our out in space, for our, like weather, friggin' to communicate or anything like that, or space stations and shit. Like, all that's useless. Like, all that's pointless.
I'm saying that we to try to cultivate other planets or, figure out an escape plan is absolutely pointless.
I say that humanity is actually getting better. We're getting more communistic, more atheistic, more LGBT something, and I think more LGBT.
Well, that's consistent with the godless. I mean, the godless think the world is getting better. I mean, that's exactly what they want, a godless world. So the more of not God, the better it is for them, right?
Oh no! Why do the masses need an opiate plan? We've become more accepting. There's been like
finding your own opiate.
No, you're looking at it wrong. She's not saying it's getting better because it's becoming atheistic. That might be a contributor to it, but she's saying that it's there's less violence. People are becoming more accepting of other people, things of that nature.
I can't tell. Personally,
no, because I live in it, but they have statistics and keep track of things like that. That's about the only.
before the First World War, you have this great positivism, and people have never been any more happier and have more imaginations.
I have never been accused of being positive.
No, but you had this positivism, and then you had suddenly came First World War. Everyone went celebrating into First World War, and after that, but we have a new positivism today. It's a revival of this feeling that we are so much better than we were, and I'm not so sure we are. And
according to scripture, things are going to be exactly like they were in the days of Noah, right? So people are going to be partying it up, having a great time, thinking, woo, everything's great. In reality, that's contrary to what to God. So it may seem like things are getting better. Like let's say there's a political figure that arises, and he rallies the nations behind him, and he says, you know what, we're going to do away with this idea that being gay is a sin, and we're going to unite all faiths and bring everybody under this one big banner of love and happiness and puppies and butterflies and all this great stuff.
Surgery for transsexuals.
I'm sorry?
And sex reassignment surgery for transsexuals.
Sure, yeah, all of that, everything. Like legalize sin, right? Like nothing is, as long as you don't stop somebody from doing what they want to do, right? Like so everything essentially goes. That is like the perfect world for the godless. But that's what the world wants. The world wants, they don't want rules. They want to do what they want, regardless of what God says. That's the whole mission. That's like the whole most we feel like Christ. World in this like hippie, do what you want thing.
We do have prohibitions on anti-religious discrimination. We do want rules on it's excessive discrimination. Well, I agree. We do want all kinds of rules, like affirmative action.
But you have this from Revelation, or this idea of this peace before or Judgment Day, or you have this from Revelation, or
false world peace.
Yes,
from Scripture.
I have a big problem with that. Of course, we have to debate if
watch me and Epi. Me and Epi are going to have a discussion Saturday at 12 on eschatology. He's going to the partial preterist position, and I'm going to completely decimate him with
my problem with this theology. It's a question of theology, preterism, and so on. But my problem is that will imply I shall not work for good in the world, and I see a huge problem with it. And I think most Christians, it's like if we have some kind of progress, ethical progress, or people are just we are just treating each other better, it's a sign we are working for Antichrist, and I cannot see this. It's so.
Well, the Scripture says the whole world is going to be deceived. Okay, the entire world except for the elect, and that would be those that have the truth in Christ.
I want to see more toleration and a better world, So that's what I want, and I want it out of my Christian perspective.
Well, there's no such thing as like a Now we're not, as Christians, we don't have the authority to judge others, like actually judge, impose a penalty, right? Like that's for Christ and Christ alone. All men will be judged through Christ. But when Christ returns, he's not going to have this submissive or this permissive system where anything goes, do what you want, gay rights for everyone. No, that's not going to work under Christ. Under man, that works fine, I guess. But what the person we're looking for is going to essentially, start legalizing sin, doing away with this idea that God is who he says he is, and make himself to be God. And because he'll cater to every crowd, right? So everyone will look at this guy as like the savior of the planet, and they're all going to be completely over heels for this guy.
Even though in China gay people gets accepted, it takes slowly. But let's say we have gay rights. The problem is people are still, most of the people on this planet is living in poverty, and they don't have a good life, you know.
Right.
So it's like, I'm talking about just improving the living condition for our fellow humans, and I see a commando there from Christ. So, you know, we will have gay rights long before we have any peace or economically equality. Gay rights, we will have it 20 years in most countries in the world.
Well, that has
also marriage. I mean, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, we still need a communist revolution.
It won't take more than 10 years. Then you can marry. You have gay marriage in US.
Right. That has to happen everywhere. That has to become the norm everywhere before Christ returns.
But that is. I think that is not the problem in the world. The problem is in the world is all people dying from. I mean, if you want to go this moral, I mean, I think we should first clean up our neighborhood and so on. Do something for the local community. But if you want to go that route. I mean, this gay marriage, what is that compared to all, you know, all the diseases and all this poverty?
Let me ask you. So the entire world has to get gay before Jesus come back?
No, and I'm not saying like every single nation, but there has to be an uptick in homosexual sympathy, right? Like people's essentially saying, okay, we need to take a look at how we're treating homosexuals, and it's already started. The movement, whatever it is, has already kind of taken off worldwide as far as allowance and people being like, yeah, who cares? Like, you're seeing that in the United States. We're already, how many states are we now? With 36 states, you know, I mean, that's a far cry from just many years ago when we were at 0, right? So, and it's already happening around the world. Everything's already moving down. You know, we're snowballing towards this system. It's going to be completely permissive.
But it's already small thing. I mean, here we don't have any problem with that now. I mean, that's almost not problem at all. But we have racism, we have cultural racism, all kind of stuff. I mean, this gay issue, it will be solved in less than 10 years, and it's such a tiny problem. That's also why I get so crazy when people like view this or concentrate on the problem of gay rights. I mean, is that really a problem compared to everything else?
It's not just gay rights. That's you're taking like one fragment of biblical prophecy. Sure, you know, homosexuality has become more legal everywhere. I get that. That's only 1% of prophecy. Jews have to be used. They're looking at transsexuality too. Would be a good thing.
No, John. You were talking about world peace. So, and then you started with gay rights. I mean, that's my point.
I'm just saying
we will have gay rights, but we will have no world peace. We will have.
Baltazar, that's the rise in tolerance for homosexuality worldwide right now. That movement that's kind of taken off recently is a result of the times that we're living in. That's just one aspect of prophecy, and we talk about other things too. We talk about a lot of.
I would agree with the logic there. What you're saying. If we already had some kind of equality when it comes to economy and living condition on the world, and then suddenly, okay, everyone should have the same rights, but. Yeah,
well, that hasn't happened yet.
It's tiny thing about gayness. It's
the beast isn't here yet. The beast system has not been implemented yet. The mark, whatever that is, has not been implemented yet. Okay, and everyone will fall under that system. It's a system of submission, right? Subservience, but through subservience, you'll preserve your physical life for a short period of time until Christ returns. That system has not been set up. So, you know, I know what you're talking about. We're just not there yet, but that can happen.
I am a more preterist in that. So I don't just these views there, but still, I hear this always. This we can see signs now of peace because gay people have got right. The world is not in peace. I mean, really,
that peace is not here yet. That unified world is not here yet. It hasn't happened.
It needs to happen. And how are LGBT rights
going to bring about the end of the world.
Just one aspect of it. It's just a fallen world where anything goes essentially except what God wants. So it's not just going to be LGBT rights. It's going to be wickedness in general.
We're not wicked.
A world that relies on men instead of God. You know, God's going to let men have what they want for a short period of time prior to Christ's arrival.
Well, there are lesbians and trans women too.
I'm sorry?
There are lesbians and trans women too.
Okay.
Does it say anything about when pushing women in the Bible being bad?
I'm sorry?
Does it say anything about women kissing women being bad?
Romans chapter 1, people have been given over to lust. I mean, that's the only thing that happened.
Right? And not if it's your mama.
It's wickedness. By and large, just trying to survive and produce lives.
Are you saying it's wickedness? I mean, just based on the Bible saying that it's wickedness, or just like on your theology only?
No.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I'm personally convicted against homosexuality. The thing is I'm not called to go out and judge a homosexual, for example. I'm called, I'm specifically commissioned to love that person. You know, if I was to like focus on everybody and what I thought their sin was, then I wouldn't love anybody, right? I'd just be walking around judging. I'd just be judging the people in the church. You know, oh, hey Bill, did you have another beer this weekend? You alcoholic? Okay, so are you making googly eyes at one of the girls in the congregation? You sinner, it's like you're going to hell. It's like I could do that with everybody, but we're not called to.
No, what I'm asking, I'm trying to ask, the foundation of where this comes from. Is it the theology of this, just how you feel or think? Do you have other reasons?
Honestly, I wasn't really that biased. I never understood homosexuality to begin with, but I was never like convicted of it until being in Christ.
Sure. I'm not faulting you. Like when I ask you that, I'm not trying to ask you a loaded question or anything. I guess most of the time when I hear that, like you're saying, convicted, I hear from a Christian side. It comes from Jesus said these things, or God commands these things, which is fine if you're in that theology. Like if you.
No, I don't. Honestly, man, it's a lot of what I understand is it comes through conviction. I mean, the Bible talks about these things, but like I'm convicted that murder is wrong, for example. Like I don't need to know the Bible to know that. My spirit tells me that.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like without the theology,
Shut up.
You came to Christianity, right?
Oh,
you were
listen to
a non-believer. And at those times, did you have any conviction of the same, or even
a little bit? I wouldn't
What
attribute
the
it.
fucking fuck?
I just, why I don't understand why people kind of sleep with each other. It's kind of gross, but at the same time, I walk around like judging people. But I mean, a lot of my friends in the Navy were gay, and I got to know a lot of them sexual preferences and more of who that person was. So I try to.
Tu savais que le footballeur Marco Verratti est une femme.
But I mean, if we were to have a personal conversation, I'd be like, hey, that's gross.
Bonjour.
That's just my personal understanding.
Jacob Whiteside.
I didn't understand why, there's a spiritual corruption associated with sexual sin.
I love you.
I was not always.
Will you marry me?
I was never it's not like I wasn't faithful or anything like that, but I was definitely.
Shut up.
Running through my brain a lot more often.
My name is
I get after Christ. It's a struggle, right? When I see a beautiful woman, my mind immediately starts wanting to run these scenarios. I have to stop and, sometimes I have to stop and pray or rebuke that thought.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I think that, like, the things that follow, that's why you rarely argue about or your God specifically and things like that.
I'm sorry?
I said that's why I rarely argue about scripture or specific gods like your God or anything. Because I'm not in that theology, right? I can put that mask on, play devil's advocate, but I'm not in that theology to make those judgments. My issue is I think it does faulty premise, and I think everything you've just spoken to would follow. There's not too much fault in what you're saying because you follow it by God. Right. I don't think you're irrational, or I think there's a faulty premise, but I think everything else you make sense and follows. A lot of people don't take that.
My biggest issue probably isn't with homosexuality or anything like that. It's probably with Christians who don't adhere to Scripture, or say one thing when we can clearly demonstrate something else with Scripture. That probably bothers me more than anything else. But yeah,
I hate that.
It drives me insane, especially when they're purposely misrepresenting things.
Yeah, and taking Scripture out of context to try to convey some point. And I'm not going to say who, but somebody took, for example, a passage out of Jude to try to say it's okay to berate people, and I was like, dude, you could not have interpreted that more backwards.
I hate that on things. I hear a bunch of Christian people, I also hear a bunch of atheists or non-theists do it. And
I expect it from non-believers, right? They're unless they're actually studying our theology, if they're just cherry picking, then that's the only result is that they're going to take it out of context. But I've heard like professed believers. I have a friend, for example, he's very wealthy, and he calls himself a Christian, but all he does is just uses the church to basically for tax write-offs, right? And he took a verse out of context in Scripture and tried to explain to me. He's like, because he was talking about being wealthy, and I was just kind of like, what? And he was like, yeah, don't you know that it's easier for a rich man to go through the eye of a needle and go to heaven? And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that should be
repulsed by your lack of biblical discernment than what I'm just heard from you now. So,
yeah, that should be an insult to your sensibility, right? Like
it's extremely insulting that you're calling yourself a Christian, yet you're promoting the exact opposite of what Christianity teaches. And I'm just like,
I don't want to pick out like Christian. This happens on all sides. I think when I'm talking to the Christian, a lot of atheists learn from Christian telling them about these things, right? And if I have someone using it, like you just said, for their own means and their own interpretation, and they're giving me this part,
right?
And they've muddied the water now because now I carry that to the next conversation. And it happens on all sides. That's why I said I wanted to pick on Christians because scientific facts get thrown around the same way on the atheist side. I feel like someone will tell something that gets carried to the next conversation. It muddies the water for the actual discussion, and I don't like it either. It frustrates the crap out of me. My only last question on this thing would be if a vote came for marriage, would you actually go vote against it, or would you abstain from it? Like,
I would abstain from the voting procedure altogether. I have no desire to promote it or to try to stop it. What's going to happen is going to happen, and I want no part of it.
Right on. Yeah.
I'm not gonna go out and demonstrate against it. I'm not gonna go out and berate people about it. If somebody wants to talk about the Bible, hey, let's talk about the Bible. I still love the person, but I don't get involved in secular politics because it's not biblical, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, and I like that position, and I think I would have that same position in your place.
I mean, I am within my national right to go and vote, but I just don't see. I believe in God's government, not man's government, and I really don't see a need to participate. Now, unless I was being forced to, that'd be a different story. But I'm not being forced to. I have a choice. I choose not to promote or try to stop it or something like that. So,
I only ever have an issue if a Christian is or anybody is going on the religion base and basing and actually going against these things. If they don't have to promote it, for sure they can abstain from it. You cross a line when you actually go. I'm not saying you cross it badly. You cross the line into a different territory.
If the government is being presented and you're within your right to vote against it, and you want to, I'm also not going to say don't do that. But you're going to do what you're going to do. I personally say don't vote for or against. Just kind of stay out of it. Let them figure that out. They're going to do what they're going to do regardless. It's not,
I would definitely, and this is in response to what Xbox had said, I would definitely vote based on my religious beliefs over the abortion issue. I would always vote against abortion being legalized because I consider the life and death issue.
See, and I have an issue. Like, this is a person I should have with someone vote. I don't care if you vote on your religious base, like, that you want, right? I'm voting for things. But actually voting against things based on that are going to affect people that don't actually follow into your religion, I have an issue with, like, kind of thing. That's why I'm saying if it was me, I would be abstaining if I was against these things. Well, hold on, let me clarify, because if that was my only basis, was my religious beliefs, If I had other ones, maybe I would probably go vote against it if I had conviction against it that were other than my own personal beliefs.
Yeah, because I'm not voting for myself to make myself happier or live in a world that I want to live in, but I'm actually voting to protect the lives of innocent people in my mind.
Right, yeah. I see how you come to it, sure.
But how should we have a democracy if Christians don't vote? And how many Christians are there in US? 80%. So 80%.
No one's saying Christians shouldn't vote, and you can vote based on your religious values, but don't vote in a secular system against secular system or secular laws based on your religion that are going to affect other people that aren't Christian. That would be a theocracy.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
But all laws affect everybody, right?
Yeah, but you should vote. You should vote your conscience for sure. I wouldn't take that right from anybody, and I don't think you should, leave your Christianity out of it completely, or your religion, period, or your own beliefs. But I don't think you should be forcing those beliefs on other people that aren't part of that religion.
But I mean, like it's you kind of have to, right? I mean, like when you're voting, I can't even think of another example. Maybe I better sit back and think about this for a minute.
Yeah, no problem. I think I'm just trying to say something anyway.
Well, I mean, as far as concerned, this is basically just flat out putting it out there that charity's homophobic and on that grounds, bad thing.
Yeah, you shouldn't go, and that's why I say you shouldn't go vote. So everybody is against that because there are people that don't fall into your beliefs or your religion, and you're going to be forcing them into it by knocking them vote for that reason or voting for it for that reason.
But I mean, gay marriage is something else than abortion. Like I find those to be fundamentally different issues. I may disagree with both on religious grounds, but I feel like it's my duty to try to protect innocent people.
Well, and I see that's what I'm saying with the abortion. I see how you come to that because you can come to that one without religion. There's non-theist umbrella that fall into that same thing, that they think it's a life and it should be protected and things like that. I have no issue with that kind of stuff.
I think one should vote with less emotions as possible. But I think how I see the action in the US, there's a lot. It's very mixed up with emotion, and if they have a small emotional thing to cash out, like gay rights and so on, they will do it in the election campaign. And I think that this is very disturbing. It's not here, at least in Northern Europe, it's seldom that you get this small emotional topic mixed in with a big election. The last thing we have is something emotional. That was, of course, the European Union. That was a very emotional campaign, and there were many friendships destroyed because of these two elections. But
that's interesting.
Oh yeah, in the 70s it was worse. Last time it was okay, but in the 70s, and they used emotion. I mean, it's more emotion. There is more, patriotism and historical ideology. But U.S. it seems if people in U.S. are more emotional and naive, they will vote on this.
Yeah,
and it's disturbing.
Yeah, I appreciate the crap out of me too, because I don't put emotions at a high priority for these things. They might be involved a little bit sometimes, but they shouldn't be on. It should be a clear, sober vote or decision.
And moral, of course, just by the campaigns.
Sure. For me, it's more or less. For me, it's more a matter of human rights than it is actually individual rights.
Right.
And I think the right of the Christian to deny another human their human rights doesn't have any sway to me, none at all. I really admire Peripheral for saying he would take an abstentionist view.
I've only run across a few people that.
But I think it's funny in the US that.
Hang on, let me finish. But I had a hang with G-Man and Beck all out back. I'm gay American. I expressed the same thing there, and I want to say someone in there said the abstaining thing too, and I think I presented the case really well. I don't know if Beck and G-Man ever agreed on the way it went, but it's the only, I think, two people I've heard say they were Christian that would abstain. And I give them props. So I second Simon's thing. Sorry, Paul.
It really shows character. That's what it is.
Yeah, I came in the middle of the conversation. Abstain from what?
Voting. If you're against gay marriage, as a Christian for Christian reasons or whatever reasons you are, actually abstaining from voting rather than voting against it, rather than voting against it and forcing others to follow your beliefs.
Oh yeah.
That's in the US. You don't have folk. How to say? Folk election when outside the party elections where the people decides have one vote.
Referenda.
Have you ever had that in the US ever?
I got it statewide, and I think what is it, the Proposition 8 thing in California was a referendum.
Okay.
Yeah.
These tends to
in general, I think they happen more in the States than in Europe.
Really?
Few and far between Europe.
Okay, because of the feudalism, so you have the states, different states referendums. No, I see. Yeah, we have that's another. But if you had a referendum about gay marriage in the US, then hell would break loose. I mean, they tend to very polarized.
No, we have had it. We have had it, but only by states. We haven't had a federal, I guess, different.
Yeah, states.
Again, I think the point being is that because the EU passed the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, that forced the European countries into passing laws to protect human rights in their individual countries. I believe, and I'm not certain, but I believe the USA abstained from signing that.
And because it would be like denying straight people to get married because for the same reasons, right? Like if you're animal rights, I force my beliefs on them. And
the U.S. fully sided with the Organization of Islamic States.
Yeah, I'm sure that was
the Chinese.
I'm sure that was a beneficial kind of resource move or money move or something.
Yeah, money move because it would have opened states up to criminal prosecution for potential war crimes, human rights abuses.
I'm going to run to the store, guys. I might drop in later.
Right on. Yeah, I like the talk, man. Well, yeah, I think that should happen. I think there should be an audit of this crap that's happened, right? Come to some agreement. If it happened all at once like that, it would be a huge culture shock. It would change a lot. But if it could be done and then the quote-unquote punishment or whatever followed from it was carried out slowly and carefully, it would probably be okay. There'd still be an uproar, but I don't think it would be an uproar that would start a revolution or anything.
Certainly not, no, because you just repeat it like they did here.
Actually, Driving Watch is full of various Christians saying they would start an insurrection if Supreme Court let us keep our marriage. Yeah. What is it?
We all moved to Texas and then divide off.
Live in a tunnel of Texas.
All Texas really has to. Texas is the only state that when they made their constitution and joined the United States, they added in a part where they can divide the state up into like 4 separate pieces or 5 separate pieces, right? And there's no thing on what size they can be. So what they can do is cut a little circle out around one town and say, this will be one state connected to the U.S. all the rest of the territory is going to secede from the Union, or secede from the states. And they will still have Texas state, or they could completely, but if all the state doesn't want to, they can divide it off and drop out part of it.
It doesn't seem likely to me, to be honest with you.
No,
it doesn't seem like a prospect on the basis that if the problem of immigration into Texas would become so large that virtually Texas would lose its independence.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like,
become a satellite state of Mexico, basically.
Yeah, if Mexico don't claim, right?
Speaking of which, Mexico just legalized gay marriage. Yeah, let me get up on that.
In Norway, we had a church referendum on gay marriage. It's you can marry outside the church, but we also had the gay marriage referendum, and it was 7% more against it. So it was, pretty close there.
I just think that is completely makes me go, don't understand. Why, if you were gay, would you want to get married in the church?
Why not? If you are a Christian, yeah, but why is Morris a Christian? Why is Michael? I don't know. He's not a Christian, but you have a lot of gay people that are Christian, and I think they are. It's very interesting with gay Christian because they have every reason to not be a Christian, but they are still Christian. So to me, gay being Christian are more of a confession of the religion almost than normal people, because they have only to lose, but still they have this feeling or experience of love.
This is where I'm on the same side, because I just do not understand. You can read a book that explains your actions as immoral, and then actually profess that was it.
Yeah, but I
such a large cognitive dissonance there.
I mean, all the Christians. I mean, if you, how many Christians don't have sex before they marry? That's not so many that are a virgin until they marry. So it's.
And did you say in Norway that by law, you can have the church marry you?
No,
right.
You're a state, but they had a referendum, and it was 61 against 54%. 61 against 54 for.
I'm actually glad. I didn't know the results of it, but I heard they were trying, and I don't think that the religion or the church should be forced to do these things by law. Like if you want to get a religious marriage, then you've got to follow whatever that theology is of that marriage. If you want to be recognized by the state or the country or whatever being married, then you follow those guidelines, and they can be separate guidelines. You can have a religious marriage and a state recognized marriage or whatever.
Yeah, of course, but it was a referendum inside the church, so.
It is different, of course, because we have state religion. It's slightly different. The church thing, because the church is part of the state, it has to follow the laws the same as everybody else. Obviously, human rights come into play there. So we want to pass the blasphemy. This is why they tried to pass the blasphemy law in 2008, I think it was.
I'm going to ask Beckle real quick, because y'all were talking about gay Christians, and then Beckle put on the side that it's an oxymoron and they don't exist. Like, were you being serious or just joking?
There's no such thing as a Christian who practices homosexuality and just.
Oh, wow. What about Ted Haggard?
Are there such as a Christian is not a virgin before?
Oh, hang on. Hang on.
No, I want to
I was asking you to follow the practice with Christianity.
All right, so are there some? Can I just ask?
Yeah, let me finish what I asked, please. Because and I'm not going to jump to Ted Haggard, but like that's almost the line of thinking like there's no starving Christians thing. Like,
No, completely different. Because one is a moral issue. One is
okay.
It's just
Can I say something? Can I say something to this? And take, for example, then starting Christians. Michael, are there Christians that are not virgin before they marry, including?
Okay, first, before we even go further,
can they call themselves Christians or not?
Before we go any further, we first have to define what it means to be gay. Okay, now obviously, gay.
You said it's an oxymoron to practice gay.
Simplified gay would be attracted to the opposite sex.
Right, exactly. And I don't have a problem with that definition. However, when we're talking about, when I'm saying gay Christian, I'm talking about a person who may have the temptation to be attracted to someone of the same sex. However, they're not living in that lifestyle. They're not justifying it and say that it's okay. This is who I am. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm still a Christian at the same time. It doesn't work.
How do you explain that? Just Ted
Haggard. No, wait.
Hold on, let's have a go. Yeah, sorry. So just basically, if just two men are just friends, all right, and they have a strong attraction for each other, that's okay. It's when it becomes physical that the problem becomes.
God judges.
Is that your position?
God judges by the heart. So, for instance, it's not only that they're touching each other, but also remember what Jesus said. He says that you have heard of old that thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, whoever looks at a person with lust has committed adultery with them already in his heart. So,
and that makes them not a Christian.
If a person is, let's say a gay man, a man with homosexual tendencies, rather in this case, is, fantasizing constantly of having sex with someone of the same sex, and he's justifying it, I would say no, that person is outside of God's will.
Not too many people.
Outside of God.
Everybody has. Not too many people exist that actually just constantly think about sex like that, like in life.
Now let me just clarify something here. That is not to say that heterosexual Christians are, we have our own problems as well with lust. I'm a heterosexual man and I'm married. I still have an issue with looking at other women. I'm very attracted to women still.
Yeah.
But hold on. But what I'm not doing, folks, is I'm not justifying that behavior. Neither am I cheating on my wife and saying, "Oh, it's okay, I'm still a Christian." No, because God clearly speaks against that. And it's just
behavior because, that's a natural.
Simplify this so extremely because I'm not cheating on my wife. It's not very hard to not cheat on one's wife. I'm just saying most Christians are not virgin until a marriage. So they take themselves a lot of privilege there, and of course, if you have a gay marriage, who says that a gay married man cheats more on his wife than a married man? Who says that?
No. You're still not getting it, man. The problem is the person who is justifying. I'm not saying that Christians can't make mistakes. We do. Okay,
gay and to be gay.
Listen, Balthazar, you're missing the whole point. The difference between making a mistake and justifying an action, and that's what we're talking about. There is no such thing as a gay Christian in the sense that a person is calling themselves a Christian while at the same time justifying the act of homosexuality. The two does not mix. You can be a Christian with homosexual tendencies and maybe lustful desires. Yes, I agree with that. But you're not justifying it. You're not saying that God is okay with this lifestyle. And that is what the term repentance means. It means that you're looking at sin, you're recognizing it as a sin, and you're denouncing it, and you're declaring it as a sin. Okay? And you're saying, okay, I still have the struggle, but I know that this is against God, and I don't want to.
That's a strong man about
that. You are saying what you are saying, Michael, is
let me say one sentence, please, which is, of course, this is doctrine. It's nothing.
It's not It's not very Catholic. It's not
Catholic doctrine. What I said
just
absolutely not.
But what you say, how many days is to be a Christian and a sinner is an oxymoron. That is what you say. To be a sinner and a Christian is an oxymoron.
No, I did not say that. That's not what I said, Balthasar. Please,
or to be
and hear what I said. What I said, if it's oxymoron to call yourself a Christian and justify a sin. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's homosexuality or any other sin. Can I call myself a Christian and justify kleptomania? No. Okay. Can I be a Christian and justify murder? No.
The question didn't bring up anything about justifying anything.
But that's the position of, that's the definition of a Christian. You're not justifying these sins. That's not saying that you don't stop sinning. I'm saying that you don't justify it. Okay, so
I just think it's hypocritical. The reason why it's hypocritical is that most Christians I know was not a virgin until they married. They had no problem with taking, knowing the scriptures and going against it. No problem with that whatsoever.
That doesn't matter. Okay, you're not making a distinction. I'm making a distinction here that you're missing. I'm talking about the difference between a person sinning and a person justifying that sin.
So, I mean, like, so a person could be, so hold on, let me ask you, so a person could be gay, and as long as they don't do the gay thing of, of engaging in the sex act, they're good.
Here, hang on. I'm going to ask. Hold on. And but I asked my question one more time and clarify, because both of y'all have ended up like, yeah. What you said was being homosexual and a Christian is an oxymoron. So we defined gay as having an attraction to the opposite sex. And that's all I ask. You're saying that there can't be a Christian that is attracted to the opposite sex.
I did not say that.
That was all I asked.
Okay, but you can hear what I said though 3 times, right? I said just.
Yeah, but that's not. You're taking it away from just being a homosexual.
Ladies and gentlemen, the key word here is justification. Okay, remember that word. Okay, we're not talking about struggles and difficulties. Look what Peripheral Prophet bringing up justification. Look what Peripheral Prophet put on the side there. He says there are Christians who struggle with homosexuality. Okay, I totally agree with that 110%. That's true. But that's no different than another Christian struggling with kleptomania or lying or doing some other sin. So it's not far off. But wait a minute. Wait, let me finish. I'm not saying that those are oxymorons. That is not an oxymoron. What is an oxymoron is a Christian who is living his lifestyles and justifying it. I never need to study scripture before you get into the argument.
You're going off that planet. It's straw man because I never got a
straw man, sir.
That makes it.
It's not a straw man. The reason I
I'll tell you why it is.
The reason why you call it a straw man is because you don't understand what scripture says, especially in 1 John 3. Yes.
Can I get
in your theology, you can sin as much as you want to. I mean, so you can sin as much as you want to. You just have to have that conscious about it. Then you can sin as much as you want to. It doesn't matter because it's
obviously you haven't read or studied John chapter 3. Okay, if you really want to wear a forgiveness,
things of which people have misspoken, starting with Beckles' misspeak of saying gay Christian. By gay, he had a specific intensive meaning, which is not the same as just the way you defined it. If he said he agreed with that, it was wrong. Number two, the Catholic doctrine is just simply that if you commit sin, okay, if you repent of that sin and recognize it as sin, you can be forgiven and still be a Christian. It's not that you commit the sin, it's just that you recognize it as having been the sin.
That's not Catholic doctrine. That's not Catholic doctrine. That's
what it was. I'm just explaining what Catholic doctrine is sin, okay? I'm not explaining what your doctrine is necessarily.
Yeah, but that's
if that comes from what you agree with, that's fine. But Catholics, every week they go and have confession.
definition. Go ahead.
It's not an issue in terms of justice.
It's not. You brought it. Hold on, you brought up justification. You brought up justification.
Just finish. Just finish before you interrupt, Beckle. If I could just finish before you interrupt. The point I'm making is that it allows. It's not a justification for the sin. Okay, it just allows sin to happen without action, as long as it's recognized as sin. And that's the only difference. If Christian says, I'm not sinning when I'm doing something which is a sin, obviously they're not a Christian. But if they're sinning and saying, well, I did that and it is a sin, and they're asking for forgiveness, then of course they're still a Christian.
Yeah, I would agree to that. Yeah. Of course. But they're not, again, the whole point is, they're not just
earlier when you
no, I didn't.
Christian is
No. I did not misspeak. No. No.
Are you gonna let me? Are you gonna let me explain the straw man?
Gay, it only defined gay very narrowly as a practicing homosexual.
Yeah. Are you gonna let me explain the straw man?
I was trying to tell you I didn't misspeak. Okay, and there was no. Okay, go ahead, Xbox. Go ahead.
This is what I said. It's a straw man, and this isn't like an attack on you. It's just I think the wording. I'm just saying this isn't what I asked, and you're answering with something I didn't ask. I didn't ask, and I told you what a homosexual was when I spoke of that, and like you said, you're adding on things to that definition and calling it a homosexual. A homosexual doesn't have to actually have sex or touch another guy to be attracted to him. The other would be the acts of it. There would be sexual acts. They wouldn't necessarily just be homosexual acts.
And they would be homoamorous.
Okay, but see now you straw man me, Xbox, because we didn't even get that far yet with the definition of what a homosexual actually is. There was
you asked me to begin with.
No, because there was over talking. I don't even think you heard what I said, because even before I got to that point, if you rewind the video, you'll see that I started to say, let's define what it means to be gay, and then there was all this chaos going on because everybody wanted to jump in and say something. So I didn't even go that far.
But Xbox, I didn't repeated it to me. You can back it up. You repeated the definition to me and said, okay.
Okay, but I didn't. Okay, but
conversation about it. Yeah.
But we've had this conversation a couple times with different people.
Just now after Xbox.
Yeah.
Said you then had a 10-minute conversation on whether it was justified sin or not sin or
right. And I was his definition. And I wasn't talking about justification or the sin.
When I say that a homosexual Christian is an oxymoron, I'm meaning it in the same way I think something mentioned before. That a person is not calling himself a Christian and justifying this sinful act.
Right. So an unrepentant homosexual that engages in homosexuality, right?
I'm not saying now Ted Haggard, somebody brought up Ted Haggard before. Okay. Is Ted Haggard justifying a sin? Or did he recognize it as a sin?
What I'm saying is if he justified it or not, it doesn't change whether he was homosexual.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, he can't be a fully devout Christian and a practicing homosexual at the same time.
Sure, I agree with that statement.
Justifying.
I agree with the first part of the statement completely. He can't be a fully devoted Christian and be a homosexual.
Right. That's why I'm saying that the term gay Christian is actually an oxymoron because the two don't mix. It's like saying,
I disagree just because you'd have to say like a practice.
And what Scripture says about
no, it has nothing to do with Scripture. I mean, it's how you're saying homosexual or gay. You would have to say a practicing homosexual, it's unrepentant, and a Christian is an oxymoron.
I'm not saying people are not born with these tendencies. I'm not saying that because I do believe people have these tendencies. However, I don't say a homosexual person is a person who has just the desires. I'm saying a homosexual is a person who not only has the desires, but they have this lifestyle and they justify it. So to me, it's more than just having the desire.
I wouldn't accept that.
Okay, so just stopping on the point a second, which is, so potentially we can imagine somebody who is born homosexual, is a homosexual, has never had homosexual sex, thinks that homosexuality is a sin, and is a Christian. So all possible. That's all possible, and that disputes your absolute statement.
Yeah, that's no different than.
Hang on. That refutes that your statement that gay and Christian are necessarily an oxymoron. I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with what you're you're saying, Beckville? Because I come from the other side, saying why would somebody who, who would want to worship from a book which claims his personality and natural being? That doesn't make sense to me. But some people do wish to do that, and they are gay, and they are Christian.
And that's for me when we talk about evidence. So that's why I think gay Christians are such a great testimony for the existence of God, because they have every reason not to believe in any God, every reason, but they still believe and they still feel the presence of God. And you are
personal revelation.
Yes, the whole package.
I mean, I can't do anything for me about it. I think no difference.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
I'm more impressed by that for declaring God than I am by somebody who I can easily see.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the side, but I would have to strongly disagree with you. Again, like I said before, I think everybody understands my position. That you can have these tendencies, just like a heterosexual man has tendencies to want to sleep with different women, other than his wife. But again, he's not just a Christian man, a heterosexual Christian man is not justifying the act of committing adultery. Okay.
What comes first?
Let me stay on Beckle's point. Hang on. On Beckle's point, would you say a heterosexual is someone who's attracted to the same sex, or to the opposite sex? Sorry, the gay was the same sex. Would you say a heterosexual is someone who's attracted to the opposite sex and engages in that lifestyle? Or would you just say that they're just someone who's attracted?
Oh, heterosexuality is not a sin.
I'm not saying anything about sin. I'm just talking about defining homosexual and heterosexual. Is heterosexuality a lifestyle?
So heterosexuality is not a sin, first of all. Let's just
is it a lifestyle?
Okay.
From Christian, it's not a sin. I agree.
I'll just say it again, that according to Scripture, a heterosexual man, if he's married and he's even looking at another woman that is not as married with lust, and he is in sin.
There's a non sequitur to what I'm asking.
And a man cannot justify that action and call himself a Christian at the same time. It doesn't work.
There's a non sequitur to what I asked, but all I asked is
can you answer?
You defined homosexuality more than just an attraction to the same sex. You defined it as attraction to the same sex.
I'm not going to do that because
live the lifestyle, have interactions. But are you consistent is what I'm asking. With a heterosexual,
I'm very consistent.
That's what I'm asking. With a heterosexual, you define it as someone attracted to the opposite sex, or do you define it as someone attracted to the opposite sex and has a relationship and lives a heterosexual lifestyle?
That's where we have different opinions here on the definition of the word gay or homosexual. You say that a person is gay, meaning that they're born with this tendency.
I just think of the sort. All I said was a homosexual.
That's what your inference was earlier.
No, my only thing was a homosexual is someone who's attracted to the same sex.
That's it. Okay. Well, the Christian's definition of homosexual is a person who's attracted to the same sex and commits this lifestyle.
How do you get that? Like, back that up.
And what makes you an authority to define this word?
Yes.
But I was interrupted there, but I take the gospel as primary. More primarily than Paul, even if Paul had a good understanding. And I think I choose to apply Matthew 7:5 about hypocrisy.
Nope.
Or mental disabilities or anything like that. I see them, it lacks physical damage, right? Minus that, if we're not including that, they're just abnormalities. They just have a different way of thinking. I don't know what you're comparing. I don't know what you're comparing it to say that it's actually a disorder or
illness or
Wait, hold on.
If it's a disorder, then you can treat it.
Oh, okay, hold on with that, Frank. And Xbox, because it's gonna get real dicey here in a minute, because I'm about to step on people's toes, and I don't care.
That's pretty dicey as it is.
So let me ask you this: what is wrong with the pedophiles?
nothing wrong with their thinking.
There is nothing wrong with their thinking.
Yeah, no. What's wrong with their thinking?
So what you're telling me that a grown adult who wants to have sexual relations with a child,
right? Yeah, an adult who has an attraction to a child that they can't control. No, there's. I'm not sure what you're comparing it to say it's wrong.
I could easily answer this. It causes harm. It causes harm.
Well,
no, they do. Hold on. There'd be a difference between a pedophile and a molester, right? Like a predator. We're just talking about the mentality.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, first off, there's a problem with that, because you're assuming that they can't control.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm assuming they can't control attraction and then those stuff.
That's an issue, because
that's a key point back. Because I mean, with a disorder, then you could treat it and control it.
You can, and you can.
Well, you're saying I could if I put this situation, made a hypothetical, and all the world was pedophiles except for you. You have this different thinking way. You think now, you think straight, you think adult, you think the opposite sex. At that point, you're in the way you're classifying it, you would be the one with the disorder.
What are you talking about?
Was that hard to follow?
I personally don't view things as normative as the proper order. Even if everybody else was disordered, I wouldn't consider that to be ordered. It's based on my beliefs about the purpose of human beings under God.
Right. Yeah. That's how you're explaining it. How you see natural a little bit different than I do, kind of thing.
Yeah. Because I'm a Christian and you're not, so it makes sense that we'd have a disagreement there.
Right. Yeah. I totally see that. It's like the other thing. We disagree on that, but if I was a Christian, I'd probably have a closer pointed ears.
See, this is the funny thing. This is what's about to get really hilarious, though. And I'm pretty sure someone knows where I'm going with this, because we put pedophiles in a spot of they basically have something wrong with them mentally.
That's my issue. But you haven't told me what's wrong with them. Maybe Nicholas said he's defended his, and I don't disagree. I mean, I disagree with his position, but I agree with him. What's wrong with them?
You said, okay. I said they're adults who have a lustful attraction to children.
Right.
A sexual attraction to children. And I said how that was wrong.
Yeah, but you don't know how that's wrong. You just said it's wrong.
Based on not only in the Bible, but based on the fact that that's not normal. That's not something.
I agree. It's not normal. But not normal does not equal wrong.
It can be an outlier, and thus be not normal. But I mean, all you have to do is take a look at ancient Greeks to see how it could be seen as quite normal.
It could be seen as quite normal.
Yeah. You're right. You can go back to the Bible and find how young people were and how the older ones would have relations with the younger ones.
Can you show me that in the Bible? Can you show me anyone who was a teenager or someone in the Bible that got married like that?
I didn't say anything about getting married.
Well, no, I mean, like, even Jewish people, right? Like, that's the whole point of bar mitzvahs, right? Like, that's when they pass to adulthood enough. So, like, after that point, like, I mean, it's tradition now, but, like, back then, that was the equivalent of, now you guys are ready to be married. It doesn't mean they always were, but it means it was certainly culturally acceptable. But then again, we're talking about, like 12 or 13, not like 4.
No, I agree with you, Nick. What I'm trying to get them to see is that don't try to use the Bible. You have not read not a lick of it to make a point when it's not there.
I've read through the Bible many times, and I don't have it off the top of my head. I mean,
no, but you tell me the age of a woman who was like 4 or 5 that got married to a full-grown man and woman.
We're bringing in age of 4 or 5 and all that. Like, I didn't say anything like that.
Well, how old was, in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, how old was the daughter that was given up?
Sarah. It doesn't matter. It's not just in the Bible. It's the history surrounding that. Hold on. I didn't say it's not in the Bible. I'm saying there's other books that back up the Bible that hold these things and would be used to back up the historical record of the Bible that include these as well.
No, Xbox. You exclusively said in the Bible. I'm trying to get you to be more consistent on what you just said because
I was not inconsistent. I said it's in the Bible, but I said also there are books that surround it back up the historical record. I don't know right off the top of my head.
Okay, don't do that though.
Don't have a conversation with you?
No, don't use a reference that you're not even sure of. You're trying to.
Okay, forget that I brought it up then. If I can't get up to the top of my head and I don't have a reference at hand, then forget I said anything about it and go back to your point here.
Well, I mean, the Quran's a pretty good reference. That chick was like 9.
Exactly. Thank you, Nick. I mean, they said the age of at least that one.
That's a great example of how you actuate pedophilia. Is if you think that the greatest person ever lived had child brides, what that is going to lead to is if it's good enough for the greatest human being who ever lived, it's good enough for me.
Okay.
I'm not saying it applies like in Christianity. I'm just bringing that up as
yeah, he's the perfect conduct, the perfect pattern of conduct among men.
Right. And like these are accepted. That was the only point we were making.
That's true. Usually they would appreciate heteromancies, but yeah, it was generally accepted.
I can't believe people use that word menses. We have a little bit more like dignity, maybe. Like I've only heard that in the Google Plus community.
Right. And then, but the whole issue is that I don't think a psychopath, and I'm not bearing all these as being equal, but psychopath, anybody that has an abnormality that's not in the norm or in the general, that doesn't match up with that does not equal wrong. It just means different. They have a different way of thinking by nature.
Yeah, because there is no right. There's some things that you like and you don't like, and you might form laws in society based on those, but there really is no wrong, right?
Right.
Well,
I don't have something to compare. If I had a perfect brain and a perfect person,
back to the point.
Sorry, Frank, go ahead.
There's a wrong once a thought is acted upon. I mean, if it's so a person that can basically have a thought, and that thought, I mean, we can have a separate discussion on whether or not that thought is a good thought, like to have, or a bad thought. But if it's something that really is in a person's nature, they don't have a lot of choice in their thoughts, or they have no choice in how they act upon them.
They become subjective, right and wrong, which I have no issue with. Because like, if you want to put harm as your standard for wrong, right? Anything that moves towards harm would be wrong. Anything that moves away from harm would be right. So you can classify right and wrong, but they're going to be subjective. That doesn't mean arbitrary. It doesn't mean that no reason. It doesn't mean that they're not worth anything.
Right, I didn't mean to impute that view to you. Yes, I think I understand.
Oh, no, I was putting it out there for the audience. I know a lot of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what does harm mean?
That's subjective.
Well, saying it's subjective doesn't say what it means. Well, yeah, and I said earlier, I said earlier, there's a nuance when I say harm. I told Nicholas I'd forget it because there's instances where, like I said, you can have surgery and harm someone that actually makes them well, kind of thing. So it's not just hurting someone. There's nuances to when I say harm.
So is homosexual sex, is that harmful?
It depends. I think it depends on if harm happens, right?
Well, it does. So
where's the harm coming from? Where's the harm?
It causes AIDS.
No. It can. Hold on. I'm asking you for an instance of harm that applies across the board. Yeah, you have to give me a harm that applies across the board. That happens every time. If let's say homosexual sex is harmful.
What are you talking about? That happens every time.
Yeah, you can't just say nothing but
it's factually false.
Risk
is
Yeah, like just. I mean, from their opinion, they're saying to say something is categorically wrong, you would have to prove that category is totally wrong.
Right.
Yeah, but they're saying they're going back again and saying that it has to be across the board all the time.
Right. No, to say like
in the category,
I think homosexuality is wrong. They're basically saying if you say homosexual is wrong, show us how anything related to homosexuality is wrong. If not, if you can't basically say something is wrong with homosexuality across the board, then you have to say, well, okay, this specific instance where homosexuality is happening, well, there's something wrong there, but you can't say the whole thing across the board.
Homosexual sex, is it wrong?
No, that's what you're saying. That for homosexual sex, you'd have to give me an instance or an example of something that's wrong with every act of homosexuality sex or homosexual sex.
You probably mean homosexual anal sex.
Okay, yeah, even that. If you mean homosexual anal sex, you're gonna have to show me where, even across the board, if you're gonna say that's categorically wrong, you're gonna have to give me one thing that follows from every act of that. AIDS doesn't follow from every act. Look, AIDS does not follow from every act of anal sex with another man. It doesn't happen with straight sex every time.
Yeah, but it does follow. Jesus does follow.
Well, it follows in straight as well. So straight sex is wrong too?
In some issues, yes.
Right, exactly. You wouldn't say categorically. You wouldn't say, oh, straight sex is always wrong. Just like I don't know if homosexuality is always wrong.
Okay.
So, personally, I define harm as something that causes separation from God. So that's a religious definition for me. I don't know if I want to fall back on that.
I mean, I do, but
how would you legislate based on that definition of harm?
I think
I'm not sure legislating on that would be a good idea. I'm not in favor of theocracies.
Yeah, you have to apply that into society in general. That's why people press for it, like secular society. You do it based on not a blank slate, but you base it on like a veil of ignorance, where you could be at any of these stations. That's how it should be legislated.
No.
That way it doesn't. No, I'm saying that way it doesn't affect a Christian in a negative way. It doesn't affect a Muslim in a negative way. Didn't affect a non-theist in a negative way. You find a generality that
You just want to find some kind of peaceful consensus, yeah. Some sort of peaceful consensus. But yeah.
I'm trying to understand how your definition of harm would apply to examples where I would consider harm to be done in order to bring a person into God, because that seems like it's the foundation. It seems like that's your foundation.
What are you trying to say, Frank? Can you restate it? I didn't get really very well.
you're chopping up a little bit. Right?
You're defining harm as that which brings separation between a person and God.
Yeah. Is that not the same thing as sin?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Just making sure I know what definition you're using.
So, what is your definition of good in relation to that harm?
What brings people towards God.
Yeah. Okay. So is it possible that I could? Is it possible that I could basically do bad things in order to bring a person to God?
No. Well, it's possible that God can use evil to bring about good, but it wouldn't be you that is that good agent.
Okay, I would be absolved. If I were to basically beat my kids to instill the fear of God into them, I would be acting under an evil spirit's agency.
As long as it brought them to God and not from the fear of you beating them.
Stop saying it right now. I don't think I do.
But I don't think you know your Bible as much as you think you do.
Yeah. On the wreck, repent. There's a God. Otherwise, you die on the wreck. Yeah, that makes great sense.
I don't think torture brings people towards God, but I do think sometimes people have lived a life of sin, and they realize in some way that's what they want. Yeah, I'm trying to actually guess.
If you were to torture this person 3 weeks,
he agreed with you, Fred. Like, in a way, he agreed with you. But that's the part I had a problem with, that Jesus was tortured, and that's what is part of what brings people to
No, those two do not follow. I mean, Jesus was tortured, but that does not bring people to God. What brings people to God?
Part of it is. Yeah, I'm not saying that wholly. I'm saying that can be an instance of it. But there are instances in the Bible I've brought up before that God uses deception to bring people closer to Him.
Can you give me one of those?
Yeah, the Abraham and Isaac would be the specific.
That's not deception.
How is that not deception? God knew He wasn't going to have Abraham actually sacrifice Isaac, right? Hold on, He told him to go do it, and knowing ahead of time that he wasn't going to have him follow through with it. That's a straight deception. Bring Abraham, teach him a lesson.
Well, Nadi, I agree with what you're. You don't believe it was deception, but I can put that in the world of possible, because obviously it's a view, and people who oppose, I'll say next, will probably see deception. So there's that. I don't think many people would get behind that, but really, I mean, you see deception. Whenever we do this in the workplace, we call it testing or training or on the job quality.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And let me be real clear. I'm not saying I've lied in any of this. I don't think deception means you have to lie. Yeah, I don't think omitting and things like that are actually lies. Like,
what?
So I'm not accused. I just want to make sure I'm clear that I'm not accusing God of lying.
No, you're clear. Well, would you say to be deception or training, for my analogy, would require a certain element of it would require intent, right? So you would have to know God's intent to say whether He was coaching, admonishing, teaching, training, or lying, or being deceptive, right? So would you agree it would have to be with intent?
Yeah, but I think testing is a form of deception as well.
How?
In the same way, that you test people, knowing.
Kind of like what's the Star Trek thing? The test you had to beat, but there was no way. I mean,
Here's a question. If you wanted to define it as deception, is deception necessarily a bad thing?
No. I'm trying to be clear on that. I'm not lying. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
What is a bad thing is the psychological harm that can come from deception.
Well, from their point of view, I'm saying from the Christian point of view, deception in that instance wouldn't be. It brings them closer to God and away from the harm. It doesn't say
right. But I agree. However, I mean, in a different point of view, Abraham could essentially have nightmares for the rest of his life over like him pulling a knife to his child's throat. And under a certain belief set, that could be like a non-issue, or like it could be worth it.
Frank, what does it mean when Abraham, before he even goes up to sacrifice Isaac, that he tells his servants that were with him, "Stay here, me and the lad will come back"?
That's a very good point.
And I mean, along the way, right? So I don't think Abraham was like cowering. I don't think Abraham, was cowering in a corner and just shaking out of his mind because he was so tricked by God. I mean, every time.
I agree.
If there's any
pointing out that they're basically, you would take that as a literal story and not just like a metaphor. There could be psychological consequences to what Abraham has had go through in this training.
Well, I can grant it as possible, and we don't know the mind of Abraham, but from the narrative of the story, if we're talking about it like it's true up until this point, well, let's keep talking about it as true, right? So, not only does Abraham say we're going to come back, but multiple times, the narrative says, Isaac says, what are we going to do for a sacrifice? And Abraham always answers, God will provide a sacrifice. So either Abraham was now lying to his kid, or Abraham, by this point, again, the narrative shows he had some pretty awesome encounters with this God, right? Very empirical. So I think he had a reasonable expectation that, yeah, God's not going to make me kill my kid. And as it turns out, he didn't. So either Abraham was lying, which I doubt, but just saying. But yeah, he's like, we're going to come back, and God's going to provide. And sure enough, that happens.
Yeah, and there's a few ways to look at that as well. I mean, because if he doesn't think if God's going to protect him or things like that, and it talks about, it almost does sound like you're alive would be more plausible, because it says, servants stay here, we're going to go over here and worship, and then come back. Paraphrase.
And he's going to come back and be like, oh, my kid fell off the mountain. Oops, let's go home.
Right.
I give you that.
They could have walked up the hill and found the nose at the top.
You guys are stretching for a crime scene. You're stretching for some psychological issues that aren't there. Like, all you have is possibilities.
My whole overall point was agreeing with Nicholas that God can use these evils as long as, or whatever, to bring you closer to God. That's
why are you calling it?
He can use whatever tools he wants. I don't think he's limited by what tools he can use.
No, but that's the issue too. Why are you using it? You clearly said that that's not evil. If God uses deception, so why are you calling it evil now?
I'm not calling it evil. I said he can use the tools. I said Nicholas said essentially that God can use evil in that same way. He can use evils to bring people to God.
God commits evil.
Yeah,
I don't believe it's God that's committing evil.
Right. I mean, even the Bible makes the claim, God can use evil for good, but it doesn't say God only uses evil for good. And by the way, God makes everything that he does evil, so he can use it good. It says God can use evil for good. Like, I view that as if someone else does something, like if you get mugged in a parking lot, we can say that's evil. But, if God can somehow turn that into a good situation, it has nothing to do with God causing it. The person that mugged you is who caused it. But God can bring something good out of it instead of, you being like, crap, I got mugged and having psychological issues when I first tried.
In real life, I manipulate all the time and use this for greater good kind of things, and I don't see it as bad. I guess I should have been real clear on that I wasn't saying God used deception and that's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
I think it's that human being can use evil for good.
I don't think it's a harm in terms of separation from God.
From God's point of view, I think that's counter to everything God represents. Yeah.
God, I'm trying to figure out how you can look at the world and see all the stuff that happens in it, and see that a portion of the evil is going to be good, and a portion of the evil is like evil, like forces or evil spirits.
This might help, because you're not just looking at this life, looking at like your eternal soul, your eternal life, and You almost have to know God's mind and know the outcomes of these things.
No.
You can only be judged after the fact. If evils were done, say mass murder came, and it brought me to God, because all this killing and destruction, I'm like, I need something, and I turn to God.
Right.
Like, it would have to be looked at as a thing like that, because I'm looking at the overall picture, not just my life here on Earth.
Well, I mean, look at Charleston, right? So Charleston just happened in the news. So that's a very evil thing. I don't believe for a second God wanted that, condoned it, or ordained it. Nonetheless, if people end up, turning to Christ or turning to faith because of this or family member or something, then I think that's definitely evil that has led to good. That doesn't mean the evil is good. It means the evil is freaking evil. But if something good came out of it, that's better than that's.
And here's one on the secular side of God, right? Like I used it the other day. If I were to buy a slave to free them, I've just used slavery, this immoral thing, which I define as immoral, the moral ownership and mastery of someone, that I used this immoral act to end in a moral good, right? I bought the slave, he was my slave, maybe just for minutes, but I used slavery.
Well, see, I couldn't say that's evil though, because slavery is evil. But
you're right. Yeah. I'm not saying slavery was good. I'm saying that.
No. Right. But I'm saying in that case, oh my God, I'm trying to say, in that case, I wouldn't call that using evil for good. I would say, you had good intentions and you bought a slave, but it wasn't evil because you never had an evil intent that you flipped for. Your intent was always good.
Yeah, and I don't think that might be the difference. Because and I don't know that I would say I'm using evil, but I'm using something immoral for a moral good.
I would challenge separation from God too. I would challenge separation from God a bit. First is the reductive power of suffering, and Catechism 618, which in turn cites 1 Peter 2:21. Beyond that, holiness means the separateness of God.
Did you say separation from God, Catechism?
I said I went and looked up something out of Catechism.
Yeah, I mean, so for I don't want it to be Christianity, but I mean, unless you're talking to a Catholic, chances are probably every Protestant you talk to is going to.
She's been more addressing me. She might be more addressing me because I'm the one who set up that as the standard. Well, I don't understand why you're saying that suffering, the redemptive power of suffering, challenges my definition of harm.
And I don't see how.
Did you think I was defining it as physical harm? Because I specifically didn't define it that way.
And holiness doesn't mean separation from God. I don't know where you put that.
Yeah, well, holiness would be to be set apart, but that's not set apart from God. The sacredness is that's what that means. It means set apart with God. It's not something apart from God.
Well, God being holy means that God is set apart.
Right, and all the people who follow this God are supposed to be, set apart with this God.
Yes, we're glorified in Him.
I mean, again, it goes back to this default Christian state, right? There's sinner, or unsaved, saved, Christ follower, not Christ follower, set apart, not set apart. So look at it however you want. It's always going to be reduced to, to one of two choices, at least for Christian theism.
Yeah, the Bible says, what fellowship does light have with darkness? What fellowship does Jesus have with Satan? What fellowship does the righteous have with the unrighteous?
Well, if I understand what we've been talking about, there could be darkness that leads to light. There could be evil, like truly dark evil, that has the ability, like to lead to the greatest good they're ever going to find.
It's going to sound semantical, but I think there's a distinction here. I don't think any good, or I don't think any evil ever leads to good. I think if any good comes of something evil, it's because this God or something good thing wrenched this evil off its track and made it go good. I don't think any evil in and of itself leads to good. I think any good that comes from evil is forcefully wrenched from an evil course and placed on a good track.
It's like a person being incarcerated and lo and behold, God sends a preacher inside the jail cells to have those who are convicted prisoners to be convicted over their sin. I mean, God works like that to where you're at a point in your life you put yourself in jail because of the crime that you committed, and now God is showing you that the crime you committed against Him.
I'd like to quote Genesis 50:20. Even though you intended to do harm to me, God intended to do it for good in order to preserve a numerous people, as He is doing today.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear what you and Nate said because my roommate was harassing me. But is there a way that you can kind of sum it up?
Well, I'll just repeat the quote I read. It was Genesis 50:20. Even though you intended to do harm to me, God intended it for good, in order to preserve a numerous people, as He is doing today.
Okay, so would that make the act of murdering somebody possibly a bridge to the greatest good that that person will ever like that to know?
God can use evil for good, and like I said before, you can have a life of sin, and the dissatisfaction and discontent that you learn from that can teach you of your vulnerability, and you can repent and turn to God through that. So it does not make your life of sin a good thing, but it does make you for good.
Well, what I want to know is, let's say that you torture people for your entire life, then you come to Christ at the end of your life. Obviously, you are going to be now. What I want to know is what happens to the people that you torture, because they deserve attention as well.
Well, God takes care of everything, even the sparrows, so everything is in God's hands. It's not something that we have the power to overdo. He has a plan.
So would you be okay with like members of your family being killed prematurely?
Of course no.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, of course not. No, I wouldn't be in favor of any evil.
Well, but what if the person who murders your family members comes into Christ and receives all the goodness of that, and they could not have done so unless they, had committed atrocities against you?
That doesn't follow.
Well, Paul in the Bible makes the claim that he basically sell his soul if more people come to Christ. I like to think that's hyperbole, or he's the greatest sweetheart ever, because I don't think I could be behind that. And I don't think that's the preferable way at all, even God. But nonetheless, Paul still makes that claim.
Well, in I believe it's in Romans, the Bible clearly says, should we do evil, that good may come out of it. He says, God forbid.
But talks about overcoming evil with good. So it's not talking about how we can deceive, or how we can use evil, or how we can, do evil things and good will come out of it. It completely proves that. It says overcome evil by doing good. So there's really no downside to doing good.
Right. And do you see lying as an evil? Like, would that be evil?
Yes.
So if I were to lie about things and it brought you to Christ, and it got you where you actually studied about me, like, yeah, that makes sense to me, and then you came to God on your own, the whole reason you even got into the Bible or the religion was because I lied to you, would you not see that as good?
No, I'd see that as a bad. I mean, just because some good came out of it, well, I'm glad good came out of it, but, the person that did something bad, they could have, should have, and I'm convinced there is always a good way, an authentic, genuine way to accomplish that result. But they did something badly.
There possibly is another way that you could have done it and it would have been good. I guess it's hypothetical that wouldn't exist. But I think the lying would still be bad. I'm not judging the lying. I'm judging.
I think it would be bad.
I was asking if you would judge the ends, like that it brought you to God, and this is the only way you could have been brought to God.
Well, that wouldn't have been the only way, but I mean,
I'm not saying in my thought experiment that is the only way.
See, that's what I'm saying though, because I'm trying to figure out why you guys keep coming up with scenarios of doing something evil, just so you possibly think that someone could be brought to Christ by doing that. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Because isn't coming to Christ the most important thing a person could ever do?
Yes, but that does not mean I have to do evil things for you to do that.
I understand all that too. But
I feel like this has been answered. I don't know why it's not. If someone does something bad, that is bad. If something good happens because of it, well, I'm glad the good happened because of it, but I'm convinced there's always a better way. So that doesn't excuse, the ends do not justify the means.
Exactly.
That's sort of the world in a way that we don't have to do evil in order to secure goods.
Well, that's why I made that's why I made the hypothetical closed off so much as I did, because I'm not confident that there is always a way.
Well, if we were going to talk about like a secular context and we're like on the Titanic and I knew you hated me and didn't trust me, and if I said you have to go this way to live, that you would go the opposite way, I think it would be okay for me to lie. But my intention would be because I want you to get the right truth, right?
Oh yeah,
it works when you're talking about in the context of God and evangelization, because you're specifically talking about scenarios that God has set up where you can use the good path and good will come of it.
And part of that was my fault because I forgot you tied in with the outcome as well.
I don't know about that line, guys. I still wouldn't have done it. No.
Well, I mean, everyone's going to be subjective here, right? It's like, what if you were, hiding a Jew from the Nazis and they're in the room, and then, some Christians are going to say, well, yeah, it's okay to lie in because, God will forgive you, and you made a mistake. It's not right, but God will forgive you. That's the point of Christ. Other Christians will say, yes, it's totally fine. It's great. God loves it that you lied to save someone. And then other Christians will be like, it's absolutely wrong. No matter what, you should give the guy up. So you're going to get just split opinions.
Sure.
Yeah, I heard a really good answer to that question once about the Jews. Is the guy said he would tell the German officer, "I don't have any stinking Jews," which would be the truth, because the Jews don't stink.
Is that just
that would be a discussion without a lie, because I think those are two separate.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can talk that way to be stuff.
Well, I mean, the Bible draws a correlation. So it's not just it draws a correlation between not just lying, but being deceptive, and it really ties those two together. So I know you don't, but the Bible does. If we're asking a question, I answer. I'm like, honestly, I think I would probably lie to save them, and I would feel like I was doing something bad, but we can't have it. But that doesn't excuse my lie. Nonetheless, that's probably an honest answer of what I do. I don't actually know unless I'm in 1930s.
I think that deception can be either with a lie, but I don't think that deception is a lie. I don't think every instance of deception has to have a lie. But there's plenty of instances where they do. But I can give examples where they're not tied together.
We can't hear it lying to a child to make them not scared of something, but they're just saying it's something else to pacify someone. You can tell a little white lie. It's not a lie, it's just a little deception or a twisting of the truth to help.
A lie.
Not meant as an intent.
Giving it a color doesn't take it away from it being a lie.
No, he said my lie was equal to deception, so it's not actually a lie, is what he's saying.
Yeah, it's more of a deception.
I know that just makes you look bad. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Of course, that's people counts to you.
Yeah, well, Nick, I think deception always means lie, but where you draw your distinction, I just draw that distinction in a different place, and I think the Bible draws that distinction in intent, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me too.
It depends on the situation too. It depends on the situation. It's a matter of life or like the Jews, someone's going to get killed here. Then the variations of whether or not you would or wouldn't do something vary.
It's not like I would stand before God and say, "Hey, I didn't lie, therefore I did nothing wrong." It's something that I would make sure I was right with God afterwards.
Yeah,
I would do it right, and I would be interested in what he thought about it.
And I told you part of it was because I forgot you were adding intent. Most of the people in here were adding intent with it, and I completely removed intent from it. I don't include intent I said it's one that we separate on. I don't hold a popular position with morality that draws these kind of distinctions. I agree with you. If I in there, what you're saying makes sense, Jim.
I also want to say, Nate, that it's kind of a cute answer I gave, right? Like, if it came down to I had to lie, I would lie. So it's kind of just a cute answer.
Push comes to shove type answer. Sort of
Right.
boils down to.
Where the lie actually creates where you know the lie will create a good, and you know telling the truth will create a harm.
Yeah, I mean, also telling the truth would create a harm. Like in the sense that if you tell the truth, you are dead. Like it's not that like other people are gonna die. It's that.
Well, see, the Bible says that if any man tries to keep his life, he shall lose it. But if any man loses his life for my sake, he shall have eternal life. So,
Murder is always a good option, really.
Can I ask everybody, the Christians in here, their opinion on I Max said that a lie was evil, and I'm not sure on the root of that where that even comes from. The only thing I ever hear is the Ten Commandments, where it says, "Do not bear false witness against your neighbor," which is a subset of lying, but it's not.
The New Testament.
It's not like overall.
Proverbs 6. Yeah, the New Testament's quite full of it. I think lying is one of the things that says God actually hates. Like it says, there's these things God hates.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Any Christian in here feels Proverbs 6. What God hates. Yeah.
Proverbs 6, Revelations 21, I think First Corinthians.
21, Revelation 21 says, I think verse 8, they'll burn in like fire.
Yeah.
What was the proverb?